welcome everyone. Welcome. Joining me today
Hello.
is a bunch of wonderful people. Everyone say hi. Hello. All at once.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
We are here. We are ready to play a level 21 shot, but that's enough from me. Ian, it is your game. You are our Dungeon Master. Please, what are we in for?
Thank you very much,
What are we in
Jared.
for?
And thank you, guys. Good to see you all, and good to see you everyone in chat. Are you guys ready for this today?
Nope.
So ready.
As much as we can be. I want to welcome everyone outside. Hello, everybody, to the Social Pillar for today. We have a special. This is a Collecticon edition for all of our wonderful players and community out there in Collecticon for the D&D games that we managed to have there, which will be on again next Sunday, 17th of September in Penrith Valley Sports Centre. Check out the links that we've got for that because we can't wait to bring a whole bunch more games to you out there. Every year we have a bit of a special time where we get a chance for many of our veteran DMs to come together and just let their hair loose and play for a change. However, someone has to run it, and that's me, Ian Zammit. I'm here from Roleplay Experience. I'm going to give this a go today, see how we go. Before we go ahead any further as well, I'd like to give a bit of an acknowledgement to country that we're on. We're coming from Aboriginal land. For myself, I'm coming from Darug land, and we all come from different nations around this beautiful country of ours. We'd like to acknowledge these traditional custodians of the land we're streaming to you from and pay our respects to elders past and present. Extending those respects to any First Nations people who are also watching out there. We're really happy to have you. So guys, it's good to see you. Welcome to our chat. Welcome to our fellow gamers here today. Before we get going, I think maybe we'll pass across to the others who are here so I can do a bit of an introduction for who we're actually meeting, who are our veteran GMs. I might start off with the person who started with us today. That was Jared. How are you? What are you looking forward to today?
Well, I was looking forward to my camera working, but I fixed that. Hi, I'm the guy who used the mysterious voice before Ian came on. I'm Jared, also known as the GM Chef. And today I'm playing Istrid, an Aasimar Paladin, and we are continuing a one-shot that was played previously. So I'm so keen because you hinted at the end of it that maybe we would continue. And here we are. It's like your favorite TV show being renewed. That's what I'm excited for.
Glad to hear it, actually. It was a big thing. I wasn't sure if we'd ever come back to it, but I'm so glad we have. So I'm glad you're here and you get to reprise your role of Istrid. On that note, for some of the others who were with us last year, I'll pass over to my fellow social pillarite, like Jared. Thea, how are you? And what are you looking forward to for this today?
Hello. It is always a pleasure to be here with you two beautiful souls, but with another two beautiful souls. Hopefully we'll have them by the end of this game. I'm looking forward to playing. I think we say this quite a few times on the pillar when we're having our chat. It's always a pleasure to get out there and actually do the thing that we spend so much time talking about. So I am incredibly grateful to you, Ian, for being our wonderful DM, because you are a beautiful person and I know how much work you've put into this. And it's a lot. It's terrifying, actually. And I'm looking forward to being terrified. I will also be modding for everybody in the chat. So if you need anything, if anything goes on, let me know. And I hope everybody here will have a great time.
Awesome. Thanks, Thea. Thanks for the awesome intro, actually. It's great. There has been a bit of work going into this, but I couldn't have done it without you guys, so thank you. This is going to be very interesting. So next we have, also returning from last year, we have a very wizardly-looking character, which is kind of appropriate. Stephen, how are you, mate? And what are you looking forward to?
Well, thanks. My name's Steve. I make things under Lion's Forge and Crafting. Looking forward to playing with my fellow GMs at Collecticon. It's not often we get to kind of get together and just cause some real mayhem, so high-level stuff is perfect for that.
It is a bit, actually. We've talked a lot about this too, being an exhibition game, so we'll talk about that in just a moment. But yes, about what you can try to do. Everyone's going to be able to use every ability they possibly have, and who knows what happens with that, particularly with your wizard, as we've talked about the certain things. We'll come back to you later. But anyway, welcome. All these players, of course, were here for last year, and we have someone who's joining us this year with a new character, and someone who's integral to the success of D&D at Collecticon. That's the wonderful Paul. How are you, mate? And what are you looking forward to here?
Oh, shucks.
Mhm.
I'm doing really well, and I'm really looking forward to getting inside Ian's mind and being a player instead of a DM. And I'm also known as that guy on the desk at Collecticon.
Yes. If you need anything as well, speak to Paul. He'll be
We
there.
started small, and now we're big.
Yeah, it's growing huge. How many tables have we got next week?
Yes.
I think we're up
15.
14 at the moment.
14, 15?
15 now.
15. Okay, fantastic. Okay.
Morning,
It's going to
afternoon,
be
and
huge.
middle of the day.
Yeah.
So
Mate,
many
who can-
tables.
It all started with me and 2 players, Stephen being one of them.
Oh,
I've heard-
excellent.
Yeah, I've heard that the DMs there are really good looking and talented as well. It's just a rumor, you know.
All of them. We only
I
have
heard that as
one.
well.
Happening here, yeah. That's it.
Everyone
Like, we
involved
wouldn't-
is just amazing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well,
I
mate,
think, well, even the
Uh,
players,
Mhm.
they're okay too.
Attract a lot of wonderful people there. Mate, thank you so much for joining us actually to play for a change. I'm glad you get a chance to just let loose a little bit. So I hope you have a lot of fun today. And we also want to,
Yeah, this will be fun. Should be fun.
should be fun. Fingers crossed. I hope we can bring something to you guys that you'll enjoy. So we'd also
I'm
like
already
to
having
say,
a ball.
well, it's a bit of a, we'd like to pass on our love and well wishes to the lovely Sarah, who is going to be joining us today, but unfortunately is not feeling so well. And so she's having a chance to have a rest. And we hope you're listening in for some point to this today. And perhaps next time we'll be able to get you back in here, which would be fantastic. So
But
big
here
love.
in spirit.
But here in
Yeah.
spirit, and in fact, her character was part of last year's story and will be part of this story this year. So we'll come back to that a little bit later. But also just some quick other welcomes and thanks to people in the chat. I really hope somewhere there may be the wonderful Amy Chandler, who is the doyen, the empress of Collecticon, who makes sure that it actually happened and that we have our beautiful small little corner of role-playing games that we get to do every time we have Collecticon. And she's been a huge support for us, and we managed to get her playing a couple of times, I think. So hopefully you're out there, Amy. We love you, and we're very much looking forward to sharing this with you, and also looking forward to Collecticon next week. So to you out there, our chat, our audience, you can watch this, of course, on where you probably are now, Twitch. Share it with your friends. And I'm going to check as well. Do we have, Fid, is there a voting possibility for people in here?
Absolutely.
How would that work?
You tell me what poll you would like to set up, and I will set up that poll.
Fantastic. Okay.
And what
So,
else can people
what
I'll
we
have a
do-
tent poll.
Go ahead, Jared.
And what else can
He's
people
making
do? Phil?
jokes about polls.
Well,
Oh,
no,
okay. Okay.
I'm not. Am
Oh,
I?
right. And
See?
also,
No.
some people can. Oh, right. I went in a different direction, which
Clearly.
is far
What
below
else
all
can
of us.
people do in
Um,
chat, in Twitch?
People, okay, so
this game.
well, that's part of the game. People could chat can also give inspiration, and I'm sure Ian will
Yes.
talk a bit more about that. But we have so many options.
Mhm. We have many options which we can come up with. If you have any options you want to mention now, jump in. Before you do, I'll just say for guys out there, if you're watching this, when we dive into the game, we're going to be having some moments which will be quite exciting. And there may be ones which are incredibly fun, memorable, funny, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. But just something as well that you'd love to be able to give props to one of the players for. So you can also send inspiration. If you'd like to vote for inspiration at any time, just shoot it out through into the chat. I have no idea how that works, so please let us know, Thea. And then that means that person will gain inspiration for something that they've done. Particularly mention what it is out of the players and what their character has done. That'll give them inspiration, which will give them a bit of an advantage on their roles to make it a bit easier. Is it easy?
Absolutely.
Yeah, what's
It
the way
is.
to
So
do that?
it's just based on channel points. So anybody who's familiar with Twitch, you just click down on your channel points to spend. You only have 2 options: grant somebody inspiration, which every chatter can do once on this game, and also highlight your message if you feel we're not listening to you properly. But of course we will. And I've just popped up a quick poll as a test if people would like to vote for their favorite DM of this game. You will notice that the options are somewhat limited.
I can't see that at the moment. Wow. Hang on. There's a new poll. Okay, cool. Okay, I think we need to have a few in there as well, other than this Ian character you keep saying. So please,
I've heard
please
good
add
things
more.
about
Yeah,
him.
gunning
I've
for
heard
the
good things
inspiration
about
already.
him.
Yeah, I can see it already. Yes, there's some calls for it. Please add the other DMs in here and please vote. That would be great.
Oh, this is just a test, and it looks like Ian and Ian as well are our two winners.
Okay, I'm going for
So-
Ian as well. I think that'd be
Yay.
fun.
All right.
In any case,
I
we've also got
redeemed
some
my
big
inspiration.
thanks.
For yourself.
From that as well, I thought I'd mention briefly about our sponsors, because there are a number of sponsors at Collecticon who make it the most exciting pop culture convention in the West. So big thanks to Wizards of the Coast, who provide incredible support for the Dungeons & Dragons games that we have there. We also have one of the games shops as well. Jared, if you could help me out here as well. I've got the main one that we have.
Shout out to I won't say names, but Goat Wine Games. Check them out. They have an online store. And if you would like to meet the wonderful people behind it, come to Collecticon. They are always posted up right near the D&D, so your RPG and game store goodness is not too far away.
Yeah, so cool. And guys, there are so many people, so many stalls which are up next weekend that really support role-playing games here in the West and just generally. So please get out there and give them your support when you can. Now this is an exhibition game. This is not the usual Dungeons & Dragons game that you might be used to. We've deliberately tailored a few things here so that it can be a little bit more entertaining, also to help with time and just for a little bit more fun. So we've also come up with a couple of house rules that I just wanted to pitch and remind our team here that we have, and also to give you guys a bit of an idea of why things might be different to what you're used to. So first of all, we've got a thing called pushing yourself. So we are going to have this opportunity where characters during a scene, so you can only use it once per encounter, basically, but they can say they've got a bad roll that's come up on a D20, and to push beyond that, they say, I request DM to push myself for this. And I'll ask, what drives your character to push yourself beyond the limits to try and make this succeed? And the player will describe what it is that they're trying to do. We can try and work out a little bit of flavour to it if we need to. And once we decide it, we can agree. I'll agree to this. The player loses one of their hit dice that they would normally use for healing. Instead, they use this to push themselves. And once that's actually confirmed, they get to re-roll the D20. And then they get to choose from the original roll and that new roll about which one that they're going to apply instead. That allows them to have that second chance, which goes beyond inspiration. This is a chance that you have as characters as well to push beyond your limits, maybe linking it back to some backstory of yours that makes this crucial moment all the more potent. Whatever it is, the last thing you'll do is roll a saving throw. It's a Constitution saving throw, and it's going to be at the same DC as whatever it was you were trying to do. If you succeed, you manage to push yourself through it without any kind of exhaustion. But if you fail, you'll gain 1 point of exhaustion. And we're going to use the newer suggested rules for exhaustion in this, which is simply a -1 penalty to all rolls, which can be quite bad as time goes on, the more exhaustion you get, because then it just
Sounds like a risky
over
proposition.
time. So who's looking forward to using this one, guys, in the game?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. We'll see.
Looking forward is
Hugely
probably
excited.
probably a strong thing to say. So, okay, it's definitely a test out. We're going to give it a go actually for each of the encounters. So remember, you do have that there. We also have a special one that we brought for this game, which is the flashback bond. During the week and the weeks leading up to this, the players have had a chance to talk to each other about their characters, and some of them have formed bonds across their backstory of how, after the Astral Championship, they've managed to connect and work out a plan to come into this game, into this big mission. So at any point where there could be a major challenge that you're coming up with in this game, each one of you has one chance in the game to bring up a flashback bond. And you say, I'm going to invoke it. And you begin by telling a backstory of how you were trying to come up with solutions with one of the other characters. And you can involve that other character so that you two of you can role play about a situation that was personal to you, that was about the challenges you're about to face and what you could do to work together to overcome it. And when you finish that, we'll have a chance to then come straight back to this and make it a resolution of some kind towards this. The solution, we can work out how likely it's going to be, particularly if you've got any spells or any features or any abilities that you would say that backstory allows you to have cast ahead of time, even though we haven't played it out. That's what the backstory, the flashback bond is for. So if you've got anything that you can say that in that flashback bond, I prepare this spell for this kind of thing but earlier, and we talked about how once I do this, then you'll come across and do this. And that means we can say this instantly takes effect, and then it progresses the story from there. This is a big props to the game Blades in the Dark, actually, for anyone who knows that one out there, another role-playing game. We're going to try this out, this game, and see how it goes. So thanks, guys. Hope you're all good with that one. How does that one sound as well?
Sounds great. Paul was so enthusiastic, he just couldn't contain himself, and he's dropped away. But we can soldier on nevertheless.
I am very excited.
And we shall.
Okay. Okay, no worries. We back?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're having that weird
Okay,
little
cool.
fault
Paul,
that
can
we
you
had
hear us as
last
well?
time. So Paul is still visible on stream.
I don't think you can hear me. I'll keep going. We'll see what we can do and see if we can grab him back in here. We'll give it a go. There's only two other things we're going to bring up. Oh, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear him.
I don't think he can. No, he can't at the moment.
Well,
So I'll keep going on this as well so we can see what we've got. Last couple of things here. We did talk about death saving throws. It's a bit of a slight change. Is he back?
Not for
Sorry,
me.
I heard a word there.
For strange.
Not sure.
He's back.
So
Excellent.
strange.
Okay, cool.
I can see his
I think it
stream. Yeah.
might be as well. So
I can see
fingers
him.
crossed we can get through. Well,
I know
two other ones real
there's definitely
briefly. Death
ghosts in the
saving throws.
machine.
We have them just like normal, except they're going to be private. They're going to be secret. I'll be rolling them for your characters, which means you won't know how close to dying your character may be if you're unconscious. This is going to be an interesting one because it does raise the stakes for you to try and help out your fellow players, your fellow characters. So, yeah, get ready for those. And last of all, we talked about wishes, divine intervention. And because this is an exhibition game, not just for D&D, but also for 20th level characters and high level, we really wanted to just have the chance for all the characters to play out and all the players to enjoy trying out everything they can at this mega level just to see how it could work in a game. Of course, with that, there can be, if there's not an understanding of like fairness and fun in here as well, it could go off the rails when the spells like Wish come out or Divine Intervention. So we've had a bit of a chat and we've worked out particularly that within the rules of the spells, they've got some really good guidelines for how they can be used. And then when it goes beyond that, we've said if it's slightly beyond this, then the effects that happen to you will come in. But also some weird stuff may happen. And it's that whole idea of a wish that you word, but is literal in effect, or doesn't go exactly how you intended it to come across. The important thing when you word it, you actually need to note down as if it's like a sending spell, because it's within one action. You actually need to have under 25 words or less when you actually say the nature of the spell, which does limit you. It's also within an action, and you need to type it in. For us, it'll be typed into our chat, so we'll be able to see it there. And then if you cast it, say Stephen's wizard who comes in here, sorcerer, he then has to speak it out. Words. Speak it out. I know. It's not this book learning kind of wizard. No. It has
Wash
the power
your mouth
inside.
out.
This is it. It's not. It's something you have to read out. And at that point, we'll have a moment so I can adjudicate. We've come up with some ideas about how we can go with it, but then we'll go to town and it will come out as we expect, with either within the rules or go beyond that. If it's something that is incredibly audacious, then something incredibly audacious is going to result. That's the thing. And I think we're all up for that. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And with Paul's character, I'm hoping
Fabulous.
he gets to
That's
join
what I
us in
love
the
to
hearing range very soon,
Yes.
but we've talked about this previously. And that is with Divine Intervention. It's a very similar thing, except, of course, it's channeled through his god, and his characters follows the god of knowledge. So with his god intervening, it will intervene in a very strong way, particularly because he's neutral and he's about knowledge and the fairness of knowledge for all. So he will intervene in some way to either provide or take away knowledge from those involved in the situation to aid what's going on. And that would be the same for whatever god actually gets involved in divine intervention to make it worthwhile. So we really want to keep it into the story side of things. But that's enough. That's the basic house rules that we've got. I think everything else we're going to play on the fly in the terms with the basic kind of edict and right of fairness and fun. We're going to have the rules ready to go, treat them as we can, and then we'll just work together so we can tell a really great story together. I think that's pretty much it. Is there any other announcements that you guys have? I've talked enough.
So exciting.
For the moment, I've got enough to go. Is there anything else that you'd like to bring up?
No, I think we're good.
No,
I think we might be ready.
no.
Ready,
I feel
ready.
like I would like to D&D, please.
I think
If
it's
we could
time.
D&D, I would like to
Yeah.
D&D.
That's why everyone's here. Very cool.
Can you
And I
make
think
friends?
we might have to jump in to our exhibition game of Tyranny's End. We'd like to transfer us across
That's actually not the music, but
I'm going to have to close
I'm
my
just
Twitch 'cause it's
inspired.
slowing down.
to just do this.
It's all good.
And I believe we
Paul
should
can
be
hear us, we can
entering.
hear Paul.
That's better.
I've had to open your video feed into its own thing for me, but I can hear you now. This is working.
All right.
Paul's so
Okay.
special, he needs his own stream.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I do.
The weight of
No,
such a
I closed off
personality.
Twitch because Twitch kept slowing down my camera and microphone.
Oh, good idea.
No.
Yeah. Okay. We'll focus on this. We get to watch it later as well. We can comment then. So,
Try and remember what happened.
and, if we're there, I believe we have the image of the main screen come up. So we're going to head across to the astral plane. Sorry,
Ooh,
the ethereal
shiny.
plane.
Oh,
The ethereal plane.
Oh,
Worlds.
oh, hey, here's a
Oh,
question. Where's some of the
oh.
artwork that we're using come from?
Great question. Thank you very much, Thea. As we begin, and you can see this wonderful image in the background, I believe it should have shifted across to a new background for you. Not sure if that's come up here.
I'm even getting fancy music.
Mm.
The images that you're going to see today, the majority of them are artificially intelligently generated, AI generated images that we have.
AI
Assisted is a good way of putting it as well. And that's going to be, thank you guys for pulling your characters particularly together with these images. And I've got some of the backgrounds and some of the characters you'll see that also have. But we also have some images which are for fair use that have been created by wonderful artists around. There's a couple in particular that we'll be bringing up later from a game that was written about the Githyanki about 20 years ago. It's actually this year, it's 20 years. I have to get that from, it's from Dungeon 100. So it's a big kudos to that because it was the inspiration for this game.
Mm.
Without further ado, we come to the ethereal plane. After the Astral Championship outside of this game was held a year ago to this day, pretty much. But for you guys, for most of you, in fact, it was just a few hours ago. For the background, for you are worlds of the multiverse. The heroes you have been called from your own worlds, songs have been sung about your exploits, and your names are tied to legendary events known across your home world. Each of your characters are seen in some way to be powerfully famous, or perhaps infamous, movers and shakers of the worlds that you call home. Throughout the years, ranging the planes, we've also heard rumours of an empire known as the Githyanki, of Vlakith, the Empress, undying it seems, who rules over them. Those are the most planetary experience, perhaps like the wizard, the sorcerer among you here. I've heard them more as like a fairy tale warning for civilizations at best, perhaps even meeting them, and minor annoyances at most. More recently, however, key leaders and archmages from your worlds have spotted their militant squadrons flying on the edge of the horizon, or a nightmarish mind flayer outposts, a thorn on the side of many kingdoms bordering on the Underdark, have been discovered razed to the ground. with headless and devastated mind flayer bodies among the ruins. Yet, other than a few gruesome finds, little evidence of the Gith's passing has been seen, with their clearly isolationist attitude and racial hatred of mind flayers keeping them busy. All that changed just in the last few years, with devastating incursions to each of your worlds. Fleets of astral skiffs and destroyers have raided the outskirts of half a dozen worlds, it seems, riding with Gith's knights riding their red dragons, gifts of a long century pact with Tiamat, the Queen of Dragons herself. What's driven their horrific incursions lately is unknown. However, people have risen up to try and fight this. Elders of the Worlds have sent their champions, with you standing out as chosen warriors to end her threat. This team of mighty veterans, at least demigods of powers it seems, will be needed to track her down and end her reign of terror at last. These elders recalled a secret pact, an ancient concord between their arcane leaders, known as the Astral Championship, a cause to pit their greatest defenders against each other in a test of wits and might, not to destroy each other, merely to test and compete for the title of Astral Champion, to sense each other out for their abilities, their skills, to gain a respect and understanding for each other's, so that they would be able to work together in order to take out great threats. Common enemies through a common challenge. And so the Astral Championship was invoked once again, with you all being contestants. You know the secret of the fabled Radiant Citadel in the depths of the ethereal plane. And guided by the ancient wisdom of the venerable priest Imilthay of Thoth, god of knowledge, you met, agreed to the rules laid out by the revered astral elf, and then dived into the competition fearlessly. The Astral Championship was thrilling, at the very least. The participants were gated into an ancient testing ground known as the Crucible, a strange astral rock surrounded by all manner of debris and drifting alone in the silvery void. Facing each other, not a moment passed as they leapt into battle, learning swiftly of the quirks of the astral plane that this was located in, including the ability to think themselves through space, with a little bit of trepidation at first. As they continued their exploits with each other, it seemed to draw the attention of some great, powerful being out of the mists, and it was indeed a terrifying attack of a gigantic astral dreadnought that had been attracted by their combat. All the while, each hero attempted to claim the prize for this championship. On the deck of the discarded Githyanki skiff in the center of the rock was an artifact of immense power, a mythic red orb of dragonkind. In a shocking turn, one of the competitors, the artificer Cain, at first was thought devoured by the gigantic dreadnought as he fought it. It has somehow escaped via arcane magics discovered within the monstrosity's bizarre realm inside its own gullet, and somehow managed to escape into a dimension far away. His fate unknown. The remaining companions continued, fought off the gigantic beast of this dreadnought, including at one point, I believe it was Istrad riding the back of this at some point and driving his weapon into its cranium, before they managed to come upon an agreement. Instead of actually claiming one of you as the Astral Champion, you would just share the title, saying that one of you would take the lead of this. Istrad, who has, as a paladin, pulled them together throughout the battle as well to fight off the dreadnought, but at the same time that you all managed to be the champions of this great championship. And so it was Istrad Teleban that was offered the role of Astral Champion officially, but by the approval of his remaining fellow combatants. Geraldo Mistlight, sorcerer from the realms, it appears, but of an organization known as Acquisitions Incorporated, and clearly mercantile in many of his attitudes. Syrah, a lizard folk from a very mysterious distant planet called Orbis, far from here and only recently discovered by the Githyanki. And Wilder, a monk, Fey in origin, satyr-like in fact, and a powerful monastic character who managed to be a defender of her realms in the Fae and was crowned defender of the Verdant Realms by Titania, the Summer Queen herself. They all came together, returning with their champion, and carried the fabled orb of dragonkind in their grasp as colours swirled under its deep red surface. Warned of its corrupting powers, they took great care to store it within a safe receptacle. And as they returned back to the ethereal plane where the Radiant Citadel resided, they started to rest and recover and plan for what was to come. You're welcomed by Imothe. You should be able to see here. I'm hoping that is coming up for you now. An astral elf of great age, you believe, yet seems not to look much older than someone of youthful adult age. Yet you do believe they may be actually hundreds of years old. Greets you. Welcome. You look exhausted from your travels and from your exploits. It was indeed a wonder to watch you and what you managed to do. She takes you to a small room connected to healing baths and gentle zones of contemplation and rest. A sanctuary providing you as much solace from the chaos outside for a time. You already feel some of the rigors of the combat starting to fall off you from here. During the rest and recuperation after this astral championship, let's take a moment with each of your characters, enjoying a quiet moment to yourself and help us reconnect to you and your stories. Istrid, now away from the rigors of the championship, seeing the red orb of dragonkind placed on a plinth and protected by a magical circle of protection nearby, have a chance to step away and take some moment for rest and reflection. Could you describe yourself, what you look like, as you ponder your next steps of what's to come?
Istrid paces slowly. If there was, say, a garden or a quiet sort of area of nature, he would find himself walking barefoot through it. The rest of him, a tall male Aasimar paladin, currently just wearing comfortable clothes, not fully engaged for any kind of conflict just yet, but free from such things. His mind wanders into the possibilities that could be coming, and he tries to play as many outcomes as he can manage.
What does he look like? Because you hear the dogs barking outside, a gentle reminder of the domesticity of this place that you're in, much quieter. And do you feel a sense of calm? Can you describe, does he look like a normal humanoid, or what is it about him that makes him seem a little different from, say, most humans or elves you would see?
He's rather tall. He definitely walks with a discerned confidence wherever he goes. Whether bravado or his actual confidence, no one will know. But he's just a clean cut, short hair, sort of almost military, almost sort of a jar head, sort of a shaven sides, very short crop, and just a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow always. But he will have kind eyes and piercing eyes, again, depending on the situation. His personality coming across is very transitional, depending on where he's needed and how he needs to present himself. It's a very distinct sort of personality that will come forward. So right now he's just in lone time.
Contemplation, taking a walk. You do know the gardens just outside this beautiful area that are still contained within the giant Radiant Citadel, right next to the incredible crystal, a diamond, but you believe it is a gigantic diamond that lies in the center. This gigantic column nearby, you can feel its healing radiance, reminding you of the few times you spent with your great patron, the Morning Lord. And you feel that resonance now. And is there anything that's on his mind as he prepares for this? Oh, you need to learn more information about what's to come, but what is it that most is at stake for you?
I hold space for my patron, and I speak to the Morning Lord, who goes by many names, Lythander or Manator, and in my upbringing we refer to him as Torm. So I hold space for that, and I just allow whatever guidance may be brought to me at this time. I hold confidence in myself and in my companions, and I just allow a little prayer for, essentially, may the dice fall where they may, as in let things just be right, in his own way.
Spending that time, you feel that presence of your patron upon you. In this place here, you feel also presences of other familiar and allied divine beings. Very welcome here. So you feel that this is a holy place, that you know that you are going to be able to commune with your God quite strongly. And as you pace around gently outside, taking that moment of sanctuary, Syrah, pop back to you. And as you stretch the muscles under your scaly skin from what you've just gone through there and massage the aches from your recent challenge, take a moment to describe yourself, what you look like, and what you're contemplating during your recovery before the big quest.
Absolutely. I'll even remember to unmute myself so Syrah can be heard. So Syrah is a lizard folk. They're relatively tall, very difficult to see what kind of age, quite different looking to the majority of the companions here. They have the color of their skin is sort of a mix of purple and aqua under the light. So there's almost like an oily sheen. They have very dark eyes and a very inscrutable expression, except unless you happen to be a lizard folk. They're dressed in sort of just a bit of an overcoat, wearing a bandolier, which they always wear, of various elixirs and also empty bottles for just picking up the occasional sample of things. Syrah's a very curious being, and always wants to learn more about the world around, or the worlds, having recently discovered there are more. I think at this point they're just working on their companion construct, which I realized we didn't discuss beforehand, and I hope this doesn't freak anybody out, is a little spider. It's got a heart of a glowing topaz. And if you look closely at that, you can see little lights flickering and reflecting in that topaz heart of the spider. And the little legs kind of come out. And if you look at it too closely, there might be just one too many joints in each of those legs, but it's hard to tell because it kind of tends to scuttle and just sort of hide in different parts of Syrah's robes. And, as a way of relaxing, after sitting down with Wilder and peppering Wilder with questions and finding other people and peppering them with questions, Syrah is not the most charming of people when they're not trying. They're just blunt. They've been around a while and really just ask questions and are curious. Oh, what's that? Oh, goodness. Are you about to bear young, or are you just fat? Kind of thing.
Just fat, thank you.
Oh, really? Can you not lay eggs? So that kind of thing. But of course, can be far more charming if they want to be. But I think they've asked a few questions and are now just sort of taking a moment to just sort of play with their spider, check different infusions, check different elixirs, probably mixing a few things together just to see with some of the new plant life that they've found here. Just, grinding it up, smelling it, tasting it.
Occasionally turning different colours.
Yep. And just organising their gear. So, with the bandolier and a backpack and just sort of moving things around and making sure that when they do set out again, everything that they want to be to hand will be easily to hand. And sometimes the construct will bark randomly, strangely.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is at that point to just have a gentle introduction to one of the characters who is still here, Wilder. She kind of like steps back for a bit as the spider barks. And you see her for a moment say, I forgot that it can do that. What was its name again? She says.
Construct.
Oh, Construct.
Struct for short. Yes,
Struct.
of course. Struct.
Okay. I knew that, she says, and she just kind of laughs to herself for a second as she looks at you and she just settles back into her meditation. And is there anything that you're also contemplating now that you're relaxing this here about what's to come?
I think Syrah tends to keep very much to themselves, and going on in their mind, it's a thought of just curiosity. They've been around a while, and while there are stakes, there are things to be lost. At the same time, the overwhelming sense is just curiosity. See what happens next.
As you're considering these options with your inquisitive mind, checking out the possibilities of how this place could possibly help in some ways and what you would do with your companions as well for the next part of your experiences in these strange realms. You settle back into some relaxing meditations and healing, bars possibly, whatever it is. It's easy for you with the acolytes who are around, willing and able to help you. And briefly, we look across to Wilder, monastically robed champion of the Fae, slowly collapsing on the floor near Syrah, relaxing under the administrations of the acolytes as well. Being of a different build, of course, to many of you, her concerns that the healers would not know how to deal with the wounds around her curled horns on her head and around the hairy legs and her hooves. So she kind of gently gives them the right direction as well, and they pick it up very quickly. Surprised she is, in fact, at how expertly they seem to be able to provide healing to many different creatures, which settles her mind quite well. Allows her to reflect on some of the challenges that she's faced, and she seems to be very contemplative during this time. A little bit of a frown crossing her face, but she seems not to be engaging with much else around her, except the odd time that the scuttling Struct comes across towards her and engages with her and then heads back towards Syrah. Gerardo, seeing this happening here, and as you tend to be, slightly reserved and a bit away from the others, you take a moment to have a bit of a stretch yourself after the rigours of what you faced. And the recovery from battle in a place like this is a far cry from other battlefields you've triumphed over in the past. It's a lot more softer than you're probably used to. As you are recovering, take a moment to describe yourself, what you look like, and what you're considering as you prepare for what's about to come.
Well, Gerardo is a middle-aged wizard. He appears to be wearing a blue robe, though in fact he would describe it as white with so many sigils embroidered it's become less amusing. As he is resting in a corner, he's got a small book that he is writing in with the words not seeming to stay on the page and having somewhat of a discussion with his staff, which is partially animated into a snake. So, yeah, at the moment, he seems to be communicating with his material plane and giving directions and just monitoring the going-ons of his business.
Seems to be quite focused and business-like. Syrah.
Every now and then, Struct kind of runs up to the snake and is sort of like two little front things trying to sort of, you know how spiders make friends? They kind of like wave their papillae at each other. It's trying to make friends with it.
How does it respond?
The snake doesn't seem to realize that Struct is there. It's speaking in what you assume is some variant of common, but it's someone else's voice. He's not just talking to himself, although he might be, you know.
Certainly at one point, Struct kind of like curls up around just underneath the crook of the snake thing's neck and seems to go to sleep with its little front legs curled under.
Gives the staff an occasional shake just to kind of move the construct away from Gerardo a little bit. I'm sorry, friend. Would you be minding to sleep with someone or somewhere else? I am trying to be conducting business here.
It seems not to be moving, except waving its little papilio across towards you in friendship.
Well, I'm supposing the gem is valuable. I will. Okay, sure. Why not?
As this interesting odd couple continues their banter, there's another moment where there's another priest that enters the room. I've seen a couple of times, but now actually enters with some purpose, shorter than most of you, and with a small tray of pots of healing ointment, it seems. You thought at first it was a young elf, or maybe a young human boy. As he gets closer, you realise there's something odd about him. And this charming cherubic face is familiar to Istrid. Tobin, if you take a moment to describe yourself and what you are considering as you see these warriors that you've been sent to aid.
Yes. So Tobin, you notice, walks with a bit of confidence, but there is a slight limp from an old war injury. He has olivish skin. His hair is long and curly brown that goes down to his shoulders, but his eyes are, when you look into his eyes, he always looks like he's trying to calculate and learn. He follows the god of all knowledge, Gillian, and he puts down the tray of healing and picks up one bottle amongst it and takes a sip of his bottle of boundless coffee. He's as he ministers the thing, you constantly see him kind of polish a bit of armor here and there as if there's blood that you can't see, but he seems to be able to. He occasionally looks up at Istrid, gives like a smile and a nod, but then goes back to doing some healing, and he's got books around him where he's mumbling to himself, and he seems to be berating himself from something he did wrong in the past.
And while you're doing that, Istrid, you recognise him at last. Someone that you've encountered before. What do you do?
My friend, I know this bothers you still, but this is in the past. We've come a long way together, and I have you to thank for that. Can we not just rest for a moment? Let the ghosts be ghosts.
My friend, some things are just hard to let go of, and you gave me purpose in my life, and I do believe that we've come to a good spot here, you and me, and it's still, there are some losses that will never settle you. But now that I see you here with amongst someone I haven't seen for a while, it does lighten my heart that you're here, and I hope that any future endeavor we have, I will be able to fix before it happens.
Yes, you've always had that eye, Tobin. Always so broad your perspective. I have no doubt that we will be assured in victory here, and we will continue to have victory as well into the future. Tell me, Tobin, are you worried about what we're about to face? Or do you feel like we might have all the facts?
I'm worried that, my friend, I don't have enough facts.
As always. That's all right. I will let you do what is calming for you, your research, your study, and your prayer. And you will guide us, I am sure. It's been some time since we've gone full throttle on the old sword and shield. Hope you're still able to keep up.
I'm sure you will be able to keep up, and I'll be watching your back, my friend.
What you're being using the sword and the shield with the destroyer thing that you were stabbing?
Yes, of course.
Not a long time.
No, well,
Did you get
you
that?
see, I woke up today and there wasn't any. So for me, that's a long time.
That is fair. I'm liking the attitude. This is why you're Astral Champion and not I, yes?
We
Oh
share the
my.
mantle. We
So
share. I
serious.
simply guide the arrow.
So serious.
Too much. Too
And as you
much.
s-
My friends. My friends. Syrah sort of like rummages in a pocket and says, I appreciate you are so serious, but it is an evening. I have an elixir you could try that perhaps could lighten your burdens
Oh,
for a
fantastic.
moment.
Reaches out for a flask.
Would you like one? Hands you one inside this. It's a little flask. It's probably a small kind of narrow, very much the same diameter. Kind of, I don't know. It looks a little like this. Hands it to you. Says, "This will lighten your burdens, most certainly."
Mm.
Got like
Stiff
a
drink is what we could
glowing
all do with
green.
right now. Yes.
Oh,
How do
I
you
see your
drink it?
offering,
Favorite.
yes.
Absolutely. Gives one
I
to you
will,
as well.
I will stop
You've seen
this.
Istrid. You've seen Istrid scoff it. Is there any effect to this elixir that you've given?
Absolutely. You start to feel very light. You feel light in your heart and light in your soul and light in your feet because Syrah does not always mix these properly and probably should have told you to shake it first as your feet start to fly, but your upper body does
Ah.
not. So you sort
I
of
was about to
tilt
just-
over a little. It's like you're now very top heavy.
Right.
It goes from the ground up. Is that right?
Goes from the ground
like
up
having
and it sort of
jetpack
stops at about your
boots.
waist.
And the
Yeah.
thrust is at the bottom, way off the center of gravity.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
So
Alright.
Harada doesn't seem to be bothered at all by being inverted. Well, strange things are happening on the astral plane, and he just starts trying to walk using his intelligence and just gently drifting off and seeming to enjoy himself.
So you realise,
Absolutely.
as you're here, you realise, of course, that you're being on the ethereal plane here in the Radiant Citadel. You had been in the Crucible, was on the astral plane that you guys had been to, but now being back here on the ethereal plane, probably the most experienced person here is Gerardo in terms of planar travel. So you know that it is slightly different in terms of thinking your way. It sadly doesn't work as well here, but you do know that whatever effect's happening here now, you reckon you can master it at some point. That's definitely possible. And as you're wondering this, Imilthe walks back in and smiles as they see the interactions, and walks over to Tobin and Istrid, looking around at you all, saying, very good to see that you have met a good friend of mine, Tobin. A friend of yours, I believe, too, Istrid, from what I've heard. Longtime friend and follower of the path of knowledge. As you can see from the colours of his robes and his emblems, Gillian, the symbol of the book here, god of pure knowledge on a distant world known as Kryn. He unfortunately was not able to join you for the Astral Championship that you recently faced. He was meant to and was held back because of the incursions that had just begun with the Githyanki and his world. And he was held back after many tragedies struck to help his people before he could join you again here. Tobin, it is very good to see that you've managed to join us at last and that you can help us with this.
How could I debate you, really?
Well, you've done...
One word got me here, Istrid.
You have proven a very adept debater in the past. You hear Imilthe say, with a smirk to their face, as they then say, as you can notice that the lights are slowly dimming, and they have been for a few minutes around you. You've been here now for a couple of hours. It's been like in terms of short rests. Imilthe gently nods towards the other acolytes who are here, and to the dogs outside, like, please tend to them. Make sure that they're okay. As
That may have
they
been struck. Sorry.
Struct. Okay, yes, fantastic. Okay, I'm glad to see Struct is so accommodating of this too. But my friends, and nods to the fellow priests over there, as they start to leave. Imilthe senses your acceptance of Tobin in the air, says, as much as he has not attempted the Astral Championship with the rest of you here, I would offer you that you accept him as not just a powerful ally in this, but also a very keen friend, at least of mine and of Istrid's, who is devoted to bringing balance and stopping a tyranny like this. Would you have him on board with you when you face the dreaded Vlakith?
Of course.
Seems Struct is very encouraging. This is good to hear. I like this.
Struct kind of scuttles off the snake staff and kind of runs up Tobin's leg and kind of like nuzzles just around sort of pockets and just sort of little front legs and papillae exploring pockets, and then just sort of settles up on his shoulder.
I immediately start trying to work out how she put this thing together and making notes.
As you make notes, it sort of points.
I am always being interested in having new friends, but what can you do, friend? What is your skill set? You're being helping with the swording or the magic or...
The healing, my friend, the healing.
Healing, yes. They are very very useful.
And as you're engaging there briefly, also, if you'd like to, Paul, you can have Tobin roll an investigation check to see what he can work out immediately about the construction. And as you do, Imolthe continues.
Oh,
and
great.
says,
I got +0.
For investigation? Oh.
What?
According to D&D Beyond.
That is fascinating, because I thought I would have been able to give you more. What did you get total? Roll?
Oh, it's wisdom built.
Yes.
Did it roll?
Yeah.
You can make it a...
You-
I think so.
That's so weird.
Yeah, his
like
knowledge-
+0, but...
The wisdom should be a lot higher, but we will go with this as well, that you get to add +4.
I will send it through from the other side of the realm. There we go.
Is it working?
Tobin
So
has
your
rolled.
first roll there, you
Someone
get to
roll
add
with
4
face.
to that roll, and you're also actually proficient. Sorry, you get to add 10, exactly what Jared was saying. So investigation. So you get to add 10 to that. And if you did, what would that total be?
Well, considering I somehow rolled it 4 times.
Wait,
on the first roll.
one is
investigation or
15
insight?
plus 10.
Investigation. No, investigation's a 0. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I can add +10 because it is actually, he's meant to have that high for this, which is 25.
Yes.
So on that, we can go
Yeah,
with that from
25.
Kira. 25. You can see that this is from not so much like a mechanist, but from an alchemist point of view, the way it's been constructed here. And very quickly, you can see some very ingenious ways that it's been put together. And yeah, it's fascinating, but you think you might need a little bit more work on it, but it's definitely been very well crafted. So yeah, you have a bit of an idea.
Yeah, you can see that it's actually
I
been
pick it up and
grown.
carry it over to you, and
Oh.
I pick it up and carry it over to you, and I put it upside down and say, "You need to fix it here." Hand it to you.
Intriguing. I would like to speak to you more of this. And as you sort of hold it upside down, the limbs all reorient the other way. So it's actually standing, so it seems to be up there the normal way. It's been, so Struct has been grown around it, sort of like topiary and like, what's the tiny trees called?
Bonsai.
Yeah, bonsai.
That's it, bonsai. So like a bonsai
Bonsai.
topiary.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Good.
Yeah, but there is a tiny little flaw where it looks like Struct might have been damaged from being kept in the pocket and not actually brought out at all during the Astral Championship because Syrah didn't want to get them hurt.
Mm,
I'll be back in 30 seconds.
no worries.
Okey-dokey.
As you look over Struct at this point and engage both of your knowledge and test of wills in a little bit here, Imolthe senses the acceptance of Tobin in the air, and she draws you up with her hands in the air as if to draw closer. You notice that she begins to pray, placing her hands on her heart first here and then on her head, whispering words which you feel as much as you hear. There's a sense of whispers in the air. And then she looks up to you as she speaks. We have allies in our fight to dethrone the tyrant Vlakith from an uprising rebellion known as the Chassal Coup. Their plea for support was met with some suspicion at first, and yet they have proven that there is great hope in sharing knowledge to bring unity, and may be our key to getting you what you need at your goal. I ask for you to hear them politely. Ask whatever questions you need to ensure your trust in them and your understanding of what they have at stake in what is about to come. And the Veil's part to the room as two tall, drably cloaked humanoid figures step out from her private chambers, it seems, to appear before you. At first, the first you see is a gaunt-limbed, stern-faced Githyanki you recognize. A female knight, in fact, encased in a baroque black metal armor with intricately carved with the dragon motifs. The other character, following not far behind, is a similarly gaunt female, yet with much calmer features and wrapped in a monastic cloth of violet, with blue gemstones and head ornaments that make her appear of some high status. What do you do?
I mean, Syrah will sort of collect Struck back up, put them back on their shoulder, sort of walk up and go, "Hello, I'm Syrah. And you are?"
The Githyanki at the lead nods for a sec, turns to face you, looks over towards Imilfe first, and Imilfe just nods to her. "The two of us, we are messengers. I am Kel Ilik, and my companion is the Githzerai Saris. We have been sent by my general Zetzde'er of the Githyanki city of Durnarath, and Saris here is a great zerth of her monastic community. I implore you hear me. I was once a supporter of Vlakith's tyranny. I fought for her many years and caused much damage, till I started to see what lies behind her lies. The horrors that she's caused my people for centuries, and I follow her no more. Saris has fought our people for these very reasons, but also for her own, as they could not see the possibility of unity between our peoples. The Chassel Coup, who we lead, we see differently." And at this point, she looks to her companion. She steps back as the monastic one steps forward and continues a story, raising her hands in peace. "We want to see Vlakith end much as you do. We ask you to hear our story in that we may aid each other, ending an infernal wrong that is perpetrated on our worlds and on yours and many other peoples for over 1,000 years. If we Gith are to survive the tyranny, all of us, of what she's bringing through, and for you, we need to put aside our hatred of each other to unite as a true path to enlightenment." And you see at this point, Wilder perks up a little bit and just leans forward at listening to what's going on. She continues to say, "We of the Chassel Coup have united to represent the will of many within both the Githyanki and Githzerai who wish to stand up against Vlakith and end the division and their isolation from other races to bring a brighter destiny for our peoples. But we cannot carry out a coup on the capital alone. There needs to be several actions taking place. For the Lich Queen has many powers and many agents around, and she needs to be divided in her defenses before we can bring her down. So we have a plan. We have talked with Imilfe about this, briefly with Tobin here, who has been very supportive. And we talk with you now to see if you will help us with this. Your mission now, tomorrow morning, after a rest, is to destroy the Lich Queen Vlakith in her very own palace on the great city of Tunarath in the middle of the astral plane. This is a deadly mission for any. This is why only the most experienced, gifted, and capable could take this on. To achieve this, several plans will take place at the same time. Imilthe has offered for her and her astral elves of the Radiant Citadel will be shown a secret way for their ships to carry us and to voyage to the edge of the Githyanki capital city of Tunarath, deep within the Astral Sea. There she will have attuned to the great orb of dragonkind that you have brought with you, activate a divine beacon that it has to call dragons forth. This immense telepathic power is not stoppable by any known force, and this artifact is incredibly compelling. Even the most ancient evil dragons in the region will head straight towards the orb by the most direct route, like it or not. As much of their armies are comprised of the red dragons given to them by Tiamat, they will be pulled forth from whatever dens or caves they come from and fly away from their capital to reduce their defenses immensely. They'll fly towards the astral elf ships who will lead them further into the astral sea, away from the capital. And these elves will then join allies hidden further forth from many other systems, including some of your own. And at this point, looks across to Gerardo for a second and says, and with help of other mercenaries, Acquisitions Incorporated have contacted in the past. We'll be ready to take on some of the Githyanki here as well.
I have been in communication with these friends, and they would be willing to help. All this said, while Gerardo is kind of just rotating slowly in a circle due to trying to fix the potion and not quite getting there. He's just calmly inverting and rolling over, but doesn't seem to be noticing. He's just focused on the conversation, speaking completely normally, and just slowly flipping upside down and back over as he goes.
It'll last about 10 minutes and then you'll flop back down to earth with a rush of euphoria.
That's fair.
The Githzerai Cyrus is just watching you quizzically but intrigued, whereas the Githyanki, Tililek, is looking at you with just strange disdain at what you're doing here. But Cyrus continues. While this is happening and the dragons are being brought away from the city, the Shaselku ambassadors will return to the city of Tunarath itself and put out a call to their secret cells of rebels that their time has come. The attack on Vlakith's forces is time to begin. As she tries to concentrate, as Gerardo continues switching up and down, upside down here. Gateways from the realm of Limbo itself will draw forth more Githzerai to help with their battle against the armies still loyal to Vlakith. Our greatest hope is that we do not cause too much damage or hurt to the citizens themselves. They are but pawns in her great will to try and control and suck the life of her own people. The city will turn to chaos at this point. As sides will vie for control, Vlakith will have seen her dragons leave, and your team will begin the third aspect of this attack. At this point, we will guide you via an invisible skiff to the edge of Tunarath itself. It will be on the edge of caves that have been dug into the actual body of this rock. If you know anything of Tunarath, have any of you got experience of what this great fortress in the sky is? Do any of you answer?
Unfortunately, I do.
Considering I
This
just
whole
had the
city.
biggest computer glitch all the way through your speech, I'm going to say that Tobin wasn't paying much attention. And when everyone looks at him, he kind of tries to think of the wisest thing he can.
Yeah, everyone looks to the
And
top of the
it's-
sky.
Even in times of crisis, people want to roll the dice.
Indeed, Imilthe says. Wise
Hoping
indeed.
that it had anything to do with what you were saying.
Imilthe nods. Wise words indeed, young Tobin.
Can I do an insight check just to see whether Sarah picks up on that?
Yes.
That Tobin was not paying attention.
Do you want to roll an insight check just to check on that? Tobin, are you trying to deceive in this case? Because it's very clear you've made it that way. If you wish, you could roll a deception check if you'd like to try and.
I would say I'm trying to deceive.
Okay, give that a deception check.
All I heard was something about a glass skiff that flies through space. So.
Okay, the two of you roll those two. In the meantime, Imilthay provides information that supports them and says, Turnaroth is not a world, a planet that you are used to. It, in fact, is an ancient being, a god that has died. And the remains of this god float in the depths of astral space, a titan of some kind of eons past that has calcified and turned to rock and gemstone. And this is what they have built their whole city upon. This is where you venture to. We will be taking you there, to the caves at the very edge of Turnarat, where the great dragons lie there in wait for the call from Vlaakith. Because of the dragon orb, they will have been called away. And it is also from our Shasolku spies we have learned one valuable secret of Vlaakith. There is a secret entry, a gateway into her palace. There are very few other ways into her palace other than walking in your own way, but she has this one as a secret way through that the dragons protect, and they will no longer be there to do so. It is one way that you will get through undetected into this place. And because of this, you will be able to head inside, find her phylactery, destroy it, and by engaging with it, you will draw her out to destroy her as well. There's a moment of bit calm here as they kind of look across at you to see how you respond to this. And it seems that Tilly Eck is actually pulling something out of her bag at this time. Does anyone do anything while this is happening?
I'm going to crash to the floor at an inappropriate time as the spell ends off. But Gerardo is just going to play it cool and just going to land on his side. And I'm meaning to do this. It is okay.
When a cat falls off the table? Yeah.
There's a...
Sarah,
yeah, go ahead.
Sarah definitely can tell what's going on with Tobin, since I had a nat 20 for that.
Ah, excellent.
But sort of tears their eyes away and sort of looks at them all and says, just to summarize, we have dragons. They will be gone. We shall go to the cave. We go through the cave and kill the witch.
Destroy the phylactery first.
I included that as part of killing the witch, but you were right. Details are important. So yes.
I mean, really, it's a three-step
destroy the
process.
phylacteral. Quite straightforward, I think.
Oh yes,
That's all I
absolutely.
know.
Just go in back door, destroy box, kill witch, come home, celebrate. Yes, easy plan.
Save the
Well,
world.
there's no
It's quite
need to
simple.
repeat yourself. We all heard her the first time.
There's nodding from each of them, particularly the Githyanki Knight, who says, yes, that is exactly what we are saying here. Look at this.
So many words. I feel that perhaps,
Could have been done in an email
please,
or a sending.
this meeting could have been an email. This meeting could have been a sending.
It's good.
I don't say that.
I can see that there's consternation looking about the Githyanki's faces, and Imilthay's just looking calm, saying, exactly. We shall move forward then. And she says, please bring out what you have. The Githyanki Knight shudders as she looks over at Tobin saying this, and then pulls out a map, which I believe may be entering your screen very soon. You can let me know.
Wow,
if it's
that
come
looks
through.
great.
As she points
What an
out,
excellent map.
this is the palace. Once you head through the gate itself, you'll see there's an arrival point right here, which is in fact in an invisible palace floating fortress next to the palace that she does not tell anybody about. It is her private sanctum. It is a place that she involves her experiments, and it is the secret way into her palace and a faster way to her phylactery. Follow the path we have here, which leads to another gate going directly into the palace itself. Follow that through into the Hall of Gith. That is where her phylactery is located. We believe from everything we've known that if anyone tries to enter the Hall of Gith, she will be summoned immediately. But we are not 100% sure of this. The greatest challenge we face in this is, as Tobin had rightly put, lack of knowledge. We do not know where Vlaakith will be, and if there is any way we can do this, we would like to find a way.
And after our experience with the whole stabbing of the head and being eaten, I'm not liking the sound of a Dreadnought Hall of Training. Are they training big astral monsters to be eating people?
No, good point, he says. There is no need for you to go there. It is, in fact, further on in her palace, but you do not need to pass through there to get to the Hall of Gith. Avoid it as much as you can, she says.
That is something reasonable. I am not wanting more being
if we
swallowed
have
and
to.
being eaten. And
If we have to, we can.
Immediately when they say you shouldn't go there, Syrah kind of perks up. They don't have ears or anything, but
Don't go there,
if they were a
Syrah.
cat, their ears would be like,
forbidden snacks.
yeah, exactly.
And Strux suddenly notices this and goes, and rises up as well, just kind of looking around like this at something.
Little antennas. Yeah.
Mhm. And at this point, Imulthe suggests, we recommend there is some way that we can keep connection between you and the Chassal Coup if there's any information about the Vlaakith's location. If anything, she may be leading her forces at Tunarath. It's very unlikely she will leave. She may still be in the palace, but we're not sure.
Unlike
seem to have
Ian,
lost
who
Jared.
has
I hope he
disappeared from my
comes back
video
soon.
feed. Sorry to interrupt if
He's
anyone's
still
hearing
there.
me, but,
You could, awesome.
okay.
So
Well, I need to fix
at
that.
this point, we would like to connect
So,
two of you
continue
in your
on
party.
on my
Paul's
side.
not gone.
There he is. Excellent. We would like to keep two of you connected. And we're suggesting that Saris here be telepathically connected to one of you. And we're thinking with this, perhaps maybe Syrah, if you would be welcome to this, we connect with you so that she will be able to let you know if they see Vlaakith, or vice versa, if you can let her know that you see Vlaakith, so they know where she is. What would you say to this?
It's hard to tell, but Syrah looks uncomfortable at the idea of this kind of intimacy with a stranger.
Hmm.
And it's like, I see the utility, certainly.
Could you be
But
linking to
is there-
Strux?
Is there another way?
At this point, Wilder steps forward. He's been looking very uncomfortable with things at the moment, or lost in thought. And she seems now like a glow has come to her face. And she says, I'm not sure for you. However, for me, and she looks at Syrah, particularly here, I'm so glad we've managed to connect through this Astral Championship. And I would want to be with you on this battle here, going into the palace itself. But I myself have also faced issues with a very strong monastic community that I've been dutiful to, and yet sometimes I've questioned in my past. What if I instead, Saris, you were going to have this connection potentially as someone with us here, and you need to be able to pass information on, but what if I came with you? And I was on this instead of this journey into the palace itself. I come with you here. I take on this connection with my good friend and ally here, Syrah. And that I can keep passing this information. And that means you, Saris, can focus on the rebellion that's happening in there.
Syrah kind of steps up and sort of takes Wilder aside and says, just one moment. Pulls Wilder aside and says, Wilder,
Okay. Yes.
I cannot protect you if you go with them.
She looks a little bit shy at first and blushes and says, I know, but she takes a deep sigh, looks you dead in the eye, and then winks, and she says, I've got this.
Wilder, I told you to trust yourself. I told you that you would know when the time would come. I just didn't think that I would not. If this is your choice, go with them.
You
But
can
I
see.
would connect with you.
I would want to stay connected with you if there was anything here. Honestly, I'm a little anxious about the whole thing, but I think I will. This is something I think that needs to be done. And I want you to know and to keep you safe if there's any way I can with the information I can pass on. And I believe that there's a certain vigor in their efforts here that will ensure that I'll be protected. She looks across at them at this point, speaking up a little loudly just so that they can hear, and you can see Saris just looking at her particularly as well and just kind of like nodding. She says to you directly, Wilder, this is a monk of the Order of the Githzerai. I've heard of them, and they are very dutiful to their philosophy. A little different, but familiar to mine, and there are many crossovers, and I would want to learn from this. I would trust this as well. I want to talk to her further tonight while we rest. But I believe we can make this happen, and we can keep each other safe, even at a distance.
Okay. There seems to be a lot more Sarah wants to say, and Wilder can probably tell that, but Sarah decides not to. Says, okay.
You see Wilder look really surprised there. I would have expected you to say more than that, Sarah, at this point.
Wilder. I think perhaps this connection will keep us safe, but there may come a time when I will disconnect. Don't try to follow that connection back.
She takes you very seriously at this point and just nods very soberly. It may happen for me as well, but if there's anything I do with my last connection is to warn you. And hopefully that won't have to come, but at least we're prepared.
Stay safe.
You too, she says. She looks a bit uncomfortable here trying to say goodbyes, and so she just focuses on this, and Immortay picks up on this to then speak to all of you. And says, I would take this on board with you, Wilder, if you wish. Would you accept her, Saris? And immediately you notice Saris do a deep nod and says, we're beholden, in fact, unto you for helping us out in this way and to help building trust within our different groups of people here. It is only through unity that we will be able to find true path of enlightenment. She nods to her. Wilder just sees this as well, and you can see that there's something she wants to start investigating with Saris there about this. And as that continues, Immortay says, good. It is decided. If there are any questions about this way forward, please, over our rest tonight, please ask us. We will provide what we can. But I implore you all, get your rest. In the morn, after you have recovered, we leave immediately. And she sets about stepping back, saying that she'll be nearby, and so will the Githzerai and the Githyanki if you have any questions. And it looks like it's a little bit of a buzz in the air that you are getting ready to rest, but with the knowledge of what is about to happen in the morning. Is there anything you'd like to do as you prepare for a long rest, or any questions about the map, or anything you wish to prepare?
I think Sarah is going to probably try and just do a little bit of experimenting with some of the materials, grinding some rocks together, adding some different pastes, combining them with bits, just to see if they can come up with another elixir or a paste. That's what they do. Sarah just does that. That's their way of relaxing, their way of thinking, their way of disconnecting.
Excellent. You do that. Sarah is focused on this with a little alchemical laboratory she set up with just the basics that she has nearby as well, given some support from the environment and from the Citadel. For any of you, is there anything in particular you wish to prepare?
Yeah, Istrid is going to, again, like find a nice secluded area with a bit of space, and he'll just get down to the most comfortable clothes, perhaps just a pair of very loose-fitting trousers. And with him, he brings his sword wrapped in cloth. He will draw it, take it from its scabbard, just clean it off, and he will begin practicing a routine, a sort of a set of moves that he does. And each time he flourishes his sword, he will practice imbuing it with a different kind of smites. You'll see different kinds of energy shooting up the blade, and as he swings it around, not unleashing it on any particular object at this moment, but effectively doing like a chi practice where he brings the energy forth, channels it into his blade, and then switches it, and it's more juggling these energies so that he knows and he tunes into them so they're ready at any moment when he needs them.
Excellent.
Struct 100% runs around your feet while you're doing this.
Excellent.
We have a little bit of a dance going.
Yeah, a little bit of a dance thing. Yeah.
Gerardo finds a
institutional
secluded area and
Yeah.
basically practices the moving with his mind. He's kind of floating around the place slowly, sometimes upside down, and just reorienting himself. That was fun.
Yeah, it must be nice to have
he's-
decent intelligence in this place.
He's
Just for
also
2
kind
feet
of
on the
flicking
ground.
through his. He's also going through his spell book, mumbling incantations, and just preparing his spells for what's to come,
Mm.
and
Excellent.
focusing to hopefully not have a burst of wild magic at the wrong time.
On that note, I'm going to get you to roll a 20-sided die.
I will do that.
Mm.
Not good.
What'd you roll?
That is
Lord.
2, is what that is.
It wasn't a 1. It wasn't a 1, which is what it was. It was literally a 1 or less, so you're okay. You felt the surge of wild magic suddenly rise, and actually, after your events from the day, it takes a long rest usually for your wild magic surge rating to go back down to 1. However, something in this palace, this citadel, seems to be suffusing this energy to really reduce things. And you think, thank God, that was probably a good time for that to happen. You do realize, though, it is still there, that kind of like a burning kind of energy that might go off at any point.
He pauses for a moment and just kind of burps the flash of green light.
Excellent. There's still a bit of it there. Is there anything, Tobin, is there anything you're preparing before you leave?
Yes, Tobin's got the map out on a table in front of him,
Mm-hmm.
and he's called over the person who gave him the map. And he's saying, okay, so what kind of floor do we have? Is there any kind of traps you know of? What's this throne room compared to the Hall of Death?
She says, you
How
actually...
high is the ceiling?
Mhm. As soon as you begin asking these questions at a rapid fire rate, Kil Ilek, this is the Githyanki knight, is there, and she's very happy. One of you has asked her these questions. She seems very stern about everything here, and she says, I am glad you asked. I will give you information now that I can provide as best as I can about what she's shown on this map and what I know. She says, in brief terms, you get a bunch of things from her very quickly. Where are we here? She mentions, first of all, you were asking about the floors. Is that right?
They call it, the type of floors.
Type of floors and things. No worries. We've got, she says, all of the floors have been made over 1,000 years ago. They've been around for a long time. The architecture is of obsidian in most places, and the glass may of crystal of some kind, but has been treated with glass steel, so it is very difficult to break. Indeed, they are also imbued to regenerate. Damage that is done on them will reform and heal them over time. That is one thing to note about them. One thing that you must know, and you must pass on to those here who have magic to be able to transport, is that teleportation is dangerous within the palace. Blackheath, for want of a better term, is paranoid. She has ensured that the palace has infused all of its walls with magics to protect from those coming in. Hence, the reason the gate is so important. It is one of the only places to get in through here. But if you attempt any kind of pass wall or misty step or dimension door through these places, you'll find a horrible surprise. You may be buffered out of being able to do this and stuck within your room there. And it may be incredible force damage to your system if you do this. I warn you not to try it as much as you possibly can and follow the route that we have provided. But I warn you, just in case you ever do try.
The flickering of pages gets faster as Sarada seems to be crossing off certain things in his spellbook and rummaging around quickly.
Excellent, noting these down. Also, you should know, Tobin, one of knowledge. She has literally sucked the life out of her people. There is a right where the great knights, once they have reached a certain level of power and reputation, are drawn to her palace for the ultimate gift. Apparently it was meant to be able to be sent off to fight in the wars in other realms and planes. But what she does instead, she uses the great crown of corruption she wears on her head to suck their very soul from them, turn them into undead to follow her, and she then uses that to infuse the very undead life that she has. Because of this, there are many who have died within those walls over hundreds of years. And it is rumored you will hear them. In fact, not even rumored, I've heard them whispering to you.
So when you say knights, are we talking death knights like on my realm in Kryn?
I know of these. They're terrible beings. I know none of those here. Nothing that powerful. She does have some that are known as Tla'ikith. The Tla'ikith are those who were knights who managed to retain loyalty beyond death and are now spectral warriors that fight for her. Thankfully not as powerful as your Lord Soth, perhaps. Something like that. Or death knights of that ilk, but indeed dangerous. What I am worried about for all of you is the whispers of the damned are heard when you walk through this palace. Be sure to encourage hope and dispel any fear from each of you. It can be very unnerving to the living. There are 3 other things you should know.
So in the astral plane, we use thought for movement.
You can. For those of you who can, give it a go. You may try this. Normal movement, of course, is possible due to the gravity on Turnerath. But if you are focused and use your intelligence, you may be able to transport yourself. Those of you who have very little experience on the astral plane may find it difficult. The more difficult the maneuver, the more difficult it will be to attempt, and it may simply not work. However, it is very useful if you are able to channel it so that you can move through space by the very thought of will alone.
It is being very useful, says Sarada as he kind of floats past reading his spellbook.
Does the same thing happen inside this palace?
It does indeed. Same thing inside the palace, being part of the astral plane.
Tobin kind of pushes the floating balloon away. Because inside the palace, do you still have to use thought to move?
I'm going to let him do that, and I just gracefully drift off and still reading my spellbook and half listening to the conversation.
No, indeed. As I mentioned, you can use physical locomotion as you usually do. That is, in fact, the usual way many people move around. However, those who have mastered it use the mind. It allows you to travel in 3 dimensions very easily, but for some it's not easy to master. So I just warn you. As we can see, she says as she looks over towards Gerardo. And then she says, 2 more things. Scrying and detection is possible. However, it is sometimes muted for others. Blackheath, not so much. She likes to keep an eye on things, and at any point she may try to listen in on rooms. It is unlikely she'll be doing this in the rooms that you begin in, as that is very rarely tended to by living beings, let alone outsiders. However, be aware she may be watching. And also, doors. There will be some doors you see on the map there that are different from normal ones. There are ectoplasmic doors that you need to think your way through rather than actually open them, to be able to get through them. There are misty doors as well that literally, again, passing through your own, using your mind, you'll be able to open them through. And then there are doors made of, and she literally curls her lips at this. The room that this one, and he points to the floating figure going through the air near you. That room he mentioned, or someone else, about the Astral Dreadnoughts. You saw that one there? If you see on the map, as soon as you head into that direction there, then the Hall of Death, avoid all you can. The door itself and the doors leading to there are made of flesh, non-living, and quite nasty to those who are living who try to enter them.
Oh. Yes.
Well, at least the trophy room is looking interesting. Whee!
Syrah has kind of taken a bit of an interest, and is like, I want to say ears pricking up, but you can't actually see any ears on Syrah.
She always raises. She has a long neck, so there's always her neck rises at this point or something.
Yeah, it sort of raises up a little bit.
Is it the head tilts as well?
Yeah, the head sort of tilts, and you notice that that Struct kind of like stops running around Istrid's feet and is kind of like crept closer as well.
Well, on that note, she then gives more information throughout the time here. For those of you with less attention span for this depth of information, you drift off. However, for someone like Tobin, you spend the rest of the time that evening, in fact, for the next couple of hours, she goes into depth with all of your questions, and she's very, you can see, respectful of you, of what you want to know about this. And she seems an open book to you, giving as much as you can learn. So you now have knowledge of these, and if there's any point in future you wish to learn this knowledge or to use this as part of, say, a flashback, you can. When something dangerous happens, it may be something you were warned of. So note that down as, if nothing else, sleep starts to descend on all of you as you realize a rest is in need. And for all of you, unless there's anything else you say, you can see that the Githyanki and Githzerai are also tired at this point, and Imilthay recommends a long rest. At this point, if there's nothing else you do, you all take a rest. If any of you have any, I think everyone's at full hit points, but just as a reminder, with a long rest, you all get your hit points back. All of your hit dice are now back to full as well. And if there were any conditions that were lingering, this wonderful place of healing has managed to pull them away from you. I don't believe anyone has any curses on them that I'm aware of. So,
No, I don't think so.
if there were, as far as we know, there's none that are going on here. And then the next morning, you awake. And with very little time to prepare, before you know it, you're on the Astral Frigate, moving away from the docks of the Radiant Citadel and entering into the depths of the Astral Sea towards Turnerath. As you approach, you find that you're actually heading through a gateway that leads from the ethereal plane and into the Astral Sea itself. It is a strange journey, and you feel the ripple of magic come across you as you enter this new realm. And suddenly you see, in the distance, under the cover of the invisibility that you have been provided by the powers of the Astral Elves, you see the floating being of what is Turnerath, far in the distance, a shadow of what looks like a tailed, long-limbed, six-limbed creature of 6 arms, it looks like at one point. A giant head and bits floating off it here and there, and little dots which look like maybe ships flying away from it and to it. In the depths of the astral plane itself, this Turnerath was once a god, a great being of incredible power, that now, after eons of being dead, alone, calcified, turning to rock, you can see that there's a great metropolis that has been built. The center of the empire of the Githyanki dwells from here. Strange sounds emanate from the area as you head through this strange astral sea and landscape, as you head across towards this hidden place. As you approach, Wilder says her last goodbyes to all of you, as you can see that she's about to make her way over to the city itself with the Chassal Coup. She does not know how to say goodbye to Syrah particularly, but then she just simply bows and kneels before her. And she says, "Thank you for your friendship," she says. The tears well up, but she manages to hold together. And then she just shakes it off in her very Fae kind of way as well, and lands back up on her hooves. She says, "Well, off to success then, hey?"
Syrah doesn't say anything out loud, but since they have this connection, sort of passes on not any words, but just a sense of care. And just sort of puts their hands together and sort of runs a hand across the rings that she's wearing. And a ring that Wilder is wearing just feels warmer on her hand for a moment.
Right. And she just nods at this point. And you see the Shasoku head from you all. And as Imilthe is about to let you go, as you board a small skiff on the edge of the frigate, she says her final words to you. Know that you all entering the depths of the astral plane, and magic healing is all that will aid you. There is no time for rest. You will not have time, in fact, to rest, to be able to get this grave mission completed. Stock up on your healing and remember the words that were told to you. But I have a full trust in what you've accomplished here. You should lead them well, she says. She just nods to you all.
Go boldly. And may we be victorious in the end. We will be brave, we will be righteous, we will shine brighter.
As Istrid says this, the words of Girardo just kind of like filter into the background. What was it that he said?
And don't be getting eaten by dragons.
And say, just kind of smiles. There's a smile to her there. And she hopes that she can as well. And she looks back over her shoulder. You notice that the glowing red orb of Dragonhind is in the center on kind of a plinth of the actual frigate. As you see her just even for a moment seem to take a moment of concern on her face, which is you've never seen before. She says, "We'll do everything in our power not to be eaten or be taken over by these powers here. As should you. I wish you well." She turns. She walks straight across over to this as your skiff pulls away and heads over towards the Dragon Caves. You see the graceful bows of at least a score of astral ships now actually heading into the distance and back into invisibility. And then winged dots in the distance you can see flying around of dragons near the edge of Turnerath. But as you get closer towards where you can see the caves in the distance, suddenly the ships appear in a whole like flurry. May on the edge of your vision as well. You're not sure how far it is because of the astral space and distance. It seems to be warped for you. But you hear this gigantic roar. And this flame starts to come out of the caves in front of you there. And you sense out of the edge of these caves, this light appears at first, a flaming light, and then this gigantic creature flies out, a gigantic two-headed red dragon, ancient, possibly twice the size of the frigate that you were on just now, flies very close to you, not seeing you, but heading straight towards your distant ships in the far horizon, followed by two other dragons of red nature, one large, not anywhere near as large as this, and another slightly smaller one, and they fly behind it. Other dots from Turnerath itself start flying towards this, roaring. You can hear from their throats this huge roar, and some of them are flaming already. There's a manic look in its eyes. Both sets of it, a two-headed dragon, one with a more gnarled smile and the other one with kind of like a gleaming kind of like nose, front, kind of like visage, as they all race into the distance towards the orb of dragonkind that has been set off. At this point, you see that the skiff, the Githzerai and Githyanki around you quickly nod, and the skiff flies invisibly towards the cave itself. And you hear them say, "We have very little time. It is your chance to enter here," as they just slightly land, and you can see that they quickly down the rope so that you can quickly jump off. You notice that the ground shudders around you as they all look around, and bits of rock start to fall as well from the top here. The Githzerai say something that, Tobin, you recognise from the talks last night. Earthquakes have been happening for a long time, actually, over the last couple of years, and have been increasing, which hasn't been felt in Turnorath before this generation. And they think that Vakith may be doing something to affect Turnorath itself. As they subside and you're there, Saris turns to you all and says, "This network of caves was once the still beating heart of the one in the void. This being, once a god. Long dead, it is unknown what this entity was, but the entire cave network we have known radiates a faint residual aura of calm we've never felt before. Which is odd now, considering such a powerful tyrannical empire was built upon its own bones. The great dragon you saw then, the two-headed one, is Desicrul, two-headed ancient one defending all of her armies. We have little time to enter while he is busy. Hopefully this will keep drawing it away. We do not know how long the orb will keep them at bay. But be careful. Your last advice, this place and the palace you enter, it is not for mortals. Protect yourselves. May the spirit of this dead god, of hope perhaps, and whatever god you believe in, guide your way. We leave you." They quickly mount onto their skiff. There's nothing else that you say as you do this. They pull these rungs up here. They just give you one more nod. The skiff takes flight and disappears from view. So right now, you're at the beginning of a centre of caves. We're going into a bit of a skill challenge right here so that you can get your way through. And what you have now 10 minutes to come up with a plan for how you guys want to get through. You know that you can spend this time discussing whatever kind of options you wish to have to prepare, but it is considered as if it's real time. And you know the Dragon Caves at Turnorath are avoided by all who venture towards the Githyanki's capital, and the Githyanki themselves are banned from entering it. But you do know that there could be traps and other things that the dragon has kept here to try and keep those outside and from getting towards this gate. Your whole goal is to try and get through here safely and through to the gate. And here's how we're going to play it. You will decide, each of you now, as you discuss in this 10 minutes, what aspect of exploring these caves you want to do to lead the team. It'll be a skill that you're going to be rolling against eventually, but you can also say, choose up to 3 things to aid that check. One of them has to be some ability, a spell, or a feature, or an item that you have on you. The other 2 can be another one of those, or it can be a call on one of your companions to help you with this. You can only call on 2 of your companions to help you in your way through. So in this case, have a think about what kind of abilities you want to be able to use, which kind of skill you wish to be able to focus on, and choose between the 4 of you. And once we've come across the end of the 10 minutes that you have, you'll be going straight into it. And one last piece of advice. You're not just choosing what kind of skill you're going to use and what kind of abilities you want to boost it to hopefully give it advantage or some kind of benefit. The base DC is 20. Remember, you can call on others. But you also, the order you do this thing will affect the outcome of what happens. And this is kind of like a little shorter form of storytelling to get you through here and into her palace.
Okay.
Have you got any questions before we start the 10 minutes?
No, I think it's a great mechanic, though.
We'll give it a go.
Yeah.
All right, then.
All right.
Your time begins now.
Time starts now.
I cast Divine Sense.
Okay. You have Divine Sense on.
Istrid's going to immediately cast Light, put a beacon up around us, and throw his Divine Sense to 60 feet down the caves to see
Cool. I'll give you.
There is anything unexpected down there.
What things does it detect? Fiends.
Celestial, Fiend, Undead.
And is it within sight, I believe, as well? 60 feet
60
of
feet,
sight.
not behind total cover.
Okay, cool. Within that, you do not sense anything. Actually, you sense one thing overriding, no creatures specifically, but the entire place here radiates a celestial energy.
Hmm.
And it
Imagine
kind of
it's
gives you a little
too much
spark of
sugar
hope.
for me. It like makes me feel a bit sick. It's like, ooh.
It is
Woohoo.
actually, that's a really good description. It's odd, but it's there.
Yeah.
Time's ticking, guys. Anything you want to discuss? Anything you want to work out who's going to go first and what you want to use?
Well, I'm
So
thinking that I will be going first. I am great at sneaking, and I'm having magical senses to look for traps and find the warding glyphs and the explosives and all of that.
Yes.
So out of game terms, I can do stealth and arcana.
You
for
can use
this
your
one.
own voice now if you want, because it's kind of
Yeah.
going. This is a montage.
Yeah.
If you want
This is
to.
a montage.
Voice. I love the voice.
It's a great voice. I love
So you're
it.
thinking using sneaking?
Correct, and using my arcana to try and sense any magical or mundane traps that might be around. I do have thieves' tools, but I'm not proficient with them. Still have a
Okay.
chance to disarm things if I have to.
Sarah would probably jump in as they're talking about this. So Sarah is a tinkerer, has done a lot of things, is proficient in these tools, is pretty good at things like investigation and arcana. Maybe not so good at actually trying to open locks, but I think they would definitely be helping you looking for things.
Absolutely. And
yeah.
does she have any? They have any infusions that they can use to increase her other senses or ability to sense magic?
Well, funny you should say that. I do have, I've got a few things. So I've actually got a, what is it? I can't remember what I stored in it. So I've got a few elixirs. Since you're going to go first, probably going to give you a little elixir, which is an elixir of boldness. This basically means that you can add a d4 to every attack roll, but more importantly, saving throw, should you happen to set anything off. And so that's like a 10-minute thing. So, and I've got a couple of those. So I'll give that. It tastes like aniseed, though.
Okay.
I
so
will
it's like
shake
a
it
bit better.
thoroughly before I drink it
Yes,
this time.
definitely
Learn
shake
the
it
first
thoroughly.
lesson.
Quick question just on that. So you're suggesting you're going to use, is it, your Gerardo, is it stealth you're using or arcana as your main check?
Let me just confirm that one. I believe I will go with stealth for that one.
Okay. You can use arcana like using spells or something like this, or the arcana skill itself to try and boost that. I think that sounds interesting as well, kind of what magic or what you can discern. Other things, guys, do you want to search the place? Do you want to look for tracks? Do you want to defend and be prepared?
I'll be keeping an eye out. So mechanically, I've got a +10 for investigation.
Okay.
So I'll be keeping an eye out, sticking very closely behind Gerardo. I'm not the sneakiest person in the world. Oh, yes, I am. I'm relatively sneaky too. So yeah, so I think the two of us will scout ahead, and I'll be helping. So whatever Gerardo's trying to do, I will help, and sort of vice versa. I'll also kind of be ready to pull him back out of anything that suddenly appears. So I'll be saving him, basically. Be trying to save him. And I have, where is it? It's an artificer thing.
Oh, there it is. That's 5 minutes.
Flash of Genius. So I've also got Flash of Genius, which if he needs to do a save, I'll be using that, and he can add a +4 to that. So he's got the elixir and a +4.
And what's Tobin doing?
Tobin's trying to work out what features and traits he can use.
Actually, don't worry so much. I'm going to pause there for a second because as you're deciding this, I'm pausing the timer. Try to think, first of all, of what is it you feel that you're going to be most helpful at. It could be trying to investigate the area around you or what knowledge you have of this that's going to help everyone and who can help you with this to get around certain things like what kind of rock it is or that. So, I mean, he's in knowledge, which is a big thing. Or he could be just there ready to heal and help people as they go through to protect. So that could be the other option. Another option I think he could choose. I would like you to think about what it is you feel like he's best at doing and focus on that, and we'll work out a skill. We'll work out a skill from there. That's the same for you, Istrid, as well. And that means you can also call on others to help you with those. So before we go any further,
Tobin and I
go for any questions.
I think, we'll do a little bit of a pair up. Sounds good.
Okay, we can focus on you in a sec because as the two of them have started talking and Tobin and We'll make it that you guys have got another four minutes. This was 5 minutes that just went by as well. How about we just have some time with Tobin and Istrid just talking for 5 minutes, and then we'll kick off again from there. How's that sound?
Perfect.
You go, Tobin and Istrid. What do you want to do as you hear them talking in the background?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
my best traits would be to investigate. I've got Arcane Eye, or I can just protect everyone with magic. I can put a magic
Yes.
circle around us if there's a specific type of danger that you think we're going to come across.
Arcane Eye is good because you can send an eyeball floating along and looking ahead for you, which is kind of good, and it's invisible as well.
Yeah. I've got that in a ring too. I've got
If
so
you come
much
into danger,
jewelry.
you have to go to your sword. I can
yeah,
I
Tobin,
can set them
I
up and you
think,
can knock them down.
Yes, the old one too. Look, I also had an immediate impulse to cast some protective spells. Perhaps we could just exchange protective spells. I can see our companions keen to make head into the entrance here. However, they are both very proficient at avoiding combat and nasty things, I can tell. So perhaps we reserve those for when things do heat up. But now perhaps we watch the rear. I hold an aura that channels through me for my companions. I would say we let them lead a short distance and then keep them within 30 feet. That way, any actions we need to take are ready and able.
Sounds good.
Okay.
You're going to stay close then, within 30 feet, all of
Yeah.
you. So you've got that aura of protection.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw up. I've got a bunch of auras. Tobin, do you have any like aura? Like, what sort of buffing are we looking at? In terms of-
Magic
Oh my God.
circle.
I mean, do you know what's actually pretty?
Someone just whispered magic circle.
Magic circles
Yeah.
one. You'll have it'll be in your buffs and defenses, I think, Tobin. Any of those there. Some of them say aura in the description as well for you. So you've got that as an option. Hang on, let me just check. I think I might see it there as well. You've got things like also there's
Holy
magic
aura, you mean?
circle. Holy aura is a very powerful one. That's like 7th level, I think, but that's more of an
Yeah, I know.
attacking one, I
I
think.
don't know if that's worth wasting right now.
Magic circle's good because it goes for an hour and it's concentration. Oh no, it's not concentration. It goes for an hour. So
I
10
love
foot.
those.
Tobin, do you remember when we?
That means we have to be pretty close to them, though.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know. Do you remember when we had to slip undetected against that witch in the past?
I'm
I believe
pausing.
here there is an insane amount of psionic energy, if I'm not mistaken, and any of that could be sort of scrying or perceptive points of view upon our position. You have cast a way of revealing ourselves in the past, a non-detection spell.
Well,
Not
yeah,
sure if
I can cast
anyone else would
non-detection.
I believe you have that as a utility. You can do non-detection. It doesn't say it there, but you do have that, and that would be a 3rd level spell.
Yes, it is.
So you could do that, I think, on each person. It would cost a few more slots. I'll just double check on that spell for you.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
That last 8 hours.
Yeah, no worries.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, 3rd level spell, but last 8 hours.
For the duration, you can hide a target you touch from divination magic. The target must be a willing creature or placed on any 10 feet. That's okay. You can't be targeted by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying senses. If you want to use this as your flashback, you could have cast this on all 4 of you, and it'll be 4 slots. It will take 4 3rd level slots or higher slots from you if you want to do those. You could do it as a higher level spell if you want as 4th level instead.
What's the difference with 4th level?
It means you use up a 4th level slot instead of a 3rd level slot. So that means that it's really up to you. Currently, you've got a total.
Does it make it stronger or?
No, sadly, this doesn't
Yeah, it's
upscale.
supposed to
So
be
it's
a
probably
single
worth doing it
target.
a 3rd. It's probably worth
Yeah,
a
just do it
3rd.
at 3rd. Yeah,
You have.
3rd it is.
I think you get 1 as a bonus because of your domain. You get non-detection as a bonus. So one of those is actually not a slot. You just get to do it. So that means you can then spend 3 slots, which will tick off your D&D Beyond character sheet. And that means all 4 of you now have non-detection.
Oh, amazing.
And we'll just
How
remember
can
that. You
Wait,
cannot
I
be
was gonna
divined.
say.
It's okay. You guys now all cannot be divined. I'm going to bring the timer back on so we can keep going from there.
As
That's a
that
good one.
sort of goes on, Sarah kind of like you're wearing clothes that are a little bit too tight. It's like,
Yeah, that's it. So you've got, at this point too, couple more minutes. Actually, you've still got now between you guys have got 2 more minutes. Anything else you want to do? Do you want to confirm what skills? Actually, what is it you're trying to do? It sounds like, Tobin, you're trying to use Arcana or something to be able to help you guys use your scrying, etc. And I think Arcana is a good one to help you get through.
Yep. I have plus 12 on Arcana.
Nice.
Amazing.
Okay. Then
Wow.
Istrid, what would you like to do? We've got somebody who's investigating. That's Sarah. She's going to keep keeping an eye out. We've got someone stealthy now, Gerardo. You've got someone who's using their knowledge and Arcana to try and protect you and get the best spells up and running to get you going here. Other things you could possibly do are things like...
I am a paladin. And
Yes.
while I don't see myself as having any authority over these people, as they are their own individuals, together we are a uniting force. So just as we are about to head into these caves, I gather my companions around me. We have a bit of a huddle, and I say some encouraging words.
It sounds like a performance check to me. That's a big one as well. So that's great. So
Nice.
I think that's awesome. Persuasion? Yeah, that can work.
That's what I was aiming
Persuasion.
for. That's what
To be
they
able to lift their spirits, I think, is a good thing. And that can also help you throughout this to try and keep their spirits boosted as well. That's perfect. So it'll be a charisma-based or persuasion-based check, I think we'll have. Is there anyone you want to call on to help you with that as well, who you think can also boost up people's spirits? You can call out to 2 people.
I
Same
mean,
for each of you. Yeah.
Strut like runs up onto your shoulder as you're doing this and kind of like does a cute little tappy dance on your armor.
And just as that happens, something happens. And
Yeah,
it's a
little
pause.
fist bump.
As soon as it happens, the ground shakes again. You feel a great earthquake start to happen, and you hear distant roars from outside. And you can't quite see around you at the moment here, but I'm assuming maybe you've got your arcane eye up, if you wish, Tobin, to send out to have
Yes.
a look at what's happening outside. Do you wish to do that?
I shall do that.
As
I
you
shall
do,
arcane eye.
you send it
The
out.
first
so
thing I
you
do
can-
is like wave my hand behind my bum and go, oh, sorry, excuse me.
Okay, awesome.
And then
A puff of
It's
gas.
an arcane fluff.
And as you distract everyone with this and send the arcane eye out, you tell them through what you see that there is flame. There are those images of in the distance, the astral ships you can see have now been engaged by the flames of the dragons. You can see little specks floating around them as well, and one of the frigates just is engulfed in flame at this point, as blasts of magical energy are also shooting from the astral skiffs at this point, and there's a fleet of Githyanki ships heading towards them here. You realize your time is running out. You now have 5 more minutes before this is all done. What do you do?
All of
I'd
us
say
or
we
just
head
those
forward.
two?
Is there anything else you do? Do you want to,
I
what's
point I say
the
we
order?
go that way really fast, and if something gets in the way, turn.
Okay. Who is leading? Is it Gerardo?
Yes, I think Gerardo with Sarah, and we're kind of supporting
Yeah.
each other
That
to
makes sense.
find any traps, disarm anything, or
Yeah.
So that'll be a
And what I
stealth check
also do-
first.
That's what I heard.
I also I grab a small handful of rocks and just rub a little bit of a substance on them, and they start to glow. So I have imbued a couple of tiny rocks with 5 foot of glowing light, and I just put them in my pocket so you can't see them, but I have those if I need to.
Excellent. Before you roll in, Gerardo, we haven't decided yet because it's before you do. Main
Right.
reason is I'll take that. That's okay. But the main thing is I'm trying to work out the order so we know which order that we're going in because it's important. So you've got yours. Thanks for that. That means who's going after the stealth check of Gerardo and the things and the people he uses and the items he uses? Is it going to be...
So It'll be Syrah. With sort of sticking on Gerardo's shoulder, kind of looking around, investigating, looking to see anything that Gerardo misses.
Okay, sounds good. And then with the final two, Istrid and Tobin, who would go first? The Arcana to try and check things around the area to help them with the investigative arcane eye and spells, or would it be the Persuasion to try and boost people up? Would that be yours first? Sorry, yours Arcana. That'll be third, and then we'll do yours last. Excellent. Okay,
Yes, it has a responsibility to Istrid's safety.
I like the
So is
sound of that.
Istrid trying to convince us first, like inspire us first, and then we do all this, like with the inspiring chat?
It's
As you go.
It's like let
As we
everybody
go.
just do what they need
Cheerleading.
to do. And it's
Mhm.
it's cheerleading. It's like, go team, okay. You ready? Let's do it.
Oh my God, you guys
It's
are doing
Yastrid.
this so well.
Yastrid is here. Yastrid is here.
Yastrid.
Well, on that note, you can also use any of your spells that help imbue like calm emotions or anything that gives sort of like bless to others, you name it, that kind of stuff. Is there anything in particular you want to use to help boost your persuasion check to then
It's
help
not
keep
subtle.
everyone's spirits elevated?
But command. Do well.
That is interesting.
Well, that's not subtle.
You will feel better.
Smile. It's up to you. Have a think about it because your roll's about to come up.
I unfortunately, most of my magics and features are very destructive. So this is just coming from the person
The
that
heart.
is Istrid, unfortunately, this time.
Do you want to call on anyone? Last thing before we have, because we've got about a minute left, you can
I
call
guess
on
if
any
my
one of
words-
you.
Yeah, I guess
to-
if one of my words
to
were
aid-
directed at anyone, it would be
Yeah.
Tobin. I've
Okay.
always been the sword, and you've always been my shield. I need that shield to be our shield. We need to bring everyone into the fold. There have been challenges, you and I, especially the first time we met. That battlefield will never be gone from our minds. The screams, the cries, as everything was laid to waste. We found each other, though, and we have come this far. And quite frankly, I don't think what we're about to face is anything compared to that. So, allies old, new, from afar and close, we can do this. I know we can. Together.
He
Go
puts
for it.
puts his finger up. He reaches behind his shield and grabs his bottle of bountiful coffee from his cup holder. Sculls it, and as it's filling back up again, he puts it back. Like, I'm ready when you are.
And just as you're saying this, the time is almost up. And Syrah, you receive a message. It's a message from Wilder. Yep, it's a. You got to pick it up. And you suddenly hear her voice ring clearly in your mind. And you hear her say, Syrah, chaos, fighting everywhere in the city. Shassal and our group engaged Vlakith's elite guard. Vlakith has appeared. May the light be with us all. That's all you hear. You have a chance to reply and respond with up to 25 words. What do you say?
Take heart, Wilder. There will be no sacrifice from you today. We shall triumph. That's it.
And with that, we jump into it. We're going to do this, and I think after this, actually, we'll have the break. So what we're going to go into is, first of all, you dive into this dank, large, crystalline tunnel that smells of dragon. For any of you who've actually faced them before, an old, powerful dragon. So you have a moment now. For the first of you, that would be Gerardo. As you're stealthily moving along, you said that you were going to use your Arcana to help kind of like get an idea of the space as well. So would you like to roll an Arcana check to see what you pick up from this area? See if that can help you.
Certainly. 24.
Excellent. Phenomenal. Okay. So, let me write these down. 2, 3, 4. And that was a 24. That's very nice. You pick up, as you're heading through this area, where are we here? The first thing you notice, you come to a large room that you managed to keep quiet about. You notice that it reminds you of a dragon's lair. It's an enormous 30-foot high cavern with 3 other tunnels branching from it. That some of them seem to have been covered up by this ectoplasmic kind of, almost like spider webs across the entire place. It's kind of gunky and it's a little bit sticky as well to get through. It seems to be astral ectoplasm of some kind. The cave slopes down narrowly, deeply into a 30-foot diameter gaping pit in the middle of the cave, which looks more like a stony moor than natural rock formation. You sense there are things down at the bottom of this, and using your abilities as well, manage to detect there is a sense of movement down there. And you do have the feeling that this is actually a dragon's lair itself. You notice that there are 3 exits from the walls over here, which probably with your next check, the investigation will help you get out of here. But you're going to use the aid of Syrah, I believe, to help you with your stealth to get through here, as you sense there may be other things down below, maybe not dragons, that may also be lairing near the dragons. Is there any one last thing you want to add before you do your check? Because you're currently getting advantage thanks to Syrah's support as well.
I'm going to stay as quiet as possible, but I'll kind of make little gestures to suggest that there's something down in that place and to avoid it and stay to the edges.
Excellent. Well, then I'll get everyone here to roll a acrobatics check as you go around here. Can everyone roll that now?
6.
Can I send my arcane eye down the hole?
You can. That'll be actually helping you as well, getting through the way.
+3.
22.
I'm going to have to do all the typing manually because my D&D Beyond using to link.
/R there. 22 as well.
Yeah,
19
22.
as well. And for Istrid.
It's coming. It's here.
And it's coming. That's okay.
This one.
As you sneak around here. That's your persuasion. Could you roll an acrobatics check? Yeah, we're asking for an acrobatics check. Yeah.
Aha. I cannot do that very well. But it's not terrible.
14. Not the easiest, but because of your companions got 19 and above each, they help you across this as well in your big armor as you move through this space. And at this point, as you try to head across stealthily, thanks to all your efforts, can I get you, Gerardo, to roll your stealth check at advantage right now?
I will do that. Stealth for you. Let's try that again. That's better.
You get an advantage. Nice. You get to roll it twice. So if you want to roll it again, you might get higher.
A nat 20.
Let's try for that. It is indeed a nat 20.
Oh my god!
When you call
That's going to give you bonuses
Nice.
for the end of this as well, which is fantastic.
Hey.
So
Crit,
as you
crit,
sneak
crit,
through,
crit.
I am invisible.
we go to Syrah, who's next, who's helping keep an eye out for dangers along the way. And as you go through this, yes, you do send your arcane eye down later, but I'll that's you, Tobin, but we'll come to that actually, what you find as you manage to escape. In fact, actually, I'll let you know now. You do notice that there are little flying parasitic kind of creatures. When I say little compared to an ancient dragon, easily the size of you each. They're horrible, kind of a mix of rat and insect. You're not quite sure what they are, and they can fly. They all are nesting down there, easily a couple of dozen of them. And on top of the very large mound of bones at the bottom of the pit, you see little sparkles of treasure, gems, items, you name it. It's a huge mound of bones and treasure underneath bits of ectoplasm and old scales of the dragon that have fallen off. You notice that. It's up to you if you guys want to head down and actually sneak in, because your sneak is so high and you did it first. Could make it that some of you can head down there and grab at least one item. Do you guys want to do that?
I would love to do that.
All right. I'd probably say everyone except Istrid would do it successfully as well, as you notice. So maybe 3 of you can do it safely. Do you want to do that?
I think on that Strut is going to run down for Syrah to grab it. So whatever Syrah would get, it would be something smaller
Small.
that my
Okay.
construct could carry.
Okay. I'll let you
And
know
something that looks
what you
interesting.
get. The things that you find will make it in terms of the people who rolled. You got 22, 22, and 19. Who had the highest actual roll? 20. Where
I
is
had
that?
my 29 with a
three.
nat 20.
Yeah, that was your
Oh, that was
stealth.
your
You're talking the
stealth.
acrobatics.
Oh, acrobatics, sorry.
The acrobatics, yeah.
So I had a 19, Gerardo had a 19, and then you'd been on the dice?
I was going to go with what their bonus is. Whoever's got the higher bonus
okay.
out of the two of you.
Gerardo and I both, we've all got plus three.
Fantastic.
Acrobatics plus
Then
three,
it's 50-50. I'll just roll. There we go. This is great. You just get to roll a die.
Hey.
Yeah.
Gerardo odd. You even. D4.
He is quite odd, yes.
It's even.
Hey.
Syrah,
Gerardo,
you find
Oh, I got a thing.
a small. What is that? A small mithril inlaid wooden mug with citrines across it as well there. It kind of reminds you of like a different version, not quite the same as Tobin's mug, but it is quite a beautiful looking thing. So you find that there.
Lovely.
For Gerardo, you find a small crystal box etched with soaring dragons that's on there, worth a fair bit of money as well. Easily, you can just yoink it, slip inside. And last of all, your Arcana was pretty high, wasn't it? Your check for Arcana? I think it was 24.
Yes.
You notice there's a
Look at
slight
that.
glow of arcane magic about it as well. You know, you don't even have to roll. You just know that there's a slight, it's not huge, but there's something among it, which is there. However, for you, Tobin, as you went down there,
Yes.
your eyes caught a small, beautiful chainmail shirt. Intricately carved, intricately designed as well. Beautiful kind of like dwarven style, looks like design on it here. About your size, and the strong aura of magic about it as well.
Mm.
Did anyone prepare identify?
I believe he has it automatically as something he can do, because being a cleric of knowledge.
Yes.
If
It
you
would have
want
made
to,
sense for me to do that, but no, of course not. The scientist doesn't have identify.
as time continues through here, you can cast identify through this. Would you like to, so you can work out what it is?
Yes, please.
You work out it is a chainmail +3 shirt,
Yo.
and it's also resistant to necrotic damage.
Ew.
Mm.
Could you please be identifying my box as well?
You have to cross off a
Oh,
first
why
level
not?
slot unless you spend 10 minutes. And I don't know if you want to spend 10 minutes as a ritual. It's up to you. If you do it as a ritual, you could do it once. If you do it as spells, you can do as many as you have slots. Ritual means it doesn't spend a slot. That's the wonderful thing
Yeah,
about
but
it.
are we going to hang around for 10 minutes while I do that?
Sarah would be very reluctant to hang around for
Yeah.
10 minutes. You've
Yeah,
noticed
I think
that
so.
they've gone quite quiet and a little bit tenser than you've noticed them before.
And you notice the parasites are they noticing you? You're not sure. So it might be good to get out of here.
Can I try to kind of legend law the thing?
That's a spell. If you want to cast it, that will cost a
Is it a
slot.
spell or is it an ability? I read it somewhere.
You have a couple of abilities, just briefly. You've got, where are they? One of them is you can touch an item and you can get some features about it. And I think that one is called Visions of the Past. It talks about the owners of it in particular. But you also have Legend Lore as an ability where you can touch an object, person, place, or actually just mention it to get as much information about it as you possibly can. That is a 6th level spell, though. Whereas Identify is 1st level, and you can cast it like that, I think. I think it still takes a minute. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I could look at it while we walk.
I think let's do that. That sounds like a plan. And as you're doing that, we're going to go over to Syrah. As you guys manage to sneak past all of these parasites, and I'm going to get you, Syrah, first of all, what is it that you use to imbue your investigation?
So, so obviously there is my just natural inquisitive nature. But I also have a couple of things.
And I believe Gerardo is assisting, so you'll get advantage as well.
Yep,
So that's
okay.
excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, if
So,
you like, one other thing. Sorry, I'm just thinking as well. Because of the arcane eye, and this is investigation, Tobin is also supporting. So I'm going to make the DC reduced now for being able to spot things.
Okay. So one thing that I'll be prepared to use, because it is a reaction, is Flash of Genius. And I said that was what I said before, is that with the roll, it's like, oh, wait, I've just had a thought.
Okay. Flash of Genius. Is that, and that's an ability thing, is it?
That's an ability.
Potion?
Yeah, that's an ability that alchemists have. It's limited, so you can't just keep using it forever. But essentially it means that, so you can, when I wrote any ability check or a saving throw, as a reaction, I can add 4 to the roll. So I can see how I'm feeling about what I'm thinking. And then I'm like, actually, this reminds me of something.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Excellent.
It's a great ability. But yeah, so it'll be investigation check.
Do an investigation check. Add advantage as you see the routes leading onward, the path you came from, and 2 others which lead from here. Roll at advantage. Get to add your Flash of Genius to it as well. Oh my god.
Only if I need to, and if I'm feeling particularly dumb.
Okay, cool. Which means you can save that for later if we don't use it in this check. We'll use it for someone else's one. That's okay.
Natural so that's
20.
30.
Oh my god, you guys are rolling natural 20s. Okay, that helps.
20.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Using them now. I like it.
Oh my gosh, wow, that's hey, you know what? It could still go terribly wrong, but
this is it. That's true.
We've only just started rolling.
Due to your fascinating insight into and investigative skills and perception around the area, having support from Gerardo, having support from Tobin's arcane eye, you not only work out the path to take, there is a right route and a left route here, and you very quickly work out from sounds coming down the right route and the feeling that doesn't feel right, going down the left route feels safer. So you take that one down the path. Heading through this, you feel you need to move through as quickly as possible through a room, a kind of a like just a cave that you come through the tunnels here. I need everyone to make a saving throw as you go through. It's a charisma saving throw, and you all get the bonus of Istrid because he's giving you +3 to your bonuses.
Oh, good.
24.
Okay.
Charisma roll, you say?
Charisma, yes.
So
Charisma saving throw. It's a charisma saving throw. And whatever you roll, we're going to add 3 to.
And that's an
that's on
advantage?
top of our.
It's not an advantage. It's just a straight charisma roll. Good question.
28.
20, 25, 24. And the lowest is
22.
22.
22 with the +3 for the aura.
+3.
Everyone's over
20 plus
20.
28.
Everyone is 20 or above, which is amazing. I think Gerardo, yours is actually 23, isn't it?
Correct.
Everyone's got at least then 22 or higher, which is nuts. It was actually a feeling that overwhelmed you as you came through this like a wave. And then you kind of moved back from it. And Tobin, you're the first to recognize, you for sure know this is something to do with this body of this dead giant, giant god, in fact. This may have some effect on you here, but you've managed to push it away. And you feel you may be coming across more of places like this because of just the sheer power of this god residing even after death. As you continue through here, noticing a kind of a light further ahead that seems to kind of beckon you forth with white wisps of ectoplasm filling the cave ahead and this tiny mote of white light floating near the mouth that seems to kind of dance in front of you and then pull you over towards the route that you're heading down. You notice, Syrah, that actually it feels right. It is leading you in the right direction here. And as you continue through this, you come to a new room where we're going to go across to, that would be Tobin, to do your arcane check. You've got your arcane eye, which is out there. So with that arcana check you've got there, I'm going to get you to roll. Because of the arcane eye being through there and you're looking around places, can you roll an investigation check?
Oh, you don't want Arcana?
Sorry, not Arcana. My apologies, not investigation. I'm going to get you to roll. What was it, sorry, that you were using to support? You've got your arcane eye. That's going to give you a a reduced DC. Istrid was helping you with his words of support and also looking around, which gives you advantage. Do you want any other help to help you with this check for Arcana?
Well, I've got advantage, so I'm just going to quickly re-roll for the advantage.
Yeah.
And there's Istrid in the back. Give me a T. Give me an O.
yeah, a little bit of cheerleading.
So, if you want, Syrah can use the flash of insight here because you didn't use it before.
Yeah.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's me or any creature I can see. So you can add a +4 to that.
So what happens is, as you're entering this new room, and you suddenly, Tobin, feel this strange need to stay and check this room out, considering what you've just been through here. So you spend some time investigating it. But Syrah says, hang on a minute, I think you need to head over to the corner over here. I don't know why. There's something... If you think there's something weird about this place, so do I. Head over here. So you follow her direction and you suddenly think, yeah, actually, this is a right point. It feels like that this is like a node or something, a place of focal energy or something. And as you wait there, you feel that this hopeful energy just builds up in all of you as you're sinking to this place. And you, Istrid and Tobin particularly notice the feeling of divine energy coming from this place, powerful divine energy. And there's suddenly a wind that goes rushing through here and it fills all of you up. You feel that it can be good for you, but you have a choice to make a saving throw versus wisdom or not. Do you choose to save or not?
As in to reject that feeling?
Yes.
I think Harada will allow this.
Istrid will allow this.
Hang on. What are we allowing?
Tobin?
Syrah is very untrusting.
Tobin will allow this to happen.
You see then go, calm, Syrah. What do you do as this wind comes through here?
I'm going to try and save.
Okay. I need you to make a roll, a saving throw. For the rest of you, you let down your guard to allow this feeling, which you think feels right for you as well. Syrah, roll your saving throw, and it's a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save. Okay. Oops. Oh, I wish I had it was linked, but it's not. +7. Oops.
Powerful energy.
If you want.
It's all right, I got it.
You crushed it.
30-20.
So it's 20. Do you get the +3 bonus from... Now, actually, this is up to you, Istrid, because you're currently with your sword emblazoned in front of you. You're rejecting, actually, your need to save. You're allowing this to happen. Do you lower your resistance for Syrah? Otherwise, she'll get your +3 bonus.
I feel like it's a passive, so it's just... It is what it is.
It just
I'm
happens?
I'm not. Yeah.
Okay.
Even if I could choose, I wouldn't make that choice for Syrah.
You'd want to protect. So, Syrah, you resist this as much as you possibly can, and you feel it pass, and you just feel this kind of like it just kind of took you a bit of energy to do this, but you resisted whatever the energy was. The rest of you feel it wash over you like a wave, and it really just infuses every part of your being. And then it definitely makes you feel something. Where are we here?
No.
Can't possibly go wrong.
What could possibly go wrong? You won't drink my... I should have known. You guys
Fucking
drink
kicking
just
off,
elixirs I give you without question. Of course you're going for it.
Yeah.
Right now, Gerardo and Tobin, being of neutral bent in general for your characters. I believe so. Is that right, Tobin? Are you more neutral or you're good? I think because it's Gillian, I thought it was neutral. I just wanted to check.
Are you talking to me or to
Tobin, sorry, that's you. Sorry, Paul. I've taken character names. My apologies. So you because Gillian is neutral.
Gillian's neutral, yeah.
But you're here to support, so that's okay. You'll get this as well. Gerardo is very clearly kind of a neutral, kind of taking things his own way. All right, so that means for you, Gerardo, you suddenly get this insight and this kind of hope. You have +2 on your initiative checks as long as you are on Tunarath. For Istrid and for Tobin, giving yourself over to this powerful energy, it is giving you a boon for good, or balance in this case for neutral, but also of devout nature. Each of you gain that +2 bonus on initiative. You also get a +1 bonus on all wisdom checks and saving throws.
Yay!
And you gain a +4 bonus on any saving throw against necromantic effects. That includes death saves.
Mm.
That was
Nice.
+4, sorry.
+4 versus death. This is actually just Paul's character, Tobin,
Oh, okay.
and Jared's character, Istrid. You know this
there
as
was
well as it
something
happens.
that Istrid would have, as he was sensing this feeling wash over him, there was a deep confusion, but I had detected this pure, powerful celestial energy before, and I thought, how could a place that had been inhabited by something so dark hold so much purity? But there was an undeniable strength in that, and I had to see for myself.
Mhm. And because of that, Tobin, roll your Arcana check at advantage. Oh, we did, didn't we?
Arcana
You
check.
rolled,
Yeah.
and we
I
added the
already
4,
did that.
which I think is 23 total. I think we got in the end because I think you got
That is
19
correct,
the first
yes.
time. 23.
Yep.
You know that this energy has come from whatever residual spark of divinity is still within here, alive in some sense, and is supporting you directly. It has engaged with you.
I grab my holy symbol and say, Gillian, are you okay with this?
You feel that really familiar warmth come from this at this time as a kind of an augury for you as well. More of a sense rather than the spell itself, but you do know that it feels right. So in any case, you've got that. As we come to the last part of the check, as we head through, Istrid, your boon, your words of energy and spirit have come through to everybody. What are you using? You've got your aura as well. That's infusing everyone. Is anyone assisting him in these words of support to the rest of the team?
I'd do some beatboxing next time.
If you're very welcome to have some examples of that, if you'd like, it's up to you. Yes.
I'm assuming this is like stealthy beatboxing, though. So
Yes.
Yeah, it's very quiet in the corner.
Well,
Yeah.
at this point, perception-wise, investigation, you realise that any dangers of creatures seem to be behind you. You don't sense many tracks or footprints coming here, except for 1 or 2 humanoid footprints that look the same. And they look to be old. They could be potentially undead from what you've investigated as well. And that it's head towards the gate. There's nothing else that heads in this direction that you've noticed. Just one particular set of footprints that's gone here and back a number of times. So in that case, we go to Istrid. You've had some support with your beatboxer, so I'm going to get you, beatboxer Tobin, to roll a performance check here, please, to support him in this.
God.
Straight check, no bonuses, just straight through.
Istrid just spitting fire.
Oh, goddamn.
Excellent.
22.
Oh, phenomenal.
Or
That is
18,
so
sorry.
good. Oh, 18. That is
Nice.
still pretty good. So because of that, Istrid, roll your check at advantage to keep everyone's boost up as well. Let's give that a go. 26. So the lowest
Wow.
score we got was 23,
20,
and that was from
baby.
2 of you as well. Everyone rolled less than 2 natural 20s there, guys. With super intelligence, expertise, experience, and teamwork, you managed to work together through these tunnels to eventually come across a gateway. There is the adventures through these dragon caves have indeed proven testing. However, something powerful seems to have left a mark on many of you and your consciousnesses. A strange, affecting, and tremendous sense of hope has now come across each of you. You've gained the boon of a dead god. At the end of this, the long-forgotten entity that is here. So right now, the first time any of you get a point of exhaustion, you can negate it immediately because of the boon of the dead god is keeping you going. So you have it's almost like a death ward. This is an exhaustion ward that you've got going on. And as you come to the end of this here, there is a large glowing golden gate. And with your Arcana check, you've managed to work out how to operate this gate, Tobin, as you realise that you will be able to all move through once, all at the same time, into the room that it's going to lead to into the hidden fortress. Is there any last things you wish to do before you head forward?
I tell them that we all have to link arms together and do the. I don't know if you ever watched the TV show The Monkeys.
Stealthily.
only way you
We'll
can get
do
through.
this stealthily. We all walk
Wizard
together.
of Oz style.
So we have to do it together.
The wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz. Because.
Here they come, walking down the street.
Does anyone refuse this, or do you all accept?
I know that's good with quiet dancing, so.
Excellent. Looks like you all link
Sure.
arms. Quickly taking a deep
Yes,
breath
we-
before you.
Yastra throws
That's
the
true.
dancing lights behind us as we.
Excellent. As the rave lights go off in the
If I had
background behind
thaumaturgy,
you.
there'd be silent fireworks as well.
Sparks light in here as well. There's a sudden shudder around you as Turnaroth again suddenly has an earthquake of some kind. Things are happening as you look together and at once leap forward through the gate and feel this wave of energy pass over you, rippling through you, stretching you, you feel, and suddenly arm in arm, leaping through a gate into this place. There was something, Jared, you were just saying to let the guys know. Can you repeat those bonuses, the boons that you get with your amazing aura?
So I just reminded
That's what it's called.
my allies, my amazing aura. It's a collection of 3 auras, but I emanate all of them at once. They have an aura of protection. They may gain not advantage +3 on saving throws. They are also immune from being frightened as long as I remain conscious. And the third one is right here, of course, because I didn't scroll away from it. Features and traits. I literally just told everyone, warding. They have resistance to damage from spells. So chat, if we miss one, just assume that whatever the Dungeon Master throws at us, I have a way to handle it.
Resistance
That's
from
my
spell damage. That's
Evil
specifically
cry for help.
spell damage, so not necessarily magical effects, but definitely spells. That's an important
That's what I
point
was
to note.
gonna- I was
Yeah.
having
Very
that in the
good
back
distinction.
of my mind.
Because I believe somebody has spell resistance as another thing as well, which is a thing that someone has. I think the Staff of Power has something like that.
Checking.
Staff of Power pretty strong.
Mm.
Do we want to just quickly, as a reintroduction, just say what we're
Yes.
headed out with, maybe?
I think that's a good
I think
idea.
that's a great idea.
Let's do it now. Let's go around, starting with yourself, Istrid, then to you, Jared. Do you want to start with that?
Yes.
Because there's so much cool stuff at level 20
I know.
that
that's
might
it. We
never
need to
come out in
actually-
encounters.
This wouldn't be an exhibition if we didn't actually, especially now that we're getting into combat. Let's actually.
Sounds good.
If we exhibited, oh wait, sorry, wrong kind of
no.
exhibition.
Right. I mean, Twitch rules be damned. I'm not going to actually show the blade, but Istrid has a Vorpal
yes.
longsword.
Vorpal, that's right. Oh my god.
And
Okay.
apparently,
So-
Jared has a longsword.
A Vorpal
very
longsword.
exciting.
I mean, a longsword.
I mean,
Yes.
who doesn't have one of those? Am I right?
I mean,
What else? What else we got, mate?
I deliberately bought one at last Comic-Con, so yeah.
amazing.
I went in knowing that was because I'd been to Comic Con before, so I was like, "Yep, this time." And then I ride a motorcycle, so I had to figure out how to get it. So,
To carry on
quest
back
for
on the
Vorpal
motorcycle.
longsword.
Yeah.
What else? What else do you have?
I also have an animated shield, so I will conjure forth that and sort of throw my arm forward, and as I do so, this like spectral shield just floats out in front of me, and that will
Is that an action?
sit in prox. It is. Well, I also have a ring of free actions. No, so while holding this shield, it's a physical thing. I actually have to throw out. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. I imagine it's more like an amulet or something that I wear on my wrist. So it's probably like part of his braces, and as I maybe like rotate it and it clicks off and it activates and it sits out in front of me. But it hovers in my space as if I were wielding it, but it leaves my hand free. Very important for my longsword fighting style. Also for spell casting, fantastic for a paladin. It remains animated for 1 minute or until I use a bonus action to end the effect. So it's a
Cool.
bonus
10
action
rounds.
to cast, bonus action to put away.
Good.
But yeah, it just acts as a shield but leaves a hand free, is what it does mechanically. I have a ring of free action.
Sweet.
I can't be hindered by difficult terrain. And magic cannot reduce my speed, nor can I be paralyzed or restrained.
Ooh, good to know. Let's focus on just items then, guys, because I know how limited time we've got, but I think that's a
Yeah,
good
that's what I
idea.
was thinking. We just-
And Theo, probably for you, the most powerful items that you have is probably a good
I
thing to have
was going to say, as an alchemist, I have a lot of stuff. I have
Yeah.
rings on every finger, a bandolier of bits. I have boots. I have a cloak. So, the one that I think is more narratively interesting is my armor, which is actually armor of acid resistance, but it's it's a very thin level of armor, and Syrah has developed it over time. And essentially, it's a protective layer because Syrah experiments with stuff. I mean, they were
We
definitely
noticed.
licking the walls in that dragon cave, going, interesting. So that is a useful thing to have. What else do we have? A bandolier of elixirs, a whole bunch of experimental elixirs. Anybody who's ever played an alchemist knows that that's the best part. I have robes that are imbued with a chemical scent. It smells like lavender, and that gives them an ability to help people. So it's kind of like I can throw my robes around someone and help shield them from poison and type stuff. The mechanics are it aids them on Constitution saving throws. Oh, what else do I have? A whole bunch of infusions. My boots are no use here because they teleport. My slingshot is a repeating shot, but it also works with a whole bunch of things. I have a spell ring. I have my spider, my little spider.
Yeah.
Little struct.
I think that's the most interesting stuff that I have. Yeah, little struct. I've got a few little things that are kind of just backups, but I don't
Keep
think
them
I'm
as
going to share
surprises.
those right now.
Yeah, I like that.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Tobin, would you like to tell us what you have, the main things? Well, we know what you just got.
Well, yes, I did have an adamantine breastplate, but now I have a +3 chain shirt that also gives me resistance to necrotic damage.
Mhm.
I am wearing an amulet of attunement, which means I can attune to 4 things instead of 3. I have a
Oh my
scarab
gosh, how good for
protection.
you.
Yeah, I know. I have a scarab protection that gives me advantage on saving throws against spells and stuff to do with necromancy.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah.
I have an amulet of the devout +3.
That's
While I
good.
wear this amulet, I can
It
use
increases
Channel
your DC
Divinity feature
spells.
without expending one of my features uses.
Yes, that's right.
I have a Mace of Smiting that allows me to smite.
That's
My
particularly
goodness, is that
good.
what it does?
It's particularly good against constructs and objects. I think that's the
You
thing.
keep
'cause
it away from my spider.
He's not actually very effective as an attacker with a weapon because his spells are much better.
Yes.
But if you strike
My-
constructs or objects, you'll smash the crap out of them.
Yeah.
Big.
So even with my -1 bonus to strength, I can smash the crap out of objects.
That's big.
I have a dagger +1, and I have a sentinel shield, and a sentinel shield gives me sentient. It gives me
Advantage on
advantage on initiative rolls and wisdom perception checks.
Yeah.
And I have a bottle of boundless coffee in a cup holder behind the back of my shield.
That's all Paul, though.
Nice.
That's nothing to do with Tobin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
actually cool. Yeah, that makes sense.
I want the coffee shield.
All right, just to round it
it's
out.
a cup holder. It's not
So he is always wired. Tobin is very wired. This is good.
Mm.
To round it out,
You gave the child
Gerardo, tell us what you have, your mighty sorcerer.
Gerardo is wearing a robe of the Archmagi, which gives
God.
him +2 to spell saves and spell attack bonus. And he's also got himself a Staff of Power, which he kind of stole as an up yours to Mephistopheles. Helped
okay.
himself to it from a champion and then used it in a magical duel to defeat an avatar of Mephistopheles. So it was just an all-round up yours. I won't make the gesture here to one of the Archdemons of Hell.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can see nothing going wrong with that. Absolutely nothing.
It's fine. All fine.
Oh,
Hence the semi-active serpent on the head of it, because it is,
Love
in
it.
fact, a demonic weapon, but he's kind of made it work for him.
You've never detected a curse on it. Just so you know,
not so
you've
far,
never
no.
detected a curse on it.
Not
This is
yet,
it.
no.
Yeah, this is it.
I can see no problem with this.
No.
Hey, this is mine. I found it. It's fair and square. Keepers, keepers, yes?
And anything
Your
else to wrap it up?
shield tastes funny.
Oh, I also have a Ring of Evasion, which is a gift from the ever wonderful lizard folk Syrah, which gives me I believe, a reroll and some dex saves if I need them.
It does.
Good stuff.
Keeping
think-
it simple, just wearing the nice outfit and the fancy stick.
Very nice.
I think that works pretty well. Well, I think that is a good introduction for your item, so you can know what to expect. Of course, you've got a lot of magical powers and things, but we're not going to go into that just now. You'll see those as they come.
Wait, hold
If
on.
there's nothing else, we'll dive right back into where we left off.
Oh,
So get ready, everyone.
I don't
As
know
we
if anyone
begin.
sees this, but I have D and Dog with me as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
The sound of
all of
the
the
barking, of course,
There's an
the
ear that
struts.
Of course.
Oh,
a
there he
strut
goes.
and a tail. There we go.
All right.
Hello.
Hey there, dear dog.
Oh.
So as he joins us,
He gives me a +10 for charisma checks, of course,
Okay.
we'll talk.
but only when
We'll
he's there.
talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah.
That's a class action called the Bogus Buddhist Boy.
I'll
All right,
just see
then.
myself out there.
And so, to summarize where you've been so far, let's see if we can do it in 30 seconds or less. You've had
And
your
go.
rest from the Astral Championship, recovered and met the Chassal Ku, who are going to help you get through into the Palace of Whispers. You've said goodbye to Wilder, who's going to be in communion with Syrah. Hopefully you'll hear some information about Vlakith. And you've gone through the Dragon Caves and managed to find your way through an arcane gate together, leaping through into the hidden fortress of Vlakith.
Oh,
I
That was
think
exactly
Rose
30 by
did
my
that.
count.
Oh my
Was
god.
it?
Yes, sir.
Master of Time and Space. Woo. Okay, here we are.
beautiful.
So that should be approaching a new realm for you that is opening up. A new
It
room,
is.
a new place that you might have to scroll around to find out where you are in this space.
Mm.
I will ping so you can see where you are as it comes up. Let me know
This us?
when it arrives for you. Tell me if it has up. I can see
Well, there
somebody
we are.
purple. That would be Stephen, I believe. You're there.
Yep.
If you can all ping when you get to the room where I'm pinging at the moment, you'll see.
Hang on. Whoa.
I'm just
I'm
chasing.
like, oh, yeah, I
there
got
we
this
go.
sussed. Wait a
There we
minute.
are.
Oh my. Oh,
There we are.
You are
Okay, it's been a hot minute since I've rolled 20'd.
in this room. And here's that image there.
Ever played? I'm gonna need
This
another
is-
team, Mr. DM.
Ah.
You'll need to scroll
right in the
down,
middle
very
of the
likely.
night.
You'll need to
Yeah.
scroll down.
Mhm.
We've got
Some
it.
of you
It's
may
all
be
up and
seeing
down.
into other parts of the palace, the
Hey,
grand palace of Whispers that is Vlakith's domain. I've got two of you. If the others of you can ping as well, that will really help. I've
Got it.
got definitely
I'm
Steve.
here.
How do
I can see an
ping again? Press
orange.
and Hold. Hey, we did
There
it.
is there.
Syrah's there. Okay, tokens.
There is blue.
I'm just going to move Syrah back up to just outside the gate. That's where she popped out as well. There's that point there.
Hey.
Istrid, if you could move back just slightly. Thank you. That'd be good. As you all. For a
Of course
moment,
you
let's
didn't.
talk of what you see as
Yep.
you're in this space. And that's good. You can see it on the screen actually in front of you as well. That's very cool.
Hmm.
So let me just try a couple of things here. That's not working.
The eternal
have to say
balance
this
of the
map is
tech and the
choice.
story.
Yes. So you guys
We're getting an
you
ad
have
in 30
transported through this incredibly powerful. What's that? Sorry.
seconds. Ad
We're
in
going to
20
lose a couple of
seconds.
the chat for a
Just
couple of
before you
seconds.
do- Yeah, just before
Okay.
you do this epic intro.
Oh yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, sorry, chat.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back after these messages. This
We'll
is
be
it.
back after these
Yes.
messages. We have no idea what these
I
messages
hope
are,
whatever
by
it
the
is
way.
positive.
But
Enjoy.
I hope it's something that we would endorse.
Exactly.
Okay.
See
I
you
may or
soon.
may not support this product.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey guys,
exactly.
we're-
But
now
of
we
course,
can go.
anybody who is subscribed will still see us.
I'll give the description anyway, and we can go from here because people will pick it
I
up as
think
we
it
go.
just ended. Sorry, so you're good to go.
I think we killed the ad chat.
And
So it
so,
might have been.
welcome back. As you are transported through time and space, it feels, you feel yourself stretched as you suddenly leap out and land upon the ground of obsidian in front of you. This large room that has appeared, and you can see outside of it as well. The windows just off to, I believe that would be onto your right over here, looking out onto the vast cityscape of Eternarath City itself. You see flames in the distance in some of the areas where it looks like fighting has outbroken. There are, in the air, ships as well flying nearby. You can see in other directions there are other windows on the far side of this room, and you can see that there's distant figures floating off in the distant astral sea as well, little sparks of light where the battle in astral space is going on. You've got more present issues at the moment as you look around this room, a large room that smells of decay, and you feel a sense as living beings that this is not right. There is something very wrong about this place. You see that around this room, in front of you, in fact, there is a huge swathe of bones all across this room. Mighty, large sets of bones, clearly larger than any humanoid, possibly a dragon, you think, which looks like the giant skull that's lying near you as well. There seems to be that scent as well, and there's blue candles lighting all of the area around you as well. These sickly bluish glow around them. There's little gargoyles resembling small obsidian dragons perched on the ledges near the vaulted ceiling of this hall, illuminated by these half-melted blue flame candles placed into these niches set into the walls at varying heights. You'll notice that you're actually just behind a series of curtains, but you're looking just through the edges of the curtains at the moment, so you can see inside the room. You see that green curtain in front of you? It's at least made of interlocking bones at the top and strips of what at first you thought was some kind of cloth material, but on closer inspection you realise it is decaying flesh of some kind. It is quite horrific and disgusting. Yes, would you roll a Constitution saving throw, please? Actually, Constitution check. Not a save, just a check.
Constitution, just a check.
And as you're doing this, the sickly green light seeps through from
just me, because I tasted it.
Because she literally tasted it just then, so there's that. So, but you notice the sickly green light coming from the
23
giant. Okay, you manage this is not good to taste. This is like spit it out straight away like a toxin. You just know, and it's like The glow, the sickly green glow, is coming from the gate that you have just walked through. You notice that outside, just through the slit at the moment here, that there is, against one wall, a table made of black skin and bone, it seems, stretched over this bone frame, upon which rests something in the distance that you can't quite make out just yet. And across all of this, in the far corner of the room that you just make out, are several figures where I'm pinging at the moment that you may be able to see. I don't know if my ping's coming out. Is it coming across to you guys?
Yes, we've got that.
You see that there's several figures, and they are all seeming to be deep in conversation. Does anyone here speak Githyanki?
Oh, I have so many languages, but I bet you I don't have that.
So many languages.
I've got Abyssal, Common, Deep Speech, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Okay. Draconic, okay.
I'm sure I speak Gith. Where would it be in my
languages?
If anyone
can the features and traits.
Yep, racial traits. I only speak Elvish and Common.
Okay.
I speak Gith.
You understand what they are saying, but they are distant, and it's a little difficult to hear right now. It appears out of the four figures, I believe, that you can see there, it appears that one of them is holding a bit of a staff and is a bit kind of hunched over and gnarled, with a bit of tattered cloaks kind of wafting in the air. They seem to be floating in the air. Whereas the other three, and seems to have a physical form, the other three You can clearly sense that you can see the walls through them. They are incorporeal, possibly, floating nearby, and they all look like Githyanki knights, similar to Tleitlech, who you met earlier in the day. One of them's nearby.
Do they look
speaking.
like a projection?
Roll an Arcana check because it's just a knowledge thing straight away. You can tell either way if it is or it isn't. You can see that one of them is speaking directly with this floating gnarled creature. What did you get?
21.
You can tell that this is not an illusion of some kind. You can see that this is actually, these are corporeal beings of some sort. Anyone else can also roll an Arcana check if you wish right now to see if you can sense what they are.
I do remember the knight we spoke to before telling us about these creatures that weren't Death Knights but are still quite dangerous after being drained by the Queen.
If you'd like to roll your Arcana check, that may actually be, I'll reduce the DC as you recall that too. For you, Istrid, you won't need Arcana. You can roll a religion check.
Syra's check.
I would like to also roll Arcana as well.
Okay, go ahead. Go for Kaz.
I didn't know when you'd be back.
Once everyone's roll it first, and then I'll call out to you all.
I'll roll my religion.
Cool, guys. What did you get? Istrid?
17.
Am I rolling again, am I?
No. Keep yours. That's okay. What did you get, Tobin?
Okay.
Paul?
21.
I took my first roll was 21.
Excellent. Syrah?
I got a dirty 20.
Nice. And for you, Gerardo?
25.
Nice. You guys all got very high. They are undead. These remind you of some spirits or ghosts of some kind that are there. One of them's talking directly. The other two are standing nearby like sentinels ready to defend. But they all seem to be focused looking out at the battle pitched out in the astral sea and seem very intent on what's going on. The most important thing is they don't seem to have noticed you yet. And you have this weird sound. Do you hear it? Or is it in your mind? And it's unnerving. Whispers, cries, pleas of help, of terror, of pain. Multiple ones. They just come in and out of your consciousness every now and then. You were warned of this. The Palace of Whispers, the whispers of the damned are beginning to enter your mind. I need every one of you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
That's a plus 0
Gerado's-
right there.
Yeah,
17's not bad.
it's not. Yeah,
It's
It's
so-
not bad for a straight roll. Hang on. Oh, gosh, 15.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have anything to help me with that?
You got your +3, remember, from Istrid.
Oh, okay.
Istrid gives you
I got
all
an
+3.
18. I got an 18.
So you got
then.
18. Gerardo, did you get +3?
Dirty 20.
Okay,
That means I got 23.
excellent. Istrid?
Gerardo would get 22 if you did a flat wisdom check, not a saving throw. You had +2 to wisdom.
Whoops. I am not right, but that's okay.
I just realized
No
what kind of
worries.
player I am.
Istrid, you're the rules lawyer helping the GM, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Istrid, what did you get?
You
got 27. Jesus.
No, 17.
What?
Oh, no, yeah,
17?
27, because that's the first roll. Sorry.
That's the first roll.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Istrid, Tobin, and Gerardo quickly steel your minds against this intrusion of suffering and pain from all these beings who've lost their lives through necromancy to Vlakith. Syrah, it has that moment where one of the whispers, the cry of scream of somebody's help, just seems to be playing over and over in your mind. You suddenly feel that you are drained of some of your energy. You feel shaken. It's not quite the same as a fear. What is the ability that you have that's protecting them, Istrid, from fear while you're conscious?
They're immune.
To frightened, the frightened condition, I believe. Is that
They're
right?
immune to the frightened condition.
So that is part of the effect that would have come across you, but you are protected from that. However,
Excellent.
because of the weight of these whispers on your mind and it continually resonating, you would take a level of exhaustion.
Mm.
Do you have anything to combat that right now?
Taken off.
Oh, actually,
Yes. There's something that happened to you quite recently that actually can help you. A boon from a god, a dead god, meant that. Who got that? Did everyone get that?
I didn't get that, but
Just me, Mr.
Oh, yes, I
but
think
I am
that's.
lucky.
Oh
so I
no, that
might
was at
just
the end. That was at the end of
I was at the end of that.
Everybody got this who passed through here, so it's an interesting
I
thing.
didn't hear that.
So
I didn't
you
hear that.
can use it.
Yeah.
That was something that everyone got at the end of their journey. My apologies if that didn't come through. Which
that was
means for
probably my
you,
misunderstanding.
you suddenly have that little wisp of hope, and you banish that sound and voice from your head if you wish to use it to stop that exhaustion from hitting you. Do you wish to use it?
So I needed to make it to obviously above 20. I mean, I
It
do.
would be a reaction at the moment. Have you got a reaction to combat it?
I do have a reaction.
What would that be?
That'd be my flash of genius again.
How many times can you get that a day?
4.
Okay. Do you want to use that?
Yeah.
That gives you
Yeah,
plus 4?
let's add a 4. Yeah.
You
And
got
that'll
it right.
give me.
You don't use the boon of the god. Instead, flash of genius, cross that off as you like.
I use logic to reason my way through.
Yes. What do you think?
Siri
What's the logic?
Siri is a scientist
Uh-huh.
and has this sensation and actually sits with it for a moment because they're like, oh, this is interesting.
Mhm.
I genuinely feel awful.
Mhm.
Okay. But I have nothing to feel awful about. So I challenge those unhelpful thoughts.
Through
I
science.
challenge the catastrophizing. And I recognize that this is actually fine. There is no physical threat.
Fantastic. Guys, nice work. That's and actually, yes, Sarah, you've thought your way through this through sheer will. I'm not going to be shaken by this. And it
ridiculous.
fades into the background for you. But guys, you know that it's still there. And if you linger long in here, it may continue. In any event, they haven't noticed you. What do you do?
What's the
She
answer?
barks.
I
She's shutting
will-
down the spider at the moment. What are you guys doing?
Istrid will dim any lights because he just glows from time to time. No, he'll dim any lights, and I would say, what range do we want to? I mean, maybe
What
30,
range do you
40
put your
feet
lights
away?
to?
Like
What
I'll
range
just
do you
I'll
do?
just extinguish light because I had that cast earlier. We just need to be
Okay.
as subtle as possible now. So do we have any ranged attacks? Does anybody want to throw?
I mean,
Ideas
I've got a
out.
few.
Yes. Yes, the
'Cause
simple
the only
answer to that.
option I have is charge.
turn
and get
undead.
dirty.
I mean, I have quite a few ranged attacks. Do we want to? Most of my attacks are noisy, though.
Light is off.
So I can attack these, but I have my slingshot, which looks incredibly unassuming. It's literally like a slingshot, very well constructed, and some stones. But you notice that the stones have a smell kind of...
Oh, there that goes.
hello.
Which means at that point, because nobody chose stealth and you kept talking, I need you all to roll a stealth check right now.
Jesus
Okay.
fucking Christ, I have disadvantage on that shit.
Oh, no.
At this point,
17.
yeah.
Oh no.
Stealth.
Oh,
Oh
Jesus.
Lord.
I didn't extinguish the light in time, guys. I
Okay.
fucked up. I'm sorry.
Okay. As you're talking there, Sarah, as well, and realizing, okay, you've got to speak softly and you're doing this as well. And Istrid's listening in intently, the other two kind of watching across. So Istrid also thinks, oh, I better put my light out as well here. And as he does, extinguish it, turns, and his steel of his armor catches on the cloak and the drapery and pulls it aside a little bit. And you hear this little as the curtain moves away slightly, as you look around and you see these figures turn slowly to look all at you. What do you do?
Hi, guys.
Flare up a fucking.
I'm going to throw
I
a
rolled-
mind sliver at one of them. What the hell?
All right, everyone roll initiative. This is it.
Yep.
We're on.
Cheeky, Jabby.
I'll see if I
Hey.
can do this through the initiative on here. So what you need to
Okay.
do, in fact, is if you click on your token first and then roll initiative, it'll join
Oh,
the
yeah,
turn
yeah,
order
yeah,
that comes up.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
but
there's Gerardo.
will that work for
You
me?
get +2, Gerardo, remember? So I'll add that
Yes.
to you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to roll for you, Theo? If I click on your sheet, it works.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
get
Can you,
+2
well, I got
mine as well.
21.
You do. So Gerardo, Istrid, and Tobin get +2.
All right. Well, I'll just
Because
put
I
get
Theo
it.
in the initiative thing.
I get advantage
Hopefully it
on my
works.
roll as well.
Yeah.
That's true.
No.
All right, let me get these guys.
But next time I might get you to roll
Does
so
that
it
say
doesn't
that I've already
automatically.
rolled advantage?
Yeah, whatever you want me to roll, I got you.
Cool.
I just don't want to take
Let me
that
just
away
get
from you.
theirs
It's a
as
cool part of the game.
well. Let's go with
No,
that
that's all
one.
good. I mean, I'd rather have physical dice because who doesn't love that clicky clackety?
Goblin.
Smackety smackety, baby.
Oh,
Let's just
that's all I need
see.
to do, don't I?
Uh,
And then I need to do this. And then I need to
Am I
do
supposed
that.
to roll again here? Because it just says 18 and then in brackets advantage. I've
I'll
never seen
update
that
it.
before.
I'll update it for you. No worries. What was yours you rolled there, Tobin, at advantage?
It just says 18 and then in brackets advantage, so I don't know if it actually rolled the
I
advantage.
think it might have. If you hover over it, it'll tell you what it
Okay.
rolled. It rolled a 15
And a 3.
and a 3. So you did well on the second roll. That's 18. And you get an additional +2 because of that. So you should have 20, I
Nice.
believe. I don't think your
Uh,
character's got it up there, so I'll get that for you now so we can keep track of it. What I'll do, guys, when you're going through
Okay.
initiative as well, is actually, where's your character sheet, Tobin? That should come up now for you. Let's have a look. Sorry, I'm just
It
trying to
says
sort it
22
out.
advantage.
There it is, 22 advantage. We'll go with that. That's okay. We'll just keep it as that
Yeah.
there. Let me order you in turn
And
order.
have you got me? I got 21.
Sarah, not there yet, so we can add you, I think.
You'll have
Add
to add me
to the turn
manually
order.
for this one.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
do add to turn.
I think it's because
Hang
I'm
on.
not assigned to your character, so I can't add you to the initiative anyway.
Yeah. So I'll have to just do it manually,
do it.
unfortunately.
I can add it. Here we
Thank
go.
you.
Oh, Groover. Here we
If
are.
you click Sarah and then click on that,
Mm.
boom. And then change it
And I
to
believe
21.
she's there now. She is. What did you get total, Sarah?
21.
21. Nice. Okay. I'm going to reorder
Yeah.
this so we can start from scratch in descending order. Guys, get ready what you want to do for your go. I'm going to call out whose go it is, and I'm going to say whoever is up next. And also, guys, everyone out there in the chat, we are going to go through till at least 8:30 tonight. We are going to go a bit longer. We're going to take a little break because we've got a bit more combat we think we're going to come across at around 7:15. So here we go.
Brilliant.
First of all, Tobin, you are the fastest to react with your "Hi guys," which was literally the first person to act. So what do you do?
I'm just quickly trying to flick through my spells. I didn't realize I was the first person.
You can hold your action if you wish. Do you want to move somewhere? And we can do your spell when you get to a point. Like,
I am just trying to see if I have a spell that I can buff up Istrid with.
okay, while
Ah.
you're looking for that, do you want to stay in this spot though, or do you want to move out of here?
At this stage, I want to stay in that spot.
Cool.
Oh, unless, hang on, let me look at the map again.
Mm-hmm.
Istrid is probably going to move. Just
Mhm.
saying.
I think I'll move a little bit over to here
Yeah.
just to make sure
How
I've got
far
a
can
view
you
of
move?
everything.
Your speed
This is
is
my
30.
intelligence,
Is 30.
right?
No, it's currently
Okay.
your normal. I'm only going with normal movement unless somebody says they want to use their mind to move. So at the current moment, it
Okay.
is 30. You can move 30. That's 6
I
squares.
don't really want to use up my high level spells.
Cool. You can hold off, hold your spell, because then we can go on to the next person and wait till someone else acts, maybe like that, and you do that. So do you want to wait till Istrid? Because I think he's a
Yeah.
bit later than you. Is that right?
Actually, I might. Oh no, it's a bonus action. I'll hold off the spiritual weapon. So I'm going to do something to Istrid if I can friggin' find something.
Okay.
Off me.
Cool. Hold off to Istrid. Excellent. We'll move over to Sarah. You are up next.
Okay.
Istrid, get ready.
Right.
Sarah, what do you do?
All right. So Sarah's going to step out from behind the curtain,
Mm-hmm.
just sort of to here.
Mm-hmm.
because of course the squishy one is going to do that. And then
should
I'm going to pull out my
mention-
sling.
Apologies, sorry, I mentioned if you're going through the curtain because it hasn't been pulled fully away, it is just like it's a double move through there, so it costs you 10 feet. So you've got to move 1,
fine.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Yeah, I only really wanted to move a very small amount so I could get in range.
Excellent.
But yeah, I've just moved 15 feet. So that's actually, if it's double movement, that's as far as I can go. I'm then going to pull out my slingshot, and which looks so innocuous. It's a little slingshot. I'm going to pull it out, go back, and just like a little rock. Again, it just looks like a small stone that smells like mint. And I go,
Nice. Fresh,
a little lick as
refreshing.
it goes past. I lick it as it goes, and then I fire and I shoot at this one.
Give it a go. You fly
And yeah,
straight across.
so hello,
Yeah.
button. All right. I'm just going to roll in roll 20, which won't show up
Mhm.
because I can't do the maths.
That's okay.
Oh man. So it is a 13, but it was a nat 1 because I have a plus
Oh.
12 to hit.
Okay.
Roll.
On a nat 1, as you fire with a crossbow, I believe. Is that
No,
right?
it's a sling. It's a
It's
slingshot.
a sling? Okay, no worries. Because as you wind up to throw on this, the bones underneath your feet are a little more slippery than you expected, and they aren't as easy to stand on. You feel you're going to slip over. I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Absolutely. So that is a. Well, that's a nat 20 for the save.
Okay, so quickly, like, slip, whoop, land on your feet. You're good, so that's okay.
It's a
Fantastic.
cat. It's like, because I stepped out past the thing and like, no, I'm like, did anyone? Nope, no one saw
No
that.
one saw.
It's fine.
No one saw.
Yeah.
Dignity contained, so that's okay. So at this
Remain.
point, you fired though, but your slingshot goes too wide. What else? Is there anything else
Yeah.
you can do? You've got that's an action. Move.
So that is my action. That is my full move. I don't need to cast Magic Stone because that's what it was that I was shooting.
Mhm.
But that is it.
Mhm.
So, but I did shoot off the Magic Stone, so they do pop when they hit something. So I don't know if
Okay.
you wanted to incorporate that into the nat 1.
It blows over into that one. Actually, it goes like almost straight across to the very far wall. And you see there's something very strange about the doorway. Can you see where I'm pinging at the moment, guys? Is that coming up
I
on your
can.
screen at the moment?
Yep.
It's a kind of
Yep.
like, it's almost made of that same ectoplasmic weird stuff that you saw in there. It's an ectoplasmic door. Tobin, you recall something about these as well from your discussions. You need to think your way through it. In any event, that's the end of your go.
That's
And
it for me.
You're
Yeah.
up, Istrid, which means also Tobin, get your spell ready. Istrid, what do you do?
I will cast a. I'm gonna do a blade ward. No,
Mhm.
I will not. That's the wrong one that I wanted. Searing smite.
Mhm. Searing smite, bonus
I
action.
immediately,
Mhm.
yes, bonus action. Ignite my blade with searing radiant fire. It's fire damage, and I will charge forth. Post haste.
Ah.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Come on.
6. All right.
Trying to open up your
and
character sheet. I can't.
There-ish.
Oh, no.
Here-ish.
Cool. Okay, and you've got, I believe, a 5-foot radius of light around you now because of that beautiful searing blade. Is it flame damage?
Yep. It is
Pretty.
flame damage.
Cool.
And then
Stepping past
I would
Zira.
like to, yeah, I'm just going to stand
Let me show
just
you
in
how
front,
it's done.
just in
Quick
front,
question: Did the
actually.
curtains catch fire when he walked through, or
If
No,
you
no, as I
um,
like blade
make it a
slips
save.
through and then ignites.
as he just walks by and just drags it across them as he goes. They do not at this point, but yes. Oh, no, sorry, they do. One of them, a little bit of flame comes across it there, and there's a little bit of flame that's come up on it. As you step to the
Awesome.
center of the room almost.
I will then hold my main action as soon as something comes within range to attack, unleash a swing of my longsword.
Fantastic. Tobin, you've seen him act. Do you have a spell that you're going to cast?
I'm going to put up a What was it called?
Was it the spiritual weapon you've clicked for before?
Yeah, no, I
No, I
chucked that
was going to.
in. But what did you want to do?
God, where did it go? I just had it ready.
No worries. Keep looking. Just a quick question, Istrid. Was that branding smite, a searing smite, or was it spiritual weapon that you used?
No, that was me trying to suggest something for Tobin,
Oh,
but I
okay.
accidentally clicked cast, and then I sent the actual dossier through that I wanted to.
No worries. That's a good one. So you have that blazing sword still in your hand. Tobin, what do you have?
I'm going to pop a magic circle around Istrid, so he has somewhere where he can be safe, and I will prevent undead from entering.
Oh,
Is that
lovely.
magic? Is that magic circle
Magic
that you've
circle.
cast?
Magic circle, 20,
Do,
20
do,
10 foot radius. So 10 foot wide, 20 foot tall.
Now its range is 10 feet. But the good thing is, you actually acted first. I'll give it that because you held your action, you cast it on him before he left, and so that means he now has that.
It's an
moving
area.
effect. It is, but the range of it to cast it, you'll be on 10 feet of him. You're further away now. But earlier, because you acted first, we'll make it you cast it right at the beginning. And that means Istrid has this magic circle, which is probably affecting Syrah as well at the moment, in fact. So you now have that protection on you, which I believe creatures can't enter willingly by non-magical means. If it tries to use teleportation, they must make a charisma saving throw. And what is your DC of your saves? I believe it's quite high. Let's have a look at spells.
Yes.
Jesus.
My
DC
God.
is 21.
Okay, cool.
Never.
That's nuts. Okay. So they won't be able to reach him, it looks like, as well. Is that right? Is it like can't willingly enter? Okay.
Yeah.
By non-magical means. The creature has disadvantage on attacks, and any targets within the creature, they can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed. Okay. That's very powerful. I think that might be your go, and Istrid's go, I think, as well, which means we then move.
Yeah, I'll sit on the edge of that barrier and just wait.
Okay. You wait.
Yeah, vibes.
And the first thing that happens are the warriors move forward to attack, racing one straight across towards you, but it can't get within 10 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I would say it's it would be a 2x2 square on the map. That would be a 10-foot circle, effectively.
Yep, that's okay. I might put that on you so that we've got that, and we can.
Yeah, I was thinking
I
maybe
can't seem.
just draw
Can you add it to
something.
yours as like a blue
I got you.
radius?
No, I got you.
If
I
you
got
do
you.
that, then I'll use that as the radius. If it's less than half the square, then they can enter that square, but they still can't reach you. We'll go with that.
Well, I was
Is that
thinking
it?
like that, right? Because otherwise, I'm gonna have like if I do 10 feet from me now, is it 10-foot radius?
10 foot.
Oh,
10-foot
damn.
radius.
10-foot radius,
Okay,
20-foot tall
never mind.
circular
Radius.
cylinder. Do it as a circle,
Okay, now we
please.
got
It just
this.
makes it
We got
easier.
this. Yeah, we got this. We got this.
Yeah, we'll work it out. In any case, it's racing up to the edge of that. I'm going to get the other one.
I put it in the wrong spot.
That's all right.
Oh
I got you.
no!
I know, because I was thinking literally on your character token, you can make auras come out
Like a radius, yeah.
as opposed to,
Yeah, I didn't think.
So that
I
might
could
be
How do I
do
get rid of
that.
my orange thing?
I don't know that I have control over the auras and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you
No
should.
worries. Let's just go with this. Is that 10-foot radius or was that 20?
That's a 10-foot radius. See, it looks
Okay,
weird.
cool. Okay, I'll get rid of the orange
The
one because you can
we'll
just do
just need
it.
to get rid of. Yeah.
No worries, I'll get rid of that one there.
Yeah, I measured
it
it
gets
edge to
to
edge. It's
here.
exactly 4 squares across.
Let me get this guy. He races
D&D,
forward.
teaching everybody
1,
math.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He gets to here. So both of them race forward towards you. Get to the edge of this there. Suddenly seem to focus for a second, and then they kind of fizzle. Their whole form seems to shift for a second. And both of them need to make a saving throw, a charisma saving throw, as they try to misty step towards you.
Oh. Misty
No.
step, huh?
Fuckers. Nice.
Both of them roll poorly. And because of that, they're both left outside
You have
here.
rolled
And they both
poorly.
Goodbye.
they focus their frustrations on you incredibly as this happens. The other one nearby to the other floating figure doesn't seem to move. Waits there for a second. Let me just double check. As it sees what happens there, doesn't really like that that's happening there. So what it does something similar. It moves up to here, stands by and holds and waits. Then it's the next one's go, which is that floating creature, which is turned around, and you can see its desiccated face. Once was a Githyanki, but it's like completely been sucked of life and moisture, and it's like barely hanging skin off its skull. You can see whatever it was human possibly in life, but is no longer. At this point, okay, it simply looks forward here, whispers some words, and you see magical arcane images seem to form around its hands as it suddenly launches forth, and a small black ball flies straight towards you guys. And I believe I need to get a circle here of some kind.
I would like to use my reaction to counterspell that effect.
Are you within 60 feet?
I think so. Bear with
Yes,
me.
you confirm.
Yep.
Excellent. Counterspell, how does that work on a 3rd level spell?
Checking.
3rd level just knocks it out.
If the creature is casting a spell at 3rd level or lower, its spell fails and has no effect.
And at this point, it fizzles at this point, and it is not happy about that at all. So it simply moves back around the corner over here. As that finishes its spell, nothing else seems to happen at this point, and now it's Gerardo's go. What do you do, Gerardo? Up next will be Tobin, so get ready, Tobin, with your next effect. Gerardo.
All right. I have 40 feet of movement due to being mobile. And that will get me a 20 foot, which is good with the reaction. I'm going to, if I can select my token, 5, 10, 15, and just move into the circle of protection for 20.
Nice.
And I'm going to twin spell cast. I'm going to go with Mind Sliver.
Okay, is that a reaction?
Sorry, no, that's a cantrip.
Okay. No, but does it cost a reaction to cast?
Cantrip. It is one action.
Okay. So you do Mind Sliver. Oh, that's
and I'm
right, because it's
going
a hurty thing, isn't it?
Correct. I'm going to use a sorcery point to twin spell that and do a second target as well.
Okay. Which targets are you going for?
So one for the mage and then one for the top soldier. I'll ping that one.
Okay.
That one.
Okay, cool. You focus on those two. Two bolts of like silvery energy fly out towards them. Do you want to roll your attacks? Well, they need to save,
sure.
don't they?
I
They need to save. They need to make an intelligence saving
Correct.
throw.
Intelligence 20.
Okay, intelligence 20. Where did that go? God damn. Okay, let's just do this. The first one I'll make is the wizard that tries to save. Intelligence 20, was it?
Yep, that's right.
Okay. 25. It avoids it.
Ooh,
It is a spellcaster as well, like yourself. For the other creature, what happened?
I accidentally picked up Yistrid. I was trying to measure some distances.
No worries.
Just picked him up.
The other one tries to save, rolls a 15. What's your DC?
20. That is
Yes.
4d6 force damage. Sorry,
4d6.
psychic damage.
4d6 damage. Do you want to roll that? So that should actually be there, I think.
Yes, I don't. Oh, yeah, it has. 18 psychic damage.
18 psychic damage.
Oof.
And
Excellent.
it subtracts 1d4 from its next saving throw.
Okay, excellent. You hit it. That's your action. Is anything else you do?
Well, I've used my reaction.
Reactions into someone else's go. You don't need to use
Oh,
it.
yeah, true. No, I've used
Bonus.
that.
Bonus
Do you have a
action.
bonus that you want to do?
Don't believe so for now. I will be fine from there.
Okay, then Tobin, you're up, and I believe Sarah, you should get ready. Tobin, what do you do?
Tobin is going to say, "Hey, you, the guy that looks like a visible fart, batter up." And he's going to do a
Three of them look
spiritual
away.
weapon behind it and hit it from behind.
Which one are you going for? Oh, you got spiritual hammer going?
This one here.
Nice.
Fantastic. Okay,
Got a spiritual weapon, yeah.
excellent.
Ah.
And I believe I have to roll to hit with my spiritual weapon.
You do. What does your weapon look
Wherever
like
my
as it
roll to hit
appears?
is.
What kind of weapon is
It looks like a giant cup of coffee.
it? Okay,
Oh, I love it.
nice. Roll to hit as it appears.
How do I roll attack on a spiritual weapon?
You actually on spiritual weapon itself. I think does it have it there? Let me
Yeah,
just
so
double
click
check.
on the spell,
should
open
do,
the
yeah.
side panel, and you should have a cast spell button at the top right-hand corner.
Okay.
Cast on VTT is what you want to hit.
Nice.
Oh, what did I just do? Cast on VTT.
Guys, can you see the cup of coffee next to
May have hit
him?
it twice.
Oh my god, that was quick.
Hmm.
Nice.
Oh, is that the cup of coffee? I
That's a
love
cup
it.
of coffee.
That's
That
fantastic.
is
That
there
is so
now
cool.
floating. It's not that big, but it is.
I don't know why I rolled
actually-
twice.
First one was
Oh
a
my gosh.
31.
It's a,
oh my god.
Same result.
For 12 force damage.
And 12 damage.
And that's the first one
Yep.
as well, which is also taken damage from Gerardo. So that means it's taken some serious damage. Then anything else you do with your action, because you can still do an action if you wish.
Just can't do another
I
spell.
can't cast 2 spells though.
You can cast a cantrip.
Um,
You can cast a cantrip.
I
But
don't
if
want
you
to.
want
Ooh.
cantrips, you can cast at any time as well. It doesn't take up slots.
Yeah, I might just cast. Okay. I might just cast. Actually, does Toll the Dead work on undead?
No, It's
Hold.
more about how dead a creature is,
No.
isn't it?
You, I think
Yeah.
Sacred Flame or something like that. I think. Or
Yeah, Sacred
Uh,
Flame.
Yeah,
Got Radiance.
I'm going to cast Sacred
Hmm.
Flame.
nice.
Yeah, boy.
Nice.
All right. Is that a saving throw? I believe it is.
Did that come up?
Yep. Dexterity.
Sure. Dexterity saving throw. Is it on the same creature?
Oh, damn.
Yep, DC
Dex
21.
21 save.
Wow.
Yeah, on the same one.
Same one. Okay.
Good luck.
What am I doing with
Same one.
that? It keeps disappearing. Hang on. Let's try that again. Oh, because he's up there. My apologies. All right. It tries to dodge out of the way of this radiant divine bolt of light. Dex saving throw, which is not great for it. No, it does not. How much does it take? We've done the. There it is. 27
points of
damage.
damage.
That's what a 20th level
That's
cleric
it.
can do.
Youch.
And it
That's
does
not
not
bad.
like that. And actually, at this
It
point,
does not like
it
it.
does not like that. That's your go. I think that means we're up to Syrah.
Yeah.
Do I have enough movement left to still step inside the circle?
I think you do. Yeah, you can step inside the circle. Go
think-
for it. Just behind
Yeah.
Syrah and
just
Gerardo. In fact,
step
you'll
in
be in
there.
a nice little tight quartet there. So that's all good.
Aw, we're so cute. I hope no one's got fireball. So I
Well, they tried. Didn't work.
Sarah reaches into one of the multiple pockets of their robe, pulls out a little bit of ash, reaches into another pocket with a little glass vial, crushes it, pushes it together, squashes them together with her hands. And you know those
Very cool.
volcano experiments where when you put these substances together, just this ridiculous amount of matter comes out?
Yes.
That's what happens. I'm going to cast Thorn Whip
Mm-hmm.
at the Thorn Whip
Oh,
Yes.
at this one here. So
Okay.
Oh,
it's
that's nice.
basically like it's a volcano of stuff because that's what
Leaks
my
out
thorn whip
towards it.
looks like.
And
Yep.
what does it? Is it a save?
No, it's an attack, and I
Okay.
better not get. Okay, so that is a 25 to hit.
Which character again? Sorry.
So it's this one, the wizardy one, the one that's
Oh, that one looks like a warrior. The wizardy one's the one at the very back. So
All
it's
the way back?
probably this one here.
no,
I
we're
take
gonna.
it.
All right, so we're gonna go for that one. Yeah.
Sweet. All right, and it has a saving throw against.
No, it was 25 to hit.
Oh, well, that's a hit then. That's for sure.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Cool. And so that is that is 18 piercing damage.
Excellent.
Is magical damage as well.
Okay,
'cause
he
it is
hasn't
a
been hit
spell.
yet. He is, and is he actually contained or something?
No, it just goes out and kind of like when it hits to the end, so this like black sulfurous looking stuff goes out, wraps around, pierces through, and then just kind of collapses down.
Does not like this. Nice
Yes.
damage to that as well. Fantastic. You have a bonus action.
Not that I can use right now, alas.
Okay, and are you going to move from here?
Doesn't sorry, Thea, doesn't Thorn Whip
Yeah.
pull a creature 10 feet closer to you on an attack?
I thought it can.
Oh, it can.
I believe it
I
does.
can pull the creature.
You could pull it into the circle
Yeah.
and thus setting off the held action. Just saying.
That's true.
I mean, that's
yeah, it's still before Istrid's go, so I'd still consider that.
I haven't been able to trigger that.
Sure, let's do that. Let's do that.
If I could give
And
you
you can
the
pull it
trigger,
up
10
Steve, I
feet.
would.
I can pull it 10 feet closer. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Steve.
What's
It can't enter the circle
range?
willingly, but it can enter unwillingly.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can pull it in
that's
unwillingly.
stipulation.
yeah, pull it up
Does it
10 feet
pull it
closer to me.
10
Yeah,
feet.
it
One,
100% pulls it
that
close.
would be to there. That would be to there,
Yeah.
actually,
Oh, it's
which
not.
is still not close
Right
enough,
on the
actually.
edge.
But it is
Well,
now
it's
considered
right.
inside
Punch
the
it,
actual
like,
circle.
slap it
radius.
against the wall, up
Yeah.
against the wall.
All right,
Yeah.
that's that one. So,
What's that?
Next.
Mortal Kombat? Get over
Mortal
here.
Kombat. Excellent. Then we go to,
Get
on
over
that note,
here.
Istrid, you are up and get ready. That'll be Gerardo after their go. Istrid, what do you do?
Oh, what do? I pace forward and with a flourish, unleash
Yep.
the first
Of
of
course.
two Vorpal longsword attacks, two-handed. Here comes the first. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's 29.
Oh,
A
Lucky
29
that was
hits. Lucky it was an
That
advantage,
is
absolutely.
It's not
fortunate.
at
Yeah.
It's not at
Well, lucky it was the
advantage, that's just
first one.
That's just the first one.
okay.
I rolled a 29 and
That
a
is
nat one
lucky.
for chat who can't see the rolls that we're making.
Yeah,
Oh
so it
no,
was
you
lucky.
can see the rolls because I have the dice. Now rolling for damage,
Okay.
Yeah.
which did not go through to roll 20, but that is a 17, so it's a 10 plus 7 maximum damage
Yep.
on that. I also
Okay.
have to roll 1d8 radiant because I just do that as well.
From your searing smite,
from-
and that's 5
Oh,
damage.
that's just max
which is
damage.
inflicting it.
That's just max
Oh my
damage. ladies and
God.
gentlemen. So that's going to be
25
Max
damage.
damage.
that's going to be 25.
Amazing.
Plus my sword
25.
is
Mhm.
kind of ablazoned right now as well because I did that previously with. Did I do branding? I did
Beautiful.
searing smite, didn't I?
Yeah,
So that's gonna
searing
be another
smite. And you get another attack.
1d6. Yeah, well, no, this is just the first round, ladies and gentlemen. I will do the second one.
1d6.
So can I just get another
Two
two?
damage.
Can I get another 2 fire damage specifically? Thank
I
you.
added to it. That's 45. Sorry, you've done a total of 25, 27 damage so far. So next
and
attack.
at each of
All
that
of us.
creature's turn, it also
Yeah.
has to make a
throw?
Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 fire.
And what's your saving throw DC?
17.
Okay, good to know. Cool.
Nice.
And then one more attack.
Yep, second attack.
Okay, you see him like slashing with his greatsword. Is that right? A greatsword? I can't remember. No, longsword,
It's a
two-handed,
longsword.
smashing into this here.
Oof, okay. The second one
It's an
was
18.
It's an 18 on the first. Are we good?
Oh,
As
man.
you do that as well, it suddenly like took that first hit like a pro basically, and it cleaved the side of its arm and just looks at you with like disdain because you managed to get under its armor. Your second attack comes right in here, and you look like you're going to strike the other arm, and it's like almost instinctively ching, knocks it out of the way with a parry.
Cheeky bastard. All right.
Ooh.
All right. Well, you want to parry me.
All right, all right, all right.
Well,
All right.
you
So,
hang
bonus
on,
time?
So now I got a thing. Where's my maneuvers?
I've got a thing. There's going to be
I've got a
so much
thing.
of that during this game. We're
I've
like,
got a
wait,
thing.
I've got a thing. And then we go through the list
I'm
of
going to give you 10
1,000 things.
seconds. What is the thing?
Yeah, martial adept maneuver, one superiority.
Oh
Do your
yeah,
thing.
yeah, I'll give that. You did take that. I remember.
No, it's my
Wow.
parry
Feat.
thing. Sorry, I'm looking at my actions. It's a feature.
Parry's
sorry.
going to be your
Then you-
reaction
I
in
have
its
to-
go, not yours. Yeah.
Okay, riposte. Sorry, correct. As my bonus action, I would like
Oh.
to, now that I've... Yes?
Uh huh.
Yes.
Bonus
like
is
to-
good.
Now that I've used... Well,
You can have a bonus action as well.
yes, please.
What
now
is
that
it?
I've used my Searing Smite, that
Yep.
has been spent since it was the first hit that hit.
Uh-huh.
As a bonus action, I would like to cast Compelled Duel.
Compelled Duel?
I
Oh.
would like to cast it on this baddie down the back. This witchical,
Ooh.
mystical,
Oh.
undead piece of nasty. So that's going to be a 60 feet, well within range. Can I please have a Wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
DC 17. That is a pretty nasty saving throw. Let's see what it can do.
As I send out this echoing spell through the
Magic
walls.
resistance. It has this particular thing has magic resistance, so it gets advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects, which
not
means
gonna
its
matter anyway.
save is not 12, it's 24 because of the advantage. It saves against your compelled duel.
God damn.
Nasty.
Nice try.
I will bark over my shoulder to Tobin. I'll say, Tobin, remember when we did the hey, look here, no, look over here. Make sure you use your if you use your taunt ability, they won't be able to they'll get disadvantage to attack anyone else. So if I can get them to compel duel me, and they can only attack me or suffer advantage, and then if they don't attack you, they suffer a disadvantage. We're winning.
We get that. Okay, this is like from before. You may have talked about this.
Yes.
Won't be your actual thing, but I like it. This is good.
It's a
Okay,
thing we
cool.
do. No, look over here.
This is our set
It's
them
a
up and
thing.
knock
We
them
did
Set
down.
it.
them up and knock them down.
Wait,
Okay.
what's my...
That's exactly it.
So that's your go, I believe.
That's me. Thank you.
And on that note, it's their turn. So the first thing that these two do is they move around. One of them goes across to here. Actually, no, I think it can make it. Yeah, it can get to the edge. That's about half of it there, which is going to be within range of Tobin. The other one, instead, suddenly it disappears from view and appears here. Right
So
over
they
here.
don't seem to be affected by the teleportation ban yet.
Roll in Arcana check. Anyone who wants to.
inside
to
the
remember.
circle.
I will do an
that's
Arcana
just a-
check.
Sarah will also do Arcana
Roll
because
Arcana check.
Sarah's interested in everything.
19's
Okay.
enough. Anyone else who wants to roll it, please do.
I
In
got
any
an
case,
18.
you
Sure.
can remind people, anyone
How
who
did that
rolls
one
a-
get inside the circle?
anyone inside of 15 or higher, they're not getting inside the circle, they're outside of it. So they're currently outside of it.
Well, there's one that's up in.
He's on the edge of it. If you like, I can happily move him
Okay.
one step more, because if
Yeah.
it's less than half
No,
of the
no,
square,
it's fine. Just so I know
he's
what's
outside.
going
No
on.
worries. Anyone who's got
tell us
15 or
this
higher, you
Arcana.
remember they said,
Yeah, I just so I knew what was going on.
Teleporting-
It looked like to me that he'd got.
cool.
Yeah.
Anyone who's trying to use Misty Step Dimension through the walls is going to find problems, but through space is fine, and that's exactly what they did. And they actually headed across to here, and the first thing they do is they attack. The first one is closest to Tobin and is going for him, as two silver great swords,
And you have
slightly
disadvantage.
incorporeal, you notice actually as they go. The first attack is AC 27. The second is AC 20.
Ooh.
Is that with disadvantage?
With disadvantage. Do they have disadvantage?
that's
They're not in. They're
disadvantage.
not in the circle. They're not in the
They're
circle.
attacking a creature.
Within the circle?
The creature
They're
In
attacking
the
creature inside the
attacking.
circle, yeah.
Good point. They are so. They don't like this, and it throws them off because of this holy light that you're there. The first one gets AC 12.
Miss.
The second one AC 17.
Miss.
And they are not happy about this. And guess what? That's his go. The next one's trying to attack Gerardo as he tries. Also at
the squishy one.
disadvantage. The first one
Not
gets
the squishy sorcerer.
AC 20 as a disadvantage roll.
That matches my armor class, so that's
Oh,
a
that's a
hit.
hit. Okay. You get a hit on you and you take 22 damage, 12 of which you feel your mind is just suddenly assaulted by painful imagery. You feel it's a psychic attack. So you take 22
Oh.
damage.
Can I, as a warcaster, I can use a reaction to cast a spell.
Oh, I can't
And
forgot
I-
about that. That's good.
That's a good point. I'm also a warcaster.
Yeah.
It allows
Oh,
you
man.
to hostile creature provokes an attack of opportunity from you. You can use your reaction to cast a spell. So it hasn't provoked an attack of opportunity. So
Ah.
cool. So good try
That was a
there, but
nice
remember
try.
that for later. That could be useful. So in this case,
Yeah.
you've taken 22. Is that right?
Yep.
All right. That was its second attack. Was it? No, that was its first attack. Its second attack He's a 25 as a disadvantage.
That will hit.
Man.
You take another 21 damage. This thing is assaulting, and you can tell it doesn't like spellcasters. This thing is made to destroy things with powerful spellcasting abilities. That is those two. Then it's the larger one in front who's been thorn whipped and also struck by Istrid. Is now within the circle, not of its own will, but it can attack. So what it will do is attack. It uses its silver greatsword on Istrid first of all, swipes to an AC of 26,
Oof.
and its second, and you take 38 damage from this leader of Githyanki Knights, a commander.
Anything.
Then it attacks again.
Oof.
And as lowest is AC 20.
Yep, that hits.
That's a hit. You take another 37 points of damage from this nasty commander. These things are not nice.
69.
No.
And then what it does now,
Nice.
it stays there. It's absolutely fine staying there, and it just stares you down with that Githyanki intensity, ready for another assault.
Oh, it's
Next.
fucked up.
As that
I
happens,
like these things.
the thing in the background, floating there, looking like the Emperor, basically. Look at Steve. Yes, there. That cloak, basically. He got his cloak on and everything. Looks a bit like him. Well, actually, much more haggard and worse, this thing up the back there. As it's...
That's kind.
it's
That is kind.
as it seems not happy with what's going on here and decides to make a saving throw, first of all.
Hmm.
It rolls a 26 as its saving throw. And suddenly, it appears inside the radius of your magic circle of protection. In fact, right in the center of the magic circle
Wow.
protection. Did somebody have to do a saving throw, sorry, at the beginning of their go? I think you're right. The Thornwicked guy, thanks to Istrid, had to make a saving throw, a con save. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Con save.
What
takes
was that for?
1d6.
1d6 with flame. Well, that's always a
He's
fun
on
thing.
fire.
AC 18. Oh, sorry, 18 is con save is 17, so it beats your save. It is not on fire.
Hmm.
It is
Also, does that provoke opportunity showing up in the center of all of us like that?
no, because it's not
No.
moving out of your
It's
attack
not- it's not
range.
a
Good
scope.
Worth a
question.
try.
It's
Worth a
actually
try.
probably the worst place it actually could have landed for you guys.
Masters here, we don't have a door.
This is as this hideous undead creature appears amongst all of you with this intense hatred in its eyes. You notice there's an aura of black flame around it. With that, let me just check. Okay. This black flame, you can feel the heat from it, and there's something about it that feels not just like it would burn, but it would suck the energy of your life away. In any event, it reaches out to strike at somebody nearby. That would probably be... It will go for Istrid, who looks like he's the one causing an aura on everyone here. He doesn't like him.
I don't
It
like
gets
this.
one attack. Armor class of 22 is a hit.
Mm-hmm.
You take 15 necrotic damage and 15 fire damage.
Right.
Do you have any
That's
resistances?
okay. I'm resistant to necrotic damage.
You take only half, you take 7.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And so 15 fire, which is a total of 22. As this
I
thing is
just took
here,
105 hit points. Let's just put that back.
and that'll be on your go. And I think that's all it can do at this time, as it's done a lot of stuff, and you guys have seen Istrid thumped on, basically, with this flame around you. You think that this thing's standing near you now as well. You don't want to stick around it because this flame feels like it could burn. In any event, it is now Gerardo. Your turn. Before you go, let me just check. Okay. What do you do?
Well, I'm getting just a tiny little bit cranky about this annoying user. Just a little bit annoyed. I am thinking a bit of this.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit of that, yes.
Bit of this,
And
a
I'm
bit of
going to
that.
check, since it has a target, I might be able to twin spell that. So I'm going to check that.
Yes, that's true. On which character are you casting it on?
I'm casting that on the wizard who just showed up right next to me. So that
Okay.
is a DC 20 dex save.
DC 20
It's
dex
like a
save.
guy
Can you describe
at a
what happens?
nightclub.
Can you describe what happens before it hits it? What actually you cast?
All right. Well, Gerardo just looks really grumpy. Like he's lost his affable, facade. He's actually pissed about this, and this is not a good time because he's just been whacked. So he points out, pretty much point blank, just taps it on the head, and a sickening green ray just arcs through it.
Like an electrical band right through it, and through its veins, in fact, as it touches it there. As it tries to get out of the way, rolls a natural 20 for its saving throw.
Ah.
Kid you not, which is 21. So what's your DC?
DC 20.
It's what it had to roll. Basically, it's like
Yeah.
But I am
so.
going
Does it take
to
half?
No, it just fails.
Okay, so basically you try to touch it. The last moment, it moves just out of the way at the last moment, and the bolt of this thing goes straight towards the ground and the bones nearby, and a whole bunch of bones just go into dust right behind it. And I think makes Gerardo even angrier.
I am going to twin spell that one.
Yep.
That cost me a couple of sorcery points, but I'm going
Okay.
to try that as... Actually, no, I have to pick a different target. So
You do, yeah.
I will go for the one that attacked me before.
Oh.
So this
next
delightful
to you?
gentleman here.
Yep, okay. You instead focus on this one in your fury at not getting the other guy as it tries to make a saving throw to get out of the way. It rolled a 20.
Oh, come on.
It rolled a 20. It's like
Screenshot.
the disintegrate sorcery points as well there as well, and you're like, what the hell is happening here? Now, do you want to do anything about that? Is there anything that you want to invoke to try and make this like an advantage or something?
Just thinking here.
I believe everyone has like an inspiration that they can use as well from the last
Chat
game.
have
So-
inspiration for 300.
Oh, and
channel
also
Lots of reroll,
That
sorry.
would be
Please.
great.
you can, yeah.
That would be so
Yeah, anyone out in chat want to grant us some inspiration?
Oh yeah, if anyone wants to do that, now's the time to grant inspiration. Please vote.
Let's go.
And
Actually, I
you've got-
believe
we'll make it
one
within the
person
next
redeemed an
15
inspiration
seconds.
before.
I think so.
Oh, me.
I'm going to make it simply here. You get a chance to, because technically I'll make it's a re-roll. So that means if you can actually do a re-roll and it'll be the first roll that you roll, we'll go with that and see if that's it. Oh, actually, it's its thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a
this
save.
creature. So it's not a inspiration.
Yeah.
Not much I can
Alas.
do, unfortunately. That was just a
Mhm.
fantastic set of
Hail
rolling.
Marys
you
here.
bastard.
At this
Yeah, well
point,
done.
Gerardo is like, okay, I've got to sort this out for next round. Here we go. Any bonus ability, any bonus action you want to do?
Not for the moment. I don't think my luck points can be expended for another save. No, that's
No.
fine.
I think that's a feature, another feat that you have to get
Correct,
to
yeah.
put it on someone else, which means at this point, Gerardo looks thoroughly frustrated. Well, this what has happened just now, as we then move on to the next creature's go.
Oh,
Because what happens
more creatures.
at this point, you can see that. Okay, good. No, that's all it goes. The next person to go is Tobin. Syrah, get ready to go.
I also forgot I have my homunculus, which goes after me. I completely forgot about it.
All good. It's been carrying away, waiting for you to call on it. So that's all it
Sitting
is.
there.
So your next go. Syrah, get ready for
me
it.
on the shoulder, and it's gone.
I'm here.
Don't forget.
So get ready for your go, Syrah, but it's Tobin's go. Tobin, what do you do?
I use my bonus action to say to the guy that's Istrid's trying to hit, I'm trying my absolute hardest to see things from your perspective, but I just can't get my head that far up my own ass.
Nice.
Is that a taunt, I believe?
That's a taunt, yes.
You hear such acid venom coming from these words from this Kenda, and also at the same time, it seems so charming. It's so frustratingly annoying as it says it to which creature is it saying? The one attacking Istrid, is that right?
The one that the big bad spellcaster guy.
Oh, the spellcaster in the center. All right. As you say that, what happens? What does he have to make a save against?
Where am I?
Wisdom.
You can
Wisdom,
hear
I wanna
the
say.
target must success on a wisdom saving throw, or it has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than me. So it has disadvantage on attack rolls
Oh.
against the other three
At a disadvantage, it has disadvantage
until the start of my next turn.
I know it has advantage against spells. It saves. It saves against your spell.
Mm.
I do.
Is it a spell?
It's not a spell.
Your
it's an
ability. Oh, all magical effects. It has the thing. It spells all magical effects. That's the ability of this particular
Okay.
creature. Yep. So
Damn, we might get TPK'd in the first bout.
unfortunately for that, however,
Fine.
we shall see.
We're good.
I've
I
even
don't
lost
think
all my
so.
hit
Okay,
points.
who looks the most damaged next to me?
Definitely Istrid. Oh, actually, sorry. Yeah, Harada's looking pretty bad.
Jesus, this is
And
Glass
Istrid's going to heal
cannon.
himself.
It's looking pretty
Well.
bad.
Yep.
Okay. I will cast. What can I cast? Claire?
You know me.
So what card? You
Healing
cast a
word?
spell then, didn't you? You cast. What was the
No, I
spell
did
you
a
cast?
taunt.
Oh, you did
It's an
taunt,
ability,
yeah.
it's a
So you can
taunt,
use any
yeah.
spell you
I believe
want.
it's a bonus action,
Yeah.
so you can do.
And
it
everyone's
full,
looking pretty bad. So if you want to go
Looking
high,
bad.
go high.
Yeah, but are we going to get another rest? That's the only thing I'm worried about.
You're not getting another rest.
Aye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not an option.
Nah, no rests.
I have
I
an
will
idea for that,
cast
but maybe
Domain.
later.
I will cast.
do a mass
I will
heal.
cast,
Everything we've got.
Or
Yeah.
a
mass
heal or
heal's
mass
too
cure
high.
wounds. A mass cure wounds or something.
I don't think they're there yet.
Oh, just hit me with
They're
a healing
fine.
word.
They're not
Just hit me
dying.
with hit me with like a.
I'll do a mass
little
cure
healing word or
wounds
something.
at. Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh yeah. But isn't that
If
multiple?
If it's ever going to
targets?
come up.
It does get multiple
Yeah.
targets.
targets.
Yeah.
Do we need to heal multiple? I've been damaging myself
Well-
in Roll20 to try and keep track of it, but I can't see if anyone else has taken.
Yeah, I
Okay.
track my damage and roll 20. I'm down to
Dorado,
like 39.
yeah.
I'm not doing good.
He's not looking good. You can do a
It's
mass.
too late. I cast it. Anyone
Alright,
who's
just-
been damaged
you
gets
did
it
it.
back.
You did it.
Yep. Awesome. So you guys get 16
Yay.
hit points back immediately. Was that at a higher level, or did you want to make it a higher
That
level?
that was at its
Base
regular
level?
level, which
That
was,
was regular.
level 5.
Cool.
I think.
Excellent.
Mass cure wounds level 5.
Excellent. So you guys have another 16 hit points each
Yeah.
to help you along the way. That's probably your go unless you move, but it's probably not advantageous for you to move, or you'll get an opportunity attack against you.
No, I'm fine where I am.
Okay,
I can't
cool.
move my Witch Spiritual Weapon because that's another bonus action.
No worries. Well, at the end of your go, all of a sudden the Tlakith commander suddenly yells out a word to one of its subordinates over there and calls out this. And Tobin, you understand what he's saying here, and says, "Destroy the intruders," like this. And he raises up and gets an action because of his legendary commander and attacks.
Mm.
He's actually attacking Tobin.
Oh no.
Well, why don't you cry about it, saddlebags?
Armor class of 18. I think he's a miss.
Mm.
Mhm.
Miss.
Oh,
Hey.
clangs off your armor, your new chain
is a
armor, which
definite
would have been
miss.
hit if it was your old armor. So
Yo.
nice work.
Mm,
That
nice.
does nothing, and it comes up to Syrah's go instead.
Okay.
Istrid, you're up next. Get ready.
Oh gosh, so many different things. All right. So I don't like this little wizard thing that has appeared in between us. So I'm just going to like reach out a hand, lay it on its shoulder. Actually, I'm not going to touch him.
Lick it.
I'm going to pull another. I'm not going to lick him. I'm
But
going
he's
to
in
pull
character.
a little. Yeah, I'm going to pull a capsule out of another pocket,
Yep.
lick it, crush it, throw it,
Uh-huh.
and it's a ranged spell attack. But it's okay. DM question. It is a ranged spell attack, but it feels like I should be able to crush acid onto somebody next to me. But it is up to you if you want to let me do this, or whether I should make. So I want to cast
Oh.
acid splash
I'm cool
on
with
the
that.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I crush this vial onto
Mhm.
this wizard thing, sort of like squashing a lemon like, on top, and it is a dex saving throw on
Okay.
the one that is directly in front of me.
Okay. It's a dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw, correct.
Okay. You normally
DC
can do
18.
that. Okay, cool. We'll go with that. And it is on, sorry, which one is it on that you're doing it?
The
Sorry,
wizard.
I will.
The wizard.
The wizard.
Oh,
The
that
wizard that
nasty-
appeared in the middle of it.
The nasty
Yeah.
bastard. All right, then. And it's a
Yeah.
dex saving throw,
Nasty
which is not his
Correct.
best. 15. I believe he might say.
Fails.
And what happens to him?
So he takes 12 points of acid damage.
Doesn't like that at all. So he's not looking
And it
very
smells like
happy with that.
lemons. Definitely smells like lemons.
Okay, okay. You can just radiant smell of lemons fill the air, which is
quite
actually
pleasant if
very
you like.
pleasant. With the minty smell of your thing before, this place is smelling really lovely, like
It's
a summer's day.
really quite
So it's
lovely.
actually
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah, you've heard it nastily. What next?
Yeah.
Do you have a bonus?
Not that I'm going to use right now.
Okay.
So
Istrid, get ready.
I'm good.
Is it you're good? Istrid, you, I believe, 2 secs. I just need to check something to see if it goes. Yeah, actually, before you go, it takes all of a sudden with immense speed, clearly a martial warrior of great experience, it acts faster than you expect, and it gets an attack.
I don't like this. I need to get him out.
It has
of
a
here.
disadvantage. It rolls a 15. Thank God it didn't have advantage. So, because I rolled a nat 20. 15 knocks it out of the way. That's that legendary action, and now it's your turn. After there goes soon, it'll be Harada's go. Get ready. But Istrid, you're up. What do you do?
Bring my animated shield around as I... Was that the lich thing behind... the undead thing behind me?
There's an undead thing
Did that attack
behind
off
you.
Is that what attacked me or the thing in front of me? Do I know
The
what
thing in
attacked
front of
me?
you with its greatsword.
The thing
Yeah,
in
with its
front of me
greatsword.
attacked me. Okay. I would have whipped around my animated shield, and as I do so, just for a moment, just kind of look away from my enemy. I take my sword and I kneel down, and I call upon an energy I don't like to call upon, and I cast Destructive Wave. So each creature I choose
necrotic
within 30
damage.
feet. Can I have a con saving throw, please?
From each creature?
From each creature I choose. So
From all of
four
us?
the ones
All
that are
4 of
not
the
my friends.
bastards. Yeah, you got it. First one is one of the warriors. It gets a 19.
Okay.
I forgot my construct again.
It happens. The next one's a nat 20. So that's
Okay.
not good for those two. The other one is the commander. It's going to roll its save. It rolls a nat 20. That's just no.
way.
Are these getting disadvantaged? Do they get disadvantage on saves as well as attacks?
Let me check. Tobin.
He got 23 anyway, I think. So I think that's pretty high.
Magic
Yeah.
circle.
Is
Targets
this
with,
for the
okay, so
magic circle?
the creatures that attacking the allies within the circle have disadvantage. Targets within the cylinder cannot be charged. Frightened. Blah blah blah. When you cast, no, it doesn't say anything about magic and stuff.
Okay. I'm just going to say that it's pretty nuts what they've been rolling because 3 of them rolled a nat 20 on advantage. I'm going with disadvantage and they still got over 20. So
Wow.
in that case, the destructive wave happens. Do they still take damage though?
Oh hell yeah!
Good. What's the damage?
Nice.
So it's going to be half.
They
of
are tough.
all of
They are
all
tough
these.
bastards.
Oh
wow, okay.
We have got an initial 5d6 of
Yeah.
thunder damage.
Okay.
Followed by 5d6 radiant. So that's going to be 17.
And do they take half?
Yeah, so it's going to be half. So it's a total of 31.
Yeah.
But if it's half radiant, or if they have any resistances, it splits 17-14.
No splits there. They don't have any resistance there. So they take full 15 because I'll take half damage. So that one goes to that. That one of the warriors goes down.
Hey.
We've taken down the one that's been injured. I can't remember which one that is, actually. I'm going to go with the one nearest to Tobin. Sorry, actually, yeah, the one that nearest both of you there is gone. First of all, the wizardly one looks pretty bad, but it's not down yet. The main guy is up still. He looks unhappy. And the other one looks pretty damaged. Actually, it's the first time it's been hit, the other one. So that's his first one. That's your action. What else do you do?
Not as incredible as we'd hoped. That's all right.
Not quite as
These
epic.
things are tough.
They're tough.
Nasty. You are in the heart of their realm as well.
I mean, try 2 disintegrates and that 20 saves. I'm just saying.
What can you do? I mean, that's kind of nuts. That is kind of
That's
nuts.
crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Absolutely broken. As an action, I can't cast a second spell. God damn. It was a bit of a Hail Mary, that one, not gonna lie.
5 seconds.
Running out of time.
I got nothing. I literally have nothing. I will.
You pause.
I'm gonna shift my movement slightly. That's all I'm doing.
Still in their radius, so you don't attract an opportunity attack, so you move to there. Nice one. Which is then up to its go. There go. Okay, cool. The thing in front, which is quite nasty as well, and doesn't like that you were trying to attack it there, Gerardo. So it's going to try and attack you.
That's fair.
I'm glad it seems fair too. That's the thing.
Is it currently in range because it's next to Tobin up here? Is that the one we're talking about?
The one actually is in between you. It's
the wizard, right? Yep, cool. Gotcha.
Does he go first? Let me just double check. It's actually. I've got rid of the. Sorry, my apologies. I just need to add a turn because these guys were here, and they're on 10. I just need to update that. All right, let's put them back in order. If I'm correct, we're back in the right order. Okay, so it goes first. The one at the top. That's the one that's going first. It's going to try and attack. It stays there. It's very happy just making 2 attacks against this person in front of it who it doesn't like. First attack is an AC of 17.
That misses.
Okay.
Wow.
Second attack, 18.
Also misses.
Oh, okay. This circle of protection is working well. That's it. It's not going to do anything else at the moment, so that's it there. The next one to go is the commander. It is still focused on Istrid, and it seems to be focused, and it seems almost have a grin on its face as well as it sees that you've taken damage, as it leans forward to smash at you again with its greatsword. Its first attack is a 16.
That's gonna miss.
The shield knocks it out of the way. The second attack is armor class of 22.
That's gonna sneak on by.
That is a hurtful amount of damage. That's 44 damage that you take.
I would like
Ouch.
to use a
Ouch.
reaction of some description that I can do. Where is it? Parry
Yep.
something. Damages. Use a reaction. Expend 1 superiority die to reduce the damage
Yep.
by 1 whole
D8, I think,
superiority
isn't it?
die.
Yeah.
Nice.
Does it do anything else as well,
Superiority
though?
die is a D20, but that can't be possible.
At this level. I think it's at this
Oh.
level. Yeah. Because you're 20th, I think. Because it goes up. It goes
What's
up
my
at levels,
dex
but
mod?
you
Yeah,
only
what's my
get
dex mod?
to.
There you go. I reduced it by 19, apparently.
Hey.
That's nuts. Okay.
Yay,
So that means
nice.
you only take, instead of 44, you take 25.
Thank,
Hooray, reverse maths.
thank
Yep.
Tom.
Yep. That's
Reverse
it.
math known as
That
subtraction.
parry is fantastic, actually. It helped you a lot. So
Yep.
that happens as it knocks out of the way. That's its go. It's not going to do anything else at the moment as it just seems to be focused on you there. Last of all is the wizard. It gets a go. And it is going to...
It's surrounded.
It is surrounded a bit. So it's kind of wondering what thing it will focus on and who it's going to focus on. It looks like it's going for Istrid. It seems that he's looking pretty hurt.
Don't like this.
Who's that? The one in the middle?
This is the one in the middle. It's Black Flame Touch. as it
Can't I
tries
just
to
like
grab.
look at him and go, oh, he's already
Reaction.
attacking. I was trying to draw his attack away from Istrid.
If your taunt isn't a reaction, is it? It's a bonus action, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say something smart ass to get him angry at me.
Sadly, not in a reaction. I wish we could. That's a bard act, I think, that you can do this.
Yeah,
But its
that's
armor
fine.
class 27 is
Yeah.
its armor class of 12 is
Yeah,
a
it's a
miss. It
miss.
misses you completely. Nothing happens there. That's its go. It stays there because it's not seeming to be worried. As it then goes to Gerardo. Gerardo, full of anger.
Aw.
What do you do?
I am working on that.
It's your turn. You're up. What do you do?
I think I am going to hit it with a magic missile from the Staff of Power.
Oh, I like
Nice.
it. Okay, auto hits. That's good. Do you pump it up?
No, it's from the staff, so I can't upcast that. I don't think.
You can't cast. Do you want to check the thingy just in case? Because I can't.
At higher levels, you can use the spell slot of second or higher. Creates one more dart for each slot above first. So yeah, I guess I can upcast it.
You want to?
Yeah. What the hell? Let's put it up to level 3.
Okay.
It uses
3
sorry, just
charges, I believe.
checking. Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. Do 2 more darts. On whom? Who are you doing this to?
All aimed at the wizard. He is really grumpy at him right now.
Yeah.
All right, do 2 lots more of. What do the bolts look like in front of you?
They're just purple spikes. Honestly, they're just spiky.
nice.
The magic looks sort of disturbing at this stage because he is genuinely angry at this thing. He's basically going to start making throwing action straight in its face and just throwing these balls of force at it.
Excellent.
So that's an extra
2d4 plus 2.
Yep.
They fly towards this as well. Get ready, Tobin. Your go's coming up here, so you have a look at your spells. And as these through,
Oui, très bien.
10 more damage come through. The last one hits it in the head, explodes as it collapses to the ground, destroyed.
One. I'm going to
Nice.
use my movement to step into its spot and just
Who did
spit
you
on it as a
kill?
free action. Dude, Scullion.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Nice work. That's probably your go, unless you got a bonus action.
No, that was my bonus action, just kind of
Just
stepping
the
on it, and spitting at it.
I think that was worth it. That's excellent.
Nice.
You've destroyed the wizard of this group as well. And a sudden, it almost feels like a sigh is breathing through the room of calm after that happens. As we then move to the beginning of the next round, Tobin, it's your turn. What do you do?
I'm going to move my floating cup of coffee here.
Yeah.
I can't move it, so you probably have
Oh,
to.
hang on, I'll move it for you. Over to the one behind this guy.
You're for coffee?
Yep.
For coffee.
My
Coffee.
coffee.
Your latte.
Coffee, and I hit the.
Roll a hit. Yes. As you attack it from behind, it's no additional, but actually it could be flanking. I could make it if you want to move it to here. It gives a flanking bonus, which is +2.
Oh, wow.
I'm
You're
going for
hardcore
a
on
natural
flanking.
20 because I've already hit it.
You rolled incredibly well,
Let me
so that's a hit.
re-roll then, just in case I get a natural 20.
All good. You got.
Just in case.
It's not advantage. Sorry, I did say it was +2.
Exactly the same.
It was +2
Nice.
anyway. So that's like you got 30, which is huge.
Uh,
12 damage to the
Yeah.
creature, and he is
12
looking
damage.
pretty hard now, actually. He's looking like you've done some significant damage. That is him. What else do you do? That's
And
your
then
bonus.
as my action, I'm going to turn to the other one, and I'm going to open my mouth and go, and then look at it and go, you're literally too stupid to insult. And I cast, my cantrip on him.
Okay, which cantrip?
Nice.
Sacred Flame?
Oh, Sacred Frame, sorry, yeah.
Nice. Okay, do a Sacred
Oh, hang on.
Flame.
I don't know which one I hit, if I hit it properly. The
That's
first
okay.
one, whatever I just did.
Take the first
21
one.
dex save
21.
against 21 radiant damage.
All right, it tries to roll a
Nice.
saving throw. 17 fails because your dex save is awesome. It takes 29 damage, which is very bad for it, but it's still standing.
That's the first one, 21
First
damage.
one was
21
21.
damage.
Yeah.
Oh, 21? Okay.
Accidentally hit it
Reduce by
twice,
8.
yeah.
Okay, 36. Okay, cool. Still not still good damage.
So
He's
yeah,
feeling
Auntie
pretty
Smax says don't
satisfied.
forget your construct.
That's it. As we come to Sarah's
thank
go
you.
and her construct.
Yes.
What
I'm
do you
not going
do?
to forget my construct. All right. So,
Don't do the construct
so
first.
really, two goes I've forgotten. It does damage. Just really quick. So, do these two look the same or are they different?
You can see the commander is definitely more experienced and he's been doing serious damage. So, yeah.
Which one's that one? Is that the one
Istrid,
a little
the one
bit
next to
further
Istrid.
away?
Yeah.
One next to Istrid, and that's hitting Istrid.
With a coffee
which,
cup.
You know,
Yeah.
with a coffee cup. All right. Well, let's do some stuff there.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Kira's just going to take a step, squish through the middle of those two there.
Yep.
Um,
As allies, they
reach
can
out
allow
a
that.
hand, place a hand on its shoulder, and like my claws are going to
Mhm.
kind of extend a little bit because I have claws. I've
You do,
decided they
that's
can
right.
extend a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp.
Oh, nice.
So
Okay,
grab.
roll a hit.
Yeah.
Paloma.
So that's a nat 20.
Yes, nice.
Hey, excellent. Double
So
dice
for 32.
for 32.
Yeah. Yep. So 32 is what the actual hit was. And then
You hit.
I hit, yes.
We got
So it's
Lisa.
8d8. I'm so glad. So that is 32 damage with Shocking Grasp.
Electricity just as you manage to hit right at its neck, and you can see that even its spectral form is really hurt from this thing. It's not down, but it's looking very bad. It's still there.
As I do that and grab it, I'm just like, no.
Nope. But in doubt.
And I'm not going to forget my little construct who scuttles down my arm
Yeah.
and jumps on its face like Spider-like
Uh-huh.
Face
and
hugger.
digs in its claws. Yeah, it's face hugger. Literally, it's gone face hugger now. There's like a little thing that tries to get down its throat.
Okay.
And it does its own little attack, which I keep forgetting it has.
Okay.
Let me grab him real quick. He does. I
Get
need to clear
ready,
stuff off the
Istrid, you're coming up next.
screen. Yeah. So he does a little attack, which is a force strike, which is a +4 to hit. So
Mhm.
I'll roll that here.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. 16. That's not going to
16
hit.
total on the
Yeah.
commander. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
It bites into its plate, unfortunately. It misses it.
Yeah, like rubs its
unfortunately.
face and just like, grrr.
Like there's actually in the bit of helm that it's wearing there. It's just
Yeah,
like,
it's got a bit of helm.
yeah.
Um,
That's it.
yeah.
Not
And I'll be
tasty.
like, hey, you did okay. You did good.
good.
Scuttles back to me. Because it
Nice
didn't use its full
work.
movement. It scuttles down, does it, scuttles back onto my shoulder.
Scuttle, scuttle, scuttle.
Yeah.
Scuttle, scuttle, scuttle.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm like, you did little fist bump. Look. Yeah, that is pretty much all I can do. I don't
Nice
think I have
work.
anything with bonus action. Not that I'm going to use at this point, no.
No, but was that an action of its own? It doesn't. It's not a bonus
It's
action
got
to
its own
command it.
action.
I
No,
love
it's
it.
got its
Thank
own
you.
action.
And
Yeah.
we remembered. Thank you, Smarty Smack, as well for
Yeah,
your
thank you,
knowledge as well.
finally.
Reminder. As we go to Istrid, the paladin, he's there now. What does he do?
Bonus action, searing
Don't
smite
die.
again. I should
Mhm.
probably actually, kind of. Oh,
That's a
but
bonus. Yeah, I think
doing
so.
the things, right?
Yeah, I think so. 3.
I know.
Two.
Yep, and we attack. All right, bonus action.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
Yay.
Yep.
He's
No.
attacking. He's
I
done
know,
with
he
this
like
guy.
lights it up, and he's like,
It's 1-on-1.
and he charges in.
Slain.
Okay. So it's
Ah!
gonna be 2 Vorpal long swords with.
Oh, please roll an
the
at 20.
first one that hits is branding. That's
Ooh,
it's
that's an awesome
22's
hit.
flat. 22
That hits.
flat.
That's the first
Alright,
one.
So we'll go 1d8. Okay, so that's only 8 base damage. And
Mm-hmm.
then it's 1d8 radiant just because I am, and then
Max,
1d6
nice.
fire damage.
Nice.
Mhm.
Okay, so I've got a total of
Nice.
8 plus 2 plus 8. That's 18.
18.
On the
okay.
first hit. Second hit doesn't get fire damage, but we're rolling it first.
It smashes into
Oh, so
him.
nearly.
So
And you
close.
see it like almost knocks him to the ground, basically, even his spectral form. But then you get the second one across and you smash at him again. Roll the damage.
So it's going to be a flat 10 Vorpal and 2 Radiant. God damn, I need a crit. I need a crit so bad.
12. How do you want to do this with him?
Oh, I just cut his head off
Hey.
anyway. I was really hoping for it. Yeah, I was
And even a
just like,
spectral
no.
head
He
can
looks
fly
down. It's like, if I don't finish this now, I'm going to take too much damage anyway. I don't want to spend too much healing right away. So I'll just slash him and decapitation.
Decapitation with your Vorpal sword occurs
Yeah.
as its head flies off. The spirit lingers just for a moment in like agony, and the head rolling off to the side as it dissipates into the ether and is gone.
Sick.
Do you want to move?
I want to.
And get
I
ready.
kinda wanna move-
It's
yeah,
one
I
thing's
wanna
going.
kinda move a little bit
Corrado,
closer
you'll
to
be up
Tobin
after
and
it.
kinda. I can't move closer and be like more threatening than Tobin, can I? And I really shouldn't be throwing myself at it. I'm going to just sit there
Hmm.
within. Okay.
So it keeps them in the radius as well. That's a good thing.
No,
Okay.
I just
Nice.
want to move as far away so it can't get me. But then I might be away
Alright.
from the rest of. I'm literally just going to move here. I'm happy. Thank you.
Okay. Bingo. That moves to there, which means it'll be Tobin outside of the radius at the moment, but that's
That
it.
doesn't move
Target,
with me.
doesn't it?
No, it doesn't
No,
move with
it's,
him.
it's cast on an area.
It's censored
Oh,
on
sorry.
the ground.
My apologies. That's the aura, isn't it? I'm looking at your
Hmm.
radiance. What am I
Yeah.
thinking? Okay.
Yeah.
Aura's still there,
Okay.
protecting
Yeah.
the wonders of these
Yay.
people in here, which is good. So this
Yeah.
thing is not happy with what's going on, but it has a duty, and it continues going about it as it tries to attack Tobin, who is there. In fact, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It runs around the circle to come at you, Istrid. And
What?
it's coming to attack. They're not
First
dumb.
of all, rude.
They're not
Yeah,
dumb.
rude.
They're not
So
dumb.
it's vocalized my
And
thought
it
process, which is I want to move away from it so it doesn't attack me. But if I move that far away from it, I could get smacked by the next thing that he brings the next fucking round. Because I'm thinking like a dungeon master. This is what it gets me. Eh?
So this thing, of course, it is they're knights for a reason. It knows what to go for,
Good.
and you are not in the pillar of health that everyone else is in. It's clearly can see
Right.
you're outside of it. So the first attack, its armor class of 21.
Yeah, I'll hit.
Second one's 18. I think that misses. Is that right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
It does.
It misses, clangs off your shield, and that last moment, the first one hits though, and you take 24 damage.
Oh,
Okay.
How you doing? No.
I'm,
You see,
Buddy.
I'm on 1 hit point. Why? Because I
oh
don't
my
drop
god!
below
Okay,
0. And
you
I'm
see
gonna-
him
I'm gonna
literally
pull that
stagger.
now. I'm going to pull it now.
What's that?
Right.
Yeah, that's a once per day, but I'm going to use it now.
What is it?
It's my once per day ability to not drop to 0, instead drop to 1.
Oh, so you're on one. Okay, you see him
I'm done.
stagger and almost fall, but literally a glow comes about him as he just goes like this, and suddenly he's standing up again. It should have felled him, this blow, and this Takis is looking at him incredulous as that's its go. And now it is Gerardo. You see Istrid has nearly fallen in front of you. What do you do?
I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to cantrip Mind Spike at it.
Okay.
Not going to bother with
Yeah.
Twin Spell because there's only one left.
Mhm.
So 1 Mind Sliver for you, my friend. That is a DC 20 Intelligence save against 16 psychic damage.
Okay, int save against this thing as it you hurl this psychic energy to blast at it here. AC save of 23. These things are just like frustrating you to no end. It stops this power from happening at it. What do you do?
That's about all I'm inclined to do at this stage. I don't think I have any bonus actions that can really help at the moment. I think that's about all I've got.
Stunned as you are at this not being affecting it, it's like, this is insane. How is this, like, what is happening here? So this thing, you stay in your spot though? You don't move?
I'm going to stay there, and as my bonus action, I'm just going to stomp again on the stupid wizard thing I killed.
Crushing the dust underneath even more like this. It's like,
No,
yes, that's
stay down,
right.
no.
You're still protected in this aura, which is good. As we then move to Tobin, it's your turn. And get ready, Syrah.
Tobin's going to move himself down to here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to look at the monster next to him and go, "Hi," and then puts his hand out to Istrid and casts heal.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Legend. 70 hit points, I believe.
I believe it is
80.
70 hit points.
That's a lot of points.
Nice.
Suddenly, wounds just suddenly
Beautiful.
heal up. Vigor appears in him as he raises himself up. And you feel alive again. He's like, this is
What?
divine radiance that helps you.
And then I look back at the monster and flick my hair like a valley girl. and the coffee cup goes over here and it hits him.
Don't know. Yes, coffee cup hits him as well. Excellent. We're just noticing some very odd things happening on the chat, but that's okay.
Yeah,
We'll have a
someone
look at
just
this.
banned. Someone
do I
just
fix
banned
this?
me.
How do
How's
I
that
Which is weird.
possible? This is our channel.
Yeah, let's
In any
just-
case,
let's
This
fix
is our
it.
We
chat.
shall
I'm a
find a way.
moderator.
We'll work on that in the
You banned
meantime.
me.
Tobin,
I
you
did.
smashed it with your spiritual weapon.
Weird.
Do you want to attack it?
Yep.
Give it a go.
I certainly am. If it rolled, did it
What
work?
happened there?
31.
It did. An AC of 31.
Jesus.
Your coffee cup is
Just
so
that
good, and it pours this brownish liquid that just kind of burns away at it, or smashes into him in any case. Doing 6
And
damage
whatever
on it,
seconds I have left, I just take a sip of my coffee cup.
and give a wink. And that's it. Nice work. Syrah, you are up. Istrid, get
All right.
ready. What do you do?
Okay. So, what I do, so we've got this one person still up. Where am I? Am I behind everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
I absolutely am. That's Gerardo. I'm just going to squish around so I can see this person.
Mhm.
All right. Someone's healed Yistrid, so that's good. Not going to die immediately. So, how's this one looking? Is it looking
He's looking
unhappy?
weak. Yeah,
He's looking weak. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. I gonna reach out again, grab another vial. This one gonna kind of bite the top off it. Throw acid splash again.
Hold a hit.
It is a dex save
Oh, dex
of
save.
18, please.
18.
Yes.
Okay, one of its worst saves. Fingers crossed. It's rolling good now. An 8. Okay,
An
it
8.
hits.
Wow, amazing.
Damage.
Yeah. So it's not rolling great for damage. So that is 13 acid damage.
13 acid damage. He's not down just yet, but he's still there. He's looking very bad.
Cool. So then my little friend is going to run down.
Okay.
Scuttle. Just like grab onto its ankle or whatever remains of its ankle.
Yeah.
And do its little attack, which
Go
is
for
not
it.
great.
Roll the
But
hit. +4, I believe.
+4, correct.
Natural 1. Okay.
Natural
can you roll?
1.
Can you roll? Because as it's trying to go across, the spectral nature of this thing is a bit weird. Can you get it to roll a dex saving throw, please?
Let me find its dex. All right, that's cool. And 2. What do you mean? Oh, what? Oh, hang on. I know what I'm doing.
Cool. Is that as you're doing that? That's
21.
it, 21. Basically,
Yep.
just manages to hold on by one limb to your arm or something like this and claw itself back up, basically. Didn't hit it, but it just scuttles back for the moment so that it's safe. Is
Weird.
that your go?
Yeah, so that is my go. So it has its own action.
Okay.
I didn't use a bonus actually. I
No,
didn't use a
you
bonus
didn't.
action, did I?
No.
Let me real quick do some heals on who's looking worse, Gerardo?
He's looking
Gerardo
bad.
don't look great.
You didn't like a greater healing or something? Or
I got a healing word.
Oh, okay.
So let's do a healing word at. Let's not do a bit more than third. Let's do it at. Let's do it at second level.
Okay.
Yeah, healing word,
Isn't
second level.
Gerardo full
No.
I'm
Was it
on,
Gerardo?
points?
Yeah, I'm on 55 out of 82 at the moment, so I'm not looking too bad, but
Yeah, but I got it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
how's Tobin looking? Tobin hasn't been hit.
No, not yet.
And Yistrid's fine.
Feeling-
Yeah,
Well,
I'm going
he's
to give a
better.
healing word.
He's better than he
better.
was.
got
Chilling.
better.
Yeah, I'll give a healing word. So that
Always a cucumber.
I turned him into a newt.
that's 12 hit points back on Gerardo.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to say, don't die.
Mm-hmm. You hear that, History, and take it to heart. What do you do?
And I actually kind of, no, that was Gerardo.
Oh, Gerardo.
And I throw, and I like grab another, like I grab a small vial and like just chuck it. This is flavor. Chuck it. It kind of smashes, runs down the side. It's got like a cute purple sparkle look to it.
Okay.
That's my healing word.
I am
Cute.
feeling better, I think.
Cute sparkle. Cute
But
purple
not.
sparkles are going on the side of his hair as we jump
You're
across.
glittering.
to Istrid. What do you do? This thing's looking like on its last legs.
Yeah.
You cast murder?
We're gonna go. Nah, we're gonna swing murder.
Swing
murder. Swing murder.
I cast
Swing.
sword.
Not gonna waste a spell slot, but if I hit and I feel like I need to, we're gonna.
Kennedy, swing.
Get it,
Yeah,
get
it's coming in first attack. Is that a natural 20? Is that a
Natural 20.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Istrid,
So yeah, I think we're gonna
How
do you wanna do
divine.
this?
Waste a divine crit
Nice.
on this, but
How
I
do you
just
do
cut
this?
its head off. Warble longsword. Shazam! It's my thing. Decapitation. It's clean.
Nice.
It's effective. It's not clean, but it's effective.
But with a Vorpal, it is pretty clean.
and
Yeah.
it is very clean, in fact. Yes, as it flies off, and again, the spirit lingers just for a moment as it dissolves into the ether. You also feel that sense of like a sigh come across the place and a bit of a calm for just that moment, as you feel now you are still in this place of whispers, but no longer are other creatures here. As you take a moment to try and recover, we're going to take a break because we've gone a little bit longer than we expected. And we're going to come back after this in 5 minutes. Everyone just going to have a stretch. Can we do a 5-minute break? Will that work on the stream as well?
Absolutely.
And we'll see you guys back in 5. Have a rest. See you soon.
So you guys
Ciao for now.
Bye.
Back in
Hello,
And
everyone.
we're
Welcome
back. Welcome back, everyone. After a massive battle, the team have got here. Good to see everyone here. The Collecticon exhibition game. Sorry, just to remind where we're at. Part 3 of this as well. And this is where we're coming to the last stretch, where they've managed to get through a battle with these creatures here, which look like guardians of this reliquary area. Yes. And this is now thankfully destroyed them all. But they've taken some serious damage and they're thinking about what to do next. And some of them are very frustrated with how powerful the creatures have been and avoiding their magic. So as we come into this, straight off the bat of this, a little hum comes across this. In the distance, you can hear outside still the uprising happening and shouts and screams and blasts of fire and other magic happening. In the distance, on the far other side through the windows, the little specks of light dots of dragons and ships flying around and attacking each other is still happening. As you recover from this awful, draining attack, what do you do?
Harado's just going to be very polite to everyone, but he's still obnoxiously pissed off about this. Everyone is pleasing getting inside the magic circle and staying very still. I am going to fix everything. You'll stay right there.
Okay, can you roll? Are you trying to keep it in and hide it from everyone at the moment?
He's just kind of hastening them together to try and get them to move to where he needs them to be. But you can also see Gerardo mumbling something under his breath in words that you can't really understand but seem to go straight through your brain without bothering to get into the ears.
Without any need for a rolling insight, because your insight for all of you is quite high at this point, you can sense that he is very frustrated and there is something going on and there's more to what he's saying. What do you do?
I say, I'm going to need you to unfluster.
I'm going to need you to move fast. And as he says that, he's slapping his hand. You can see violently grey steel and violet magic welling up behind his eyes and in his mouth, and some sort of nimbus is gathering as he's starting to build up and speak more words that you can't quite understand yet. But he is going to be casting something very soon.
Sarah's just going to scoop Tobin up and kind of move into the circle.
Anyone who can roll an Arcana can try and work out what he's trying to do if you'd like to, what kind of spell. If you want to move your your tokens into the position that you'd like to be in, please do now. Tobin's managed to roll a 24. Anyone else wants to roll Arcana?
I got a 21.
21, fantastic. Gerardo, you don't need to roll. You know what you're doing. Tobin can if he wishes to, but probably
Does he know what he's doing?
Well, he likes to think he knows what he's doing.
Tobin also rolled high enough. Gerardo is... Sorry?
I trust you know what
so
you're doing.
pretty much
Okay,
everyone rolled
trust.
high enough. So Gerardo is casting Wish, and as the final arcane syllables crash into place, he rises a few feet in the air, and a massive wave of green and silver bursts out of him and heads towards you. Since the Arcana was high enough, you can hear him scream at the top of his lungs, "I wish the party received the benefits of a long rest without having to take one."
And suddenly, a wrenching feeling as this magic comes around you and engulfs, expands larger than the circle that you're in as well. And a light, this sort of steely grey light, kind of encapsulates you all. You suddenly feel a wrenching, a great power that's coming around all of you at this point. And it feels like the entire universe is kind of being rewritten around you at this point. And it is very unsettling, but with this whole shuddering that's going on, everything seems to wobble around you in terms of vision. It doesn't seem like you're in the same plane of existence anymore. As you know, in the Astral Sea, you are unable to have the effects of a long rest, and yet this wish seems to be making it happen, as for a split moment. Gerardo has used his incredible arcane knowledge and power to wrench you from the astral plane, transport you forward a day's worth to have a rest, and you have these odd things which, like visions, are they memories? You're not sure. That you feel rested, that your spells slots have come back, you feel rejuvenated, that any of your hit dice that have been reduced are back up to full, and you feel recovered. I need you to roll a d20, Gerardo.
I will do that. This did not go well, but that's okay.
Do, 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 do.
20.
Is anyone else really hungry all of a sudden?
Oh, no. That's a
Oh
five.
no!
That's not good.
All right. So.
Yeah, I'm
what
super
happens?
hungry. I need a
Here
snack.
we go.
Please bear in mind that when I say I need a snack, I am a lizard folk.
You'll also note that having cast the spell, Gerardo is still kind of floating in the air, and crackles of different coloured electricity are arcing all over his body as he finishes casting Wish.
He's finished,
What
Uh,
does it taste like?
Metal.
Okay.
Copper.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
At this point, Gerardo, as you finish your spell and you feel yourself risen up here as well, you are floating. Reminding you a bit like before, but this time you feel that kind of focus on yourself, floating still in the air. You feel this rest upon you that has actually overcome you at this point, which is well. At the same time, there's something wrong, and you know it. You know that this couldn't have happened without some help, and you sense there is something in your hand. It's a small stone. What do you do?
I'm going to take a closer look at it.
You have a quick look at it here. It's not very large. It looks familiar. It's the stone from your Staff of Power. It seems to have somehow gotten in your hand, maybe while you were casting it, you're not sure. There are symbols on it here, and it looks like just the smallest image of it looks like a handprint or something, or a plate where you can place your finger, you think? Yes. Do you place your finger on it?
Absolutely. No hesitation, just straight
You
onto it.
do. It expands out, and you realize the stone was kind of roughly rectangular in shape with a bit rough edges and markings across it that expands out to your hand like a tablet now. You can read Draconic, I believe. Is that right?
Sorry?
You can read Draconic, I believe.
Elvish. I'm a wild magic, not a
Ah.
dragon descent.
Elvish, and then it's in
If I'm with
Elvish.
him, I can read.
It is in Elvish, funnily enough.
Oh, that's convenient, yeah.
How
However,
lucky.
Oh,
the
good
language,
Charlie.
the
God,
writing is in Elvish, but the language it speaks, the language that it's actually saying is not. What can you speak, Tobin, as you look at this?
So we can see all of this.
You guys can see this, and you can see that there's something in his hand. It's in Elvish. Do you tell them, Gerardo, you can't read it?
I'm not able to be reading this. Can someone help? Tobin, you're reading the languages, yes?
I've
I
got
got Kenda
Draconic
speak
and Elvish.
Draconic and Gith.
Okay.
I've got
And-
Draconic and Elvish and Sylvan.
Okay. You realize it's in Draconic, the wording there. It seems as in the language itself, but it was written in Elvish for some strange reason. You're not sure why. And as you read over this, it says something like this. Do you want to tell him verbatim what it says?
Sure.
In his words, Gerardo, you hear him say, "The one known as Gerardo Mistlight has agreed upon this power to gain this long rest for his party to help them defeat the Great One Blackheath, and in doing so has bequeathed his soul undyingly to Mephistopheles
Oops.
with all his services and wills upon the end of his life passing over to the Great Archlord. And your signature is at the bottom of this somehow. And you have the weirdest memory of actually signing something like this. Like it's happened, but you don't remember doing, you do remember doing it, but it's like, how did this, it's apparently happened.
Nothing.
And this is your contract.
So am I a warlock now?
No, you have signed a contract, I believe. And Tobin, would you want to roll an Arcana check? And anyone else can roll an Arcana check here as well.
I definitely want
I'll
to
be
find out
doing
what's
that.
going
I
on.
think so.
Hmm.
A divine intervention for you, but
That is a
25.
25 is pretty good for both of you, as you recognize what's
23.
happened. 23 is good enough, actually. You could roll a religion check, Istrid, if you wish.
Straight up. Get it.
Well, I mean, as far
That's a
as
9.
demon devils go,
You have advantage because this is about devilry.
That's a nat 20.
Oh,
It's a nat
lucky.
20 because you recognize what this is straight away, Istrid, and
That's
you could
bullshit.
pass this
That's what
information
that
on. Does anyone, actually, Jared, do you know what it is as well that he has in his hand?
That's a nasty piece of stone right there.
It is indeed, but you recognize it immediately, as does anyone who got over 20 at least. This is
Ooh,
a
infernal
infernal contract.
No, fuck.
You've signed an infernal contract. You've given over your soul for a particular wish and to an archdevil, in fact. And so that means he owns your soul. And at the end of your life, you will be his.
But what
I'm
if
going to do something about
Going to
that.
have to be finding immortality then. Yes, okay.
DM?
A problem for another time, perhaps.
Question.
Jared,
Hmm.
yes. Yes.
Would you say that this contract is all perpetuated under the effect of a spell wish? Or would you say
It is an interesting point because the curses that you've known and the divine contracts, or should I say, the infernal contracts that you've heard about, you know that they usually are done under. It can be duress, but usually it's a person is conscious of what they're doing, and it goes beyond spells. It goes beyond magic, and it is perpetual. It is something to do with the divine nature of souls, which makes it very difficult because the main thing about it is people can come back from it, but they need to find a way to get out of it. And you all know this actually because you rolled high enough. You have to find a way to get out of it. Currently, this is where it is.
Sequel number 3,
I'll talk
Saving
to my
Gerardo's
god later.
soul.
Well, that
I'm
could
gonna
have
reach
been
out.
going better, but it could have been going worse as well, I am supposing.
Given that,
Can I shrink that tablet back down and put it back into the Staff of Power?
even as you go to think about it, it shrinks down and goes back to this position straight away where you want it to, almost by thought. So it's like naturally in there, and it actually changes color slightly, so it's not as recognizable. It looks like one of the stones that you've had in there before. So
I was
but
trusting you this whole time. You're very naughty, yes.
it doesn't. Does it animate your?
As animate, it's not really familiar. It's just a flavor thing.
Okay, and you just see it do this for a second.
Jesus Christ.
That's it.
I've been watching you this whole time, brother.
Yeah, it was there the whole time.
Well,
In
look,
any event,
the problem is being that I defeated an avatar and stole the stick and kind of drove Mephistopheles' avatar off my plane. It is not being a good contract for me, I'm thinking. Problem number time. Let's move on. You're all rested? Yes.
Let's
As
deal
you're
with that.
saying
Siri
this,
is,
got me some research
Syrah.
to do.
this Sarah gets this message in her ear, and you realize it is a
Yeah.
message from your colleague again. It's been a while since you've last spoken to her, and you hear the message come from her quite. It's actually less strong than it has been before. It seems almost like it's echoing at this point. Do you convey this to the others as well?
Absolutely, yeah.
Vlakith's right hand general has fallen. Vlakith, however, has disappeared. Unsure where she has gone. Madness, death everywhere. Go carefully with light and go swiftly. Do you say anything back?
Sarah. No, doesn't said anything back.
Okay. You've heard this. There was urgency in her voice. And almost on
Or I said
cue,
hi.
you suddenly feel there's a shaking to the palace here. And it feels like one of those earthquakes is rollicking this building as well. As you feel the shaking seems to be rippling across the city, you literally see the strangest, disturbing motion of like some buildings kind of like waving with the earthquake happening nearby. Right across from you as well, as you may be able to see, you see the part of the palace actually shift slightly with this as well. It's not good. You haven't got much time. What do you do?
Sarah pretty much says, we have to go. We don't have time for this. And kind of like does that like up and down look at Gerardo.
Mhm.
We'll fix this later. We have to go.
All right. Do you spend any time like looking through this area or healing, or do you just run?
Yes.
How's everyone going? Is everyone?
Look through.
We did take a full long rest from the wish, so run that through your sheets. You're all good
Guys,
to
you're
go
up
and
to-
restored.
Yeah,
Real
your hit
good.
points are all full.
Can I do a search of this area and of the walls and the bones and the
Can do. How long do you want to spend searching this room, just as a general thing?
not too long because the walls are about to fall in.
how
Anything
many-
that may give us help. Anything that might look like a phylactery.
10 minutes or so, searching around the room?
If
About
that,
10 minutes.
If that.
Ciro
we
will
have that
be
much
very
time.
uncomfortable the entire time.
And she's
She'll
like,
help.
let's go,
They'll
let's go.
help.
Let's go. All right,
Yeah.
then
Not delayed.
can you all roll investigation checks or perception
Ooh.
checks as you go around this
Yeah.
room? In the meantime, you can also roll an arcana check to see if you pick up anything that may be of use throughout this room. Or religion for you, Istrid, if you wish. You can roll that so we can get that through. If you
So
want to
I've got a-
move your
So what am I
tokens, investigation and arcana. And you can move your tokens
Okay.
to other areas of the room if you want to look out the windows to see what you can see out there. Sarah just moved to the far side and can see, actually, Sarah, that's a perfect place to look. Can you see where I'm pinning now? I don't know
Yep.
if you can see up there, is a
can
gigantic
indeed.
statue, massive statue of
Hmm.
a towering, imposing, proud, noble-looking Githyanki in armor, standing there with her sword pointed directly towards the ground and looking out kind of in inspiration towards the distance here. You can roll an arcana check if you have already. We can go with that.
Yeah,
What was
it's only a
your
17.
check? You think
17
that might
was
be
my last check.
that might be an image of Gith, their hero, the one who brought them out of the darkness of the Illithids. This is 100 foot tall. It is huge.
Do I get the sense that we would probably want to be there?
From what
No.
kind of sense?
Like, does it look like the sort of place that a person would hide a phylactery?
You know from the map that you were told it's in the Hall of Gith. That's what
Okay.
you've been told. You do know that this statue is meant to be there, so that's actually accurate to the map. From what you can
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
tell. Everyone else? Anything else you want to
23
do?
on
I'm
my
also-
investigation.
Yeah. Anyone
I'm
else?
going to try and move
Sorry,
with thought
23.
at some point as well.
You're going to move forward, did you say?
With thought, I remember this idea
okay.
that you can move by thinking about it.
Mhm,
And so I'd actually like to try and just experiment because I'm a scientist.
mhm.
Just see if I can move myself without physically moving and just try and just move around the room, move towards that door, just see what happens.
Sounds like
I have a
plan.
hypothesis. I'd like to test my hypothesis, please,
All right, if you
while
wish
everyone
to
is
do
searched in the
this,
room.
investigations weren't that high from everyone here that I sent. I've only seen 2 rolls so far: Tobin and Gerardo, I think.
I got
was,
2.
Yeah, a natural
Oh,
one.
no.
A natural one. He's too focused and freaked out by what he's just received, I think. So he's not focused on what he's
I thought it
doing.
was 14 though. Can I have a look specifically at the wizard thing I killed to see if it has anything of interest?
You realise it disintegrated, but on the ground that it had, the robes that were left around it here are really desiccated and wrong. The staff that it had is still here. There's a sense of you think it may have some basic magic around it of some kind, similar to what your staff does, but nowhere near as powerful.
Well, I'll chuck it in my pocket anyway.
Okay, cool. In your
I've
pocket,
also-
a staff.
Or
Remember
hold it
that-
over my shoulder, pick it up.
Good point, because remember in the astral plane, extra-dimensional spaces don't work. That's a big
True,
deal.
I will
So,
put that over my shoulder and sling it and hold my staff of power,
okay,
which I'm
cool,
still
cool.
giving the serious side eye to the whole time, just in case.
Okay, yes, yes.
I'm also going to pass Yistrid one of my elixirs and say, drink this when you need it. I'm going to give him an elixir of boldness, which when you drink it, you can add a D4 to every attack and every saving throw for 10 minutes after you drink it.
Bit like a bless, I guess, isn't it? Yeah.
It's kind of like a bless, yeah.
That's really cool.
Awesome.
Istrid, you now have this.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
In those
Do you know
10
when doctors in movies are just like, here, have this? And that's actually what it is. It's like, you need
drink
this
this.
when you next go into a fight. Have this. You clearly need it.
So what we're going to do is that after the 10 minutes that have wrapped up here, it looks like you guys are going to head off. And thinking of everyone out there, we're trying to wrap this up as fast as we can too, because we want you guys to not have to have an exhaustion based sleep tonight. So we're going to try and aim to wrap up by 9 o'clock tonight, which means we'll be finishing by at 8:45. And so because of that, we're going to montage through here. At the end of this check through here, if anyone wants to start singing the Team America montage song, go right ahead. No copyright,
No.
maybe not. So in that case, investigation wasn't that high. You had a look, but you did notice that the door you recognize you can focus on and you can open it.
There's an extra plus 10 on that.
Oh, of course. Yes, that's right. So for you, where's yours, Tobin? You got... Oh, your
23.
Arcana was 25. Sorry, yours is 23,
Nice.
your investigation. Tobin's kicking it with both as well. So what happens, you realise you can open up the ectoplasmic door with your mind. You realise as well for flying, if you focus your intelligence on here, for your intelligence, actually, Tobin, it's considered as if it's 20 because of your knowledge. You have that background. You can use your Arcana instead. So you got that plus 10. Which means you can move up to 100 feet. It's 5 feet per intelligence point that you have. But each of you are a bit wobbly in your first goes. You know that when it comes to push comes to shove, you have to roll an intelligence check. And you've just got to beat, depending on the nature of it, how high it is. 2 seconds, let me just confirm. If it's a straight, I'm going in this direction, as high in one direction, whichever direction you want to go, then you can, it's a DC 5. If you want to move around a corner,
I'll just have it.
it's a DC 10. And if it's moving and stopping in midair to perform an action and then move again, it's DC 15. Some of you, that will be easy. Some of you, it'll be harder. But I want you to roll. In any case, you're kind of getting there, moving around space. It's getting there. But in any case, you can use your normal movement in the meantime.
Nice.
So
Sarah's practicing a little, but that's all good. I clever.
prepare any spells you wish to have through your journey here as we move through as if you had been traveling through this and following the map that the Chassalku had given you. I'm going to use Istrid's token so you can see the journey that you guys are taking. Can you see his token here? I think actually you'll probably be looking on the main screen for everyone here. You travel through the space, the strange feeling of the ectoplasmic door into this strange, almost ectoplasmic, like surrounded throat of a room, a tunnel that seems to be taking you through. And it spits you out the far end of it here into a large room that has a tapestry on this. At one point it tried to attack you, but thankfully you managed to avoid it because it did not like the kind of radiant sort of like light that you had around you. Avoiding an area where you could see there was, on the map, you could see that there was some kind of library here or some kind of a laboratory. You managed to sneak through
library
here. Sorry, 2 seconds. Let me have a look.
Montage.
Quite illuminating.
What's that, sorry?
It's not quite illuminating thing. It's a bit weird.
Oh, because your light may not be on. So if I can try and update that, if you want to add your...
Why is there suddenly yellow bullseye on my thing?
I don't know. Can I, sorry, Jared, if you stop moving for a sec, if I can update your light for your character as well. Let's do that. Fingers
I have
crossed.
to reset.
Hey, I've been...
You do?
Yeah,
I don't know if I can.
I've been unmodded.
Oh, probably because it automatically
Here.
did it when I...
Because it banned me.
Not sure what's happening, but in any case,
That's all right. Back at the end stuff.
No worries. Can you see at the moment around you, Jared, your character? Can you see around you?
Very little. If you see what's on stream, that's what I can see.
No
I'm
worries. Can you
seeing
see that?
field view as well.
So on stream, we're going to move down. You come to another room, which is where the gate is. This is lit up to show a couple of other windows that look out even more towards where the battle in space is going on here. You can't see it on the screen, but way out, you can see very clearly where the dragons are fighting the astral ships, and it's a fire is going off from ships in the distance as well.
Ian, you're going to have to move all of our tokens because we can't go through the door.
Yes, I'm going to move them all at once.
just-
Can we put them
yeah, we'll
all
just-
together in that circle? And I'll move them in one go.
Absolument.
I'm assuming the coffee cup may be coming with you, I take.
Why not?
How long does it
Well, I
last?
haven't
'Cause they
cast
took a
it yet,
long
but-
rest.
It's 1 minute, so it's probably not there anymore, but I'll have it around for later on, perhaps. We'll see how we go. Let's do this.
Trying to find
We're
where
going
we
to be
are.
floating in space. You're going to be going off to your right. You're very right, and I'm going to move everyone to here. You guys can move across, but we're going to follow Istrid through the path in the meantime, as I just explained this to everyone, and you'll get to see later. You then, Istrid, move through the gate with the rest of you down here. Can you see where I'm pinging now?
Mm-hmm.
Just, yeah.
In the distance near to your view,
Amazing.
which takes you through a
Whee!
gate.
This
And-
map is incredible, by the way, Ian. It looks so good.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy because it took a bit of time to put together, but it is a lot of fun.
Mm.
Let me get this here.
Curse you, time constraints. Curse you.
Curse you.
Curse
Maybe
you,
we'll have a look at
time.
this at another day. But for the meantime,
Indeed.
Istrid, you are ending up in another room here. Guys, if you want to add light to your characters so you can see in the rooms that you're in, that will be good. Istrid, can you see in the room that you're in at the moment?
How do I add light?
I
Sorry.
can see the light sources, but they don't move very far. I can't see anything else.
No
Yeah.
worries.
See those
I can't
Blue.
update your
portally
character, I
things.
think. I might need to redo Roll20, so I'll just describe it while it's refreshing. So you enter into a large room that's kind of heart-shaped, in fact, and
Ah.
you guys are suddenly hit by a symbol of radiant, powerful, purplish, eldritch energy. Can you all roll a intelligence saving throw?
This is my favorite saving throw.
Do I get the +10 still on a saving throw?
Saving throw will be different. It won't be plus. Oh, actually, no. It'll be plus 10 at this level, I think. Yes, you get plus 10.
So that's a 24
21.
from me.
21 is what you
Well, that's
need.
an 18 + 10 would be 28. Either
You
way.
save as well. And who else needs to roll? Tobin, you got 18, is it?
Yep. And
I seem to have frozen.
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether I get the +10 on top of that or not.
Oh, you do. So that means because it's plus 0, you'd be 28. Gerardo, you get a total of 18. Is that right? Oh, I've lost your
plus
voice,
Sorry. +3
Right, yeah.
since I'm in range of your spirit, so it's 21.
which is what you
Oh,
needed. So close.
Lucky.
Okay.
I mean, that's okay. If you'd failed, I would have given you a flash of genius by inspiring you.
Oh, in that
They
case,
also have
31 for
inspiration.
me.
Oh, yes. Okay. So in any case, you managed to save, which is very good. For those of you, I think all of you saved then, which is really good.
Fantastic.
So that means you take half the damage and not any of the other effects of the psychic scream that
Oof.
rips through your mind.
Oh, that's
um,
no fun.
And it would have been 29 damage. You each take 14 psychic damage. So that has been reduced, but no other effects because you all managed to save. Let me update your character, Istrid. Yes, thank
Yes.
God. Do you want to have light just as a general note from here on?
Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
please.
yeah.
Sounds good.
I love the dynamic lighting that Roll20 lets you do.
Can you see that?
I can see.
Yeah, I can
Mhm.
see a heart-shaped room.
And then you move through into this room, which is a secret door that you found. According to the map, it took you a bit of time to look for it and find it. And another secret door leading into this chamber to join your colleagues. I'll read you information about that, and we're going to move in. Let's move that out of the way. That's not
We
right.
absolutely have to play this map again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good.
We shall talk. In any
Yes.
event, we shall go from here so I can get, because I've restarted, all the pages that I had up hidden are gone. So I have to redo. Here we go. So you guys are in this room. Protruding from the obsidian walls around you, 20 feet above the floor, are 3 tall 10-foot frescoes depicting the stern visage of a female Githyanki warrior. It's very similar, Sarah, to the giant statue you saw outside. Each face glares down you scornfully, and carved into its forehead is a circular symbol that you recognize. It's a symbol of Gith that you realize is in the Gith language, which Tobin, you read, and it simply says Gith.
Yeah.
The 4 letters there as well.
It says Gith.
It's her name.
Guys, it says Gith.
I wonder what this means.
The visages are
means
haunting, but there's no other effect that you can tell. There's an eerie quiet to this place, and strange muffled sounds seem to come from that chamber just to the north of you here. The one that says Room of Death, I believe, Hall of Death. The door itself seems to be made of flesh of some kind. The door off to the west also seems to be made of something similar. There are no actual normal doors here. You came through a secret door that you all had to pass through using your mind because it was 20 feet above the floor. And so you managed to get through that into here, a nice way to keep it secret from everyone. The main thing you notice is the room to your east, a large room, one that has some echoes already rippling through it. Dozens of obsidian shells protrude from the great wall of this hollow sepulchre. Atop each shelf rests a black candle that sheds a flickering blue flame, much like you've seen in those other rooms. In the middle of the floor, atop a raised dais, rests an oblong sarcophagus of red crystal carved in the shape of a dragon. Its wings folded, forming the lid.
The phylactery.
Encircling the dais are more than 100 lifelike sized statues. Each statue faces a sarcophagus and depicts a kneeling Githyanki woman wearing regal garments and a crown. Who has natural high perception? I believe a couple of you do here.
Yeah, I've got
Passive perception is
I
16.
got a passive of 20.
I got
good.
plus 10 and advantage.
20 is
Yeah.
pretty damn good, I think, actually. So hang on, let me just get that one.
Oh, passive perception. 30.
Wow.
Oh my God. Okay.
Wow.
Somehow you definitely see this. So it's kind of like your knowledge, your sight of this. You guys, particularly you, Tobin, and anyone who got above 20 can see that the faces are not the same as the one who was in the hall here. They're different. They're different women. Maybe different people, rulers, warriors, you're not sure. As you continue looking through that room, you notice that the whispers seem to be stronger in this room. But at the moment, nothing else seems to be happening with that light you're shedding, that kind of pearlescent light that's coming from Istrid at the moment. Feels very holy in this dark, spiritually dark place. And the little bit of light from the astral sea is coming in from the windows outside. What do you do?
Tobin, what's that hammer of yours being doing?
They're all phylacteries. Let's break them
Smashing
all.
rock?
Yes.
I'm just going to
I'll
stand
use
aside and with an
my
elaborate
mace to just
gesture.
smash all the rocks.
What's that? Sorry, Tobin? Paul, what do you say? What does
I
Tobin
just
do?
I think I've decided they're all phylacteries, so I get out my mace of disruption and start attacking all the statues.
Roll an Arcana check.
I'm going to do that too.
As you
'cause I'm a
smash the first one,
scientist.
you guys can as well. As you smash at the first one
It's an
here,
experiment.
mating of obsidian, you can see as well. You can see that the actual, it's very difficult to hit. So
God,
roll
that's
an
bad.
attack that you've got a chance as well. Tobin rolls Arcana of 14.
I got an Arcana of
20?
Yep,
I only got 18.
And Tobin, roll your attack
I literally rolled a
against
2.
the.
Oh,
Tobin, roll your attack.
no.
Oh, is that your attack? You roll the 2.
With my mace of Smarten.
Okay. So
No, that's the
the Arcana. He rolls an attack.
that's a 9.
So you manage to hit it, but on just a slight angle. So it just goes and it just shakes in your hand, which is slightly painful at the first. And you realize it's going to take a bit of work. But with your Arcana, just like Gerardo may mention to you in a moment, and possibly anyone else who rolled the Arcana check now. What did you get, Sarah?
I got 19, I believe. 18.
Okay. Not quite enough. It's actually a bit, but anyone who got 20 or higher in particular, no.
Mm.
Phylactery is usually a precious thing. It's a single thing, and
Righto.
it's kept very hidden. So it's somewhere in here. They didn't know exactly where. Maybe you need to think about or find a way to learn where it could be.
I'm just going to look around. So if I could roll investigation to sort of
Okay.
try and find it.
And are you going to
I'm just
stay
trying
in
to see
this
if I've
spot?
got
Can I
nothing.
Or are you
support
gonna
her in
move?
this?
I'm going to move as much as I can. And I think because we've started to figure out how to move with our minds, is that right?
You
So I'm
started
going to try
Can
and
go up and over, yeah.
I mean, intelligence is my thing. I'm an
Yep.
intelligence caster.
Yep.
So
So
yeah,
you-
I'm going to try and move around as much as I can.
All right. First of all, just note anyone who uses normal movement
I'll
to
go
walk
with her.
through here needs to know your movement will be at, it's considered difficult terrain unless you have free action like Istrid. It's difficult terrain moving at half because of the statues that take up much of the area. So you're kind of weaving your way through it. If you use your mind, what is your intelligence, Sarah?
So my intelligence is 18.
18. You move 90 feet around with your intelligence if you roll successfully. Can you roll an intelligence check? First of all, actually, before you do, decide where is it you're trying to go? What are you doing?
Okay, so I'm just a little bit here. So I want to be able to. Sorry, Siri just.
Siri's responding. It's okay, Siri.
Siri responded when I said I
Siri.
was going to be, Syrah as opposed to Siri. I kind of want to be able to see more because at the moment it feels
Mhm.
like it's quite enclosed where I am. So I want to move out to where it is more open
Mhm.
and look around. So it's kind of almost like a flying kind of action
Okay.
or a
So you can
floating.
fly. Where, do you want to be in the middle of the room or the side? Or
Yeah, I want to be in the middle of
I'm
the room. I want to
going-
be literally in as middle of the room as I can be. Like if I was going to be at the center of a sphere, which is the room,
Yeah.
I want to be in the middle.
Okay, you'll be.
I'm going to
right
go up
above
with
the
her, but I'm
sar-
going to fly around the room.
You're going to be okay. You'll be above the sarcophagus. How far
Mhm.
away from her do you want to be? Like about 20 feet around her and just doing a bit of a circle?
Yeah, a bit about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
just like scanning, searching.
Mm.
All right. Do you know how to update your token for how high you go?
We were doing the blue one, weren't we?
We were. So how
Height?
high do you want it to be?
How big's
How
the
high is the
room?
roof?
The roof is
The roof, the roof is on fire.
fire.
Sorry.
the
Oh, I hope
roof.
not.
We don't want
This is a very tall roof. In fact, it's about 60 feet tall.
All right, well, I'm going to be about 30 foot high.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
if
be
I
up there with her.
could. Whee!
Okay. So you're about 30 feet up and you
Yeah.
end up here. Tobin, you end up there. You're also 30 feet up. Guys, you notice these, Gerardo and Istrid, see them. Just focus for a second and move in a
can't really see
straight
me.
line up there. Actually, I'm going to need you both to roll intelligence checks. I forgot to say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's Tobin, Sarah?
Just
roll
straight
checks,
intelligence?
please. Straight intelligence
Yeah.
check.
Oh, no.
You,
Hang on, what's that?
what did you get, Sarah?
I got 7.
Now, you can go in a
There's supposed to
straight
be another
line to where
10
you
on top
were.
of
You
that.
needed 5, so that's just
Okay.
right. Now, Tobin
Cool.
was doing something a little bit more complicated, so that's a 10.
No, I don't know what happens. It doesn't make sense on the thing because it's got +5 all of a sudden.
Okay. Very odd. Not
I don't know
sure,
what's
but in any
going on
case, it'll be +10 total, which is 15. But in any case, for you, that's easy. He's done a complete circle as well from this. How long do you guys want to spend investigating? A minute?
Yeah, about a minute. Why
Okay.
is it so dark in here? Can I figure that out?
You can see that there's not much light in here. Even with the candles, it doesn't light up the
Hmm.
place. Interestingly, you're not sure why.
Hmm.
But any
Can
event,
Can I pull out one of my glowing stones that
Mhm.
I infused before, which doesn't cast a lot? So they don't cast a lot of light, but they cast 5 foot of light. And what I want to do is throw them, scatter them around the room so that they're now glowing stones kind of
Okay.
scattered throughout the room.
how many do you have?
I only had 5.
All right. Do you want to throw all 5?
Yeah.
Can you point to where you'd like them to go? Can you let me know?
Yeah, so I would like them there
There's one.
and there
There's another.
and there
There's another.
and there.
There's another.
And I guess the other one will just sort of scatter generally there-ish. Like I think I've lit up the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's it. That's all of the muse, which you
Hey,
do.
what's this thing over here? Somebody's over there.
Can you see it now? Is it lit up a bit better?
Yes, it's much better. Thank you. I knew those stones
While
would
she
come in
does that, I just
handy.
fly around it.
Oops.
While she's doing that, I just fly around at the head of the statues and go, light, 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 with my cantrip.
Okay. So basically, the whole room's lit up. You can see that room there. 2 secs. Sorry, that was weird. Let me try that again. So you will then notice roll into investigation checks, guys. Just the two of you,
Okey-dokey.
unless you guys are helping.
Yeah, I'll be assisting. They can roll at advantage.
That is
How-
a nat 20.
Hey, excellent.
For a total of 30.
And Gerardo,
Nice.
while you're doing that, because you said you were helping, are you moving in to investigate as well? Are you looking around the space anywhere in
Yeah,
particular?
I'll be looking around this section, kind of avoiding the statues because they've got that covered for the moment. So I'm just going to be searching this area here.
Can you ping where you're talking about? Okay, cool. That room. Great. You do that. Istrid, are you doing anything to assist?
Not specifically, no. I guess just watching for any threats, just paying attention to that while everybody else is checking out what the details of the room are.
Okay. So at this point, your investigation checks. Tobin, you get to add, we do an investigation 3 because you add 10, so that's 13 total. For that one,
Yep.
not huge as well. From that, like looking around here, it's very dark. It looks very. Each of the statues look very similar. The thing that's really calling your interest is the sarcophagus in the center. It really stands out as well. You're not sure yet because you haven't done. You did an Arcana check before, is that right? For this room?
Me, I haven't, no.
Can't remember. Any of you can
Arcana check on the room.
do an Arcana check for what you've been searching around. Any of you can do this. Istrid, you could roll a religion check if you wish.
Well, I'm rolling low now.
Yeah,
I know.
You have
So is it
abilities that
way?
you can use as well. Remember that, particularly because you're a god is knowledge. So look at your
Is it
utilities.
Control seeing or in see invisibility?
What's that? Sorry, have you got that ability to see?
Anyone
invisible?
have true seeing or in see invisibility or
I've
anything
got
like that?
I've got see invisibility as a spell.
I believe. Yep. Tobin does have true seeing as a spell that he could do. It's one of his special ones too.
Yeah, I'm
Know
just seeing
what?
if there's.
Why not? Wait, I'm sure I prepared it. What level spell is see invisibility?
Second level.
Thank you. Let me go to my second level spells.
All right. Investigation
yeah.
rolls.
I do have it. I have it.
Cool. Are you going to cast it?
I don't have see invisibility.
No, but you do have true
Why
seeing.
not? I am going to do see invisibility. So what it is I pull another
true
vial
seeing.
out,
I'll cast true seeing.
I squish it,
Alright.
and then I rub it on my eyes. And it's kind of like a paste. It's like cucumbers, but like ground up cucumbers. And I kind of like rub that over my eyes so I can
Right.
see.
Excellent. Okay. True seeing allows you the ability to have true sight, which means that you see through any kind of darkness. You can see this room clear as day now, Tobin. For you, invisibility, actually you finish your casting, you can sense if there's any invisible things. At this point, you do not sense any invisible things.
Awesome.
Neither do you, because Tobin, you can also see invisible things if there were any. You can't see anything right now. You see any visual illusions, succeed on saving throws against them. There are none of those that you can sense. Shape changes in different forms. You sense the original form superimposed over them. Don't see that yet. You can also sense into the ethereal plane. That's a little bit harder in the astral plane, but you can sense if you focus. It takes you around to focus on the ethereal plane if you want to. At the moment, you don't look into that. So you
Yeah, sure.
also can sense any secret doors hidden by magic. and it's all out to a range of 120 feet. So his eyes are
Amazing.
kind of like, it's kind of not a glow, but more like a film has appeared, and these kind of little sparkles across his eyes, giving him like almost his pupils have disappeared. So it's just a glow across all of his eyes.
He has giant anime eyes.
Yeah, pretty much. At this point,
Sarah
though,
100% wants to taste them. It's just like,
it basically shows you things as they really are. That's the main
I shall
thing.
look into the ethereal plane.
And if you sense into the ethereal plane,
I shall look into the ethereal plane.
you notice that there's the wisps of ethereal matter sort of floating around here, and an echo of this place in the ethereal plane, but no additional beings hidden in there or anything like that. However, who rolled Arcana, and can you tell me what you rolled?
I don't remember when I rolled Arcana. I'm going to do it again,
I
though.
rolled 16 for Arcana.
16?
I rolled
Nah.
16 for Arcana.
30, 20.
19.
Dirty
19.
20, very nice. 19, okay. 16, you notice that there's, even with the under 20s, you think that probably there's an aura of magic. Of course, nearly like the whole building itself has some sense of it, so you've gotten used to that. There isn't much about the actual statues. They actually are pretty much obsidian made, very beautifully made and crafted as well, but clearly have been left here as dedication to those who served Gith. But the sarcophagus definitely has there are runes on there which make it look like it has magic. Whoever rolled above 20, who was that?
I got 20.
You got 20. Someone else, I think, got above 20, I think. Oh, you got 20, didn't you? 20 was enough to actually note that.
History got 21 on religion.
Excellent. You get a sense from the place here. Istrid, I'll come to you in a second. Gerardo, you do get the sense that the sarcophagus is definitely magical. It's had some work on it of some kind. You also feel like that's possibly could be well protected. You're not sure, and it could be the resting place of where the phylactery is. It makes sense, but you're not sure.
I
So
relay
21.
that information to the others, and I'm going to prepare a counter spell just in case some sort of magical effect goes off.
Okay. You,
I'm going to
Istrid,
cast a spell magic on it.
right now?
Hey.
Okay. At what level?
Well, when we're ready. When we're ready.
Oh, so as
I
a
think
you're
we're ready.
holding one. You're holding one.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
I think we're ready. What do you guys think?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Just about.
Well, everyone get close enough that if something jumps out at us.
All right.
Wait, close enough. I want to get less close if something
Cross
jumps out.
cannon,
I'm
cross
over
cannon.
this thing.
All right. Where does
Oh,
everybody
hang on. It's
move
120 foot range. Okay, well, I don't have to be right next to it.
Well, I'm moving.
to?
I don't have to be near it. 120 foot range.
All right. That's where you two are going to be. Tobin, do you want to move yourself to a spot where you would like to be?
I'm just staying near Istrid
Yeah,
at this
if I
stage.
You're there,
Actually,
Sarah's
that's a
there.
really good idea. I'm going to move into Yestrid's.
I was thinking
Okay.
just
Very-
All
he's
right,
just
I'm
going to
good.
start stepping between the statues.
As you walk through those, you notice
We all
the
move
statues
behind.
as well walking through here. Nothing seems to happen as you walk through. There's no effects that go off or anything like that. Istrid finds a position there. Do you guys head into his sphere? It looks like you have.
100%.
All right. And am I
cast Shield
checking,
of Faith.
Tobin? You cast Shield of Faith, so you haven't cast the Dispel Magic yet. I'm waiting till everyone does everything they need to. Shield of Faith is cast. Who on?
Do I have
I've
anything
none.
I want to do?
I put it
Not
in.
Sorry, Jared?
really.
Who do you
I
do
see.
Shield of Faith on?
Me.
On you? Okay, cool. That's a
Oh,
plus
hang
2
on,
armor
I'm gonna,
class, is that
like-
right?
I'm just going to give a couple of my elixirs to people.
Yep,
So,
which ones?
all right. So I've given my elixir of boldness to Istrid. So that is you can add a D4 to every attack and every saving throw. I'm going to give it's not much more I can do, except it gives everyone temporary hit points when they drink it. So I'm going to give an elixir to healing to each of them. So I've got 3 of those. I'm going to give 1 to each. So when you use these, when you need to, you regain a number of hit points equal to 2d4 plus 4.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys all now have, it's basically a minor healing thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, because I wrote the wrong description for my other elixir, so I don't know what it
All right.
does.
And I'm just going to confirm something. Thank you for that, Thea. But Tobin, I don't recall at any point you actually went up to the sarcophagus. You were still always at least about 20 feet away from it, I think, from what I recall. Is that right?
Yeah, but I can cast. Yeah, that's right. 20 feet away from it.
Good to know. You felt a strange...
Dispel magic has a range of 120 feet.
Yes. You felt there was a strange repulsion you felt as you got closer to it. You're not sure what it was, but you didn't like it. Do you cast the spell?
I didn't like it, guys.
And did you...
Yes, I cast.
Was it at 3rd level? Is that right? Looks like it was. I cast at 6th level.
The Dispel magic.
You cast it at 6th level.
6th level, yeah.
Then,
Cast, yeah.
Yep.
so what I want to just check first of all is that, okay, I need you to roll a spell casting check
Ooh, a spell casting check.
because it's
What's
higher
that?
than 6th level. You need to roll an intelligence check and you add the level of the spell you cast plus 6. You need to beat whatever the level of this spell was plus 10.
I'm
yours
going
rolls-
to.
If your spell was 6, that means it's at least 7th level, which means you're aiming for a DC of 17.
I'm
And
going
anything you
to
do now
give-
has to be a reaction. Anything anyone does now has to be a reaction.
Did that work?
I can use a reaction
So
to give him a
10
flash
plus
of
10.
genius.
Okay,
Plus 4.
good. What's the flash of genius? It's like, oh, quick, do this.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when somebody's telling you how to do something, it's like, have you thought about this? Have you thought about using your magic?
So
but
it's
yes, that's
a
plus
little
4.
condescending but helpful at the same time. It's strange but useful. And so you get,
Okay.
he's rolled?
So I've rolled a 10, then I get the plus 10 before the intelligence check.
No, you
That's
don't get the
20
plus 10.
plus-
You actually
don't
just
get
get the
that, okay.
level of the spell, which is plus 6.
which is 6.
And then you
Yeah,
get to
excellent.
add her bonus, which is plus 4, I believe.
Yes,
And
plus
what was
4.
the other
bonus,
plus
yeah.
6 you were talking about?
So
Well,
No,
that's
this
just
one.
level, the spell was cast at level 6, so you get a plus 6 to the roll because of that spell
And
level.
that's it. And that's
Okay, so 16 plus
Sorry.
4.
DM. The
Yep.
DC is 10 plus the spell's level. His roll is just his spell casting ability.
it. Oh, his spellcasting ability, which is plus.
So his modifier is plus 4, his spell attacks plus 13.
So it's plus 13, I believe,
Spell
isn't
attacks
it?
plus 13, yeah.
Oh, so does he add plus 13? Is that right?
Well,
Oh.
it says plus his spell
puts it
casting
like-
ability. His
Wow.
spell casting ability is wisdom, so it would be
Oh,
plus
is his
4.
wisdom. So that's plus
Yeah.
4. Right. Okay. Not even the level of spell. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification there, because that means in total you got 14. But with the flash of
Plus 4
insight
from
from Professor Syrah over here as well, it becomes 18. And it would not have succeeded without that flash of insight. As there is suddenly a little
Thanks
bit
for
of
that.
a green spark of light that just goes, and you see the symbol and from here you can tell, Tobin, and a couple of you with high perception can see it there. Tobin, you recognize it's in Gith, a language there as well that no one else can read. It's probably too far away for you to see what it actually says, but it just focuses for a moment
Yeah, I'll
and
go
then just
closer.
and then it's gone. Whatever you did, you managed to destroy a very powerful magic that was on the sarcophagus.
I was knowing you'd be useful.
Lovely.
Well done, Tobin.
Well done,
Thanks.
Tobin.
I knew you could
How
do
can
it.
you debate me? You haven't opened your goddamn eyes in 20 years.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm going to cast Mage Hand as a cantrip and try and use it to push open the sarcophagus.
Okay.
Oh gosh, no! I'm going to cast catapult and try and blow it up.
All right. You do your mage hand
I'm going to
first.
cast it a few feet back.
You're going to what, sorry?
Scoot a few feet back.
Okay. that's
Probably
good.
wise.
Put your character where
I'm
you'd
gonna
like it
cast
to go.
retreat.
Retreat, okay.
I'm happy where I am, but I'm going to use my Mage Hand to try and push it.
Okay, mage hand to push it. Let's just go with that will do.
Can I ready a
Okay, there's a little mage hand.
Oh my gosh, that mage hand's creepy as hell.
spell? That's
It seems
suits
to
Hanato,
have
honestly.
changed into a skeletal hand, maybe from the energy of this area. Mage Hand is a
I love it.
cantrip, so there's no need to roll any kind of wild magic check. So that's kind of lucky.
Mhm.
In any event, it's
It's bad that I
approaching.
kind of want it to go off.
Possibly. Where do you take it? Can you move it to where you want it to go?
Don't believe I can select it, but it's going to the side of the sarcophagus to try and push the roof off, the lid off it.
2 seconds.
roof-
I'm going to add
the roof-
you.
The roof is
I
on
pushed the whole
fire.
roof off, it's fine. Well, he could have turned skeletal because his soul's now bound to Mephistopheles, but
Makes
details.
sense.
Check it out.
Steve, do you want to try and move it now? Give it a go. Which is hiding behind. It's hiding next
Got
to.
it.
You should be able to move it.
So that's where it's going to be, and it's going to try and give the top of the sarcophagus a shove to open it up.
Okay, you were first to do that. You try and do that push as well there. It doesn't move at all. Sarah, you were next. You tried to cast some spell like catapult, I believe.
Yeah, I'm So what is there anything that I can use for catapult, or am I just going to just use some
There
of my
are
stones?
large
Like a
statues
statue.
Uh,
all around you as well if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to like.
How heavy can you pick up?
It's not that much actually.
No, I didn't
Catapult's
think it
only like
was.
5 pounds. So I
Telekinesis
can't
could
do
work.
the whole. No, I don't have it.
Yeah.
But I have
Just
stones, so I'm
wait
going to
till
grab one of my
one
rocks. I have 58 pebbles left by now. So I'm going to pull
Okay.
out one of my petals, chuck it up in the air. Actually, no, I'm going to cover it in kind of like an ashy substance.
Okay.
Chuck it up in the air.
Yeah.
And it's then going to kind of ignite, like
Mhm.
when you put sodium and magnesium
Yeah.
in water.
So it goes
Gonna
really
ignite?
bright, almost blinding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super bright. And it's then going to like throw it at the sarcophagus. And I'm going to do catapult at 5th level.
Go for it. What does that do?
Do it.
Okay, so it's a 60 foot. It's a dex saving throw for a solid object.
hmm
So I'm not sure how well that's going to work.
I think it
Um,
fails.
It might not fail. And if that's the case, it then does 78 damage if it fails.
Okay. All right. So what does it do? Can you bring the spell up? Actually, where is it there?
I
don't think I
cannot
can.
actually
No.
because I am not linked into Roll20.
Oh, sorry. What's the
I got
spell
you,
again?
I got
Catapult.
you, I
Catapult,
got you,
yeah.
I got you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Catapult.
Okay, 3d8 bludgeoning, and if you upload
No,
it,
I'm
it goes
casting it at-
to
Casting it at 5th
Fifth.
level, 7d8. So that is 30 points of damage.
Oh, okay, and that is bludgeoning damage to this thing here.
Yee.
It smashes basically this bright blinding light for a second there. You guys just managed to avert your eyes as it lights up the room very quickly in a flash and streaks across the room into the front of the sarcophagus, right near where the wings are actually sort of like folded across the very front of it there. Pounds into it there for how much damage was it?
30 points.
The 30 points of damage. You can see that it actually impacts quite well, and it does a chunk out of the sarcophagus on the end, like quite a substantial one. You think that there are some cracks leading into it, but it actually isn't open just yet.
Oh, okay.
So it's pretty
Interesting.
tough.
Slightly
Hmm.
better at this stage, but Paul, I believe Tobin has a +8 to hit inanimate objects with his big old mace.
He's got a mace.
And it's very good against objects.
Syrah, as where they are floating in the air, is like, looks at the rest of them and says,
Tobin's moved. He's there.
I feel like this is it.
If this is not going to work, I will disintegrate it, but
Oh, yeah, that
Well,
worked
it was
so
nice
well
knowing you.
before, capitalist scum.
Tobin, do you smash it with your mace?
Why don't I? Sure.
roll to
I'm going to
smash.
follow Tobin so I can pull
I don't know how,
him
um,
out of the way if I need to. I'm going to
Okay.
just like float after him.
Well,
That's
everyone
also-
else.
Grid's probably going to pace forward a little bit.
I'm also
Okay.
going to assume the mage hand was
I don't know
destroyed
if
by
I
the
get anything
catapult.
extra.
No.
You
Mage
guys
Hand's
all
still
know
there.
that I have
It's a little bit-
-1 to my strength.
But it's an
I'd
inanimate
say
object,
you're
which is not going to be hard to hit. It's also, this is very good against objects, and your experience knows you are very good at destroying objects with your mace.
That will do it.
25.
Gonna give it. That'll do it. Okay.
+8.
It is an
Schmited.
object.
33.
So 33. Do you get a bonus against objects in particular or constructs for damage? Can't recall, actually.
Hmm.
Where is it here?
Again,
Mace of
bonus increases.
Smiting.
The +3 when you use the mace to attack a construct.
Okay, so it goes to plus
If it is a
Um,
construct,
plus
has,
7.
Not a construct.
has 25 hit points or
On
fewer.
a 20.
Hmm.
Okay, because this is an inanimate object, I'm simply making it that you get advantage immediately because it's as if it's paralyzed.
Love it.
Actually, no, it's considered as like it's unconscious, which means it's an automatic critical. So that means you
Hey.
deal.
Okay.
I can treat that as a construct as an object as well. It works against those, which means you do an extra 14 damage. So roll
Yo.
a d6. What was the damage you rolled? I think you rolled it already. 2. The dice roll was a 2, so that goes to 4
Yep.
plus 14. That's 18 damage. And it
Nice.
smashes a whole nother chunk out of the space there as well. And you can see into it soon as you do, this is what you notice. Inside, your true sight is still going. And you realize
Hey.
it looks like there
Yep.
is an image that anyone nearby, like Istrid and Syrah, can see in there. You guys see it's empty. You just see a little bit of ashes
What?
in the middle of the sarcophagus, and that's it. Except for you, Tobin, you see 2 things. One is a small, maybe 3-inch by 3-inch cube of what looks like adamantine right in front of you, in the center of the sarcophagus.
Hmm.
And you notice that it has a shroud of invisibility on this as well.
Hey, I can see that.
Oddly, wait for it, Syrah, you can't, and you don't know why. Maybe your spell is not powerful enough. But you can, Tobin, and you see it there, radiating with magical energy, and then surrounding it like a shroud that moves and roils in the darkness is a thing of some kind of evil that sees you immediately with these dark, penetrating eyes, comes out of this to attack with a shrieking scream that echoes throughout the room, and you all need to roll initiative.
Hey.
Let's go.
Let's
You've still got the
go.
old initiative order on. You still got the original initiatives up.
Shall I remove them so we can?
Yeah,
Yes,
remove them
please.
first.
Let's
Well, my
remove them
initiative
all.
hasn't
How do
changed,
I?
so don't worry about it.
If you want to re-roll
Mine's
it, I
only
can just
changed
add
by
it here,
1.
so that's okay. What is yours, Syrah?
20.
20 total.
30.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
And what did you get, Istrid?
Same. Don't worry
Don't
about it.
forget, we get plus
exactly the
2.
same.
The plus
okay.
2.
You get the plus 2. That's right,
so
Gerardo.
17 technically.
Nice.
Okay. What did you get, Gerardo?
I love how our tank is rolling so poorly.
Gerardo, what did you roll?
Love you,
11
Yistrid.
total.
11 total. And
Gerardo
what
is
did
still
you
slightly
get,
slow.
Tobin?
24.
24. Oh,
Ooh.
my lord.
I love how our
22 plus
cleric
the
is
2.
doing so well on
Let me
initiative.
just check something here. I've got to do this first. As you all prepare, can you guys just think to yourselves or write down a piece of paper what first action you want to take as I prepare this here? Okay. And there's
Wonderful.
this.
In order to do that, DM, do we how alerted are we to this threat? Are we seeing some of it?
Oh, I'm just
any of
saying,
it, like wisps?
I don't mind. You all can see this now. Actually,
Okay.
as it exits, in fact, sorry, Tobin, you can act. Everyone else is surprised unless you have some way not to be surprised.
Oh, wait, I think I
Uh,
can't be surprised. Hang on a second.
Choose not to be.
I choose not to be surprised. I would not like that. I feel like I have a thing. I feel
You
like I
can
have a
find
thing.
it. Go for it, because you've got a moment or two as I just prepare this.
Yeah.
That
So
is a
let's go with
negative. I've
that.
got no way to not be surprised.
Okay.
I feel like
So in
it's
that
one of my
case,
things.
then I'll just do this. It's probably, that's everyone then, which means Tobin, you're going to be the first one, I believe, to act. Is that right? Tobin,
Oh,
you see
dang.
Yes.
everyone else is surprised by this, but you're not. They can't see it. They're just looking kind of like, oh, is that all that's in there? And you see this thing look terrified, and no one else is actually doing anything. You get to act first, and it's acting incredibly fast. What do you do?
I do that.
Oh. Oh.
All of a sudden, he cries out. What is the divine word you say?
Eat shit and die, sucker.
I can
Out of
follow that
all the
for a
words
religion.
that are said, the word die really echoes, and suddenly you hear like it's a crack of thunder, his voice that just rips throughout the room as divine word takes place. Let me just check what that does. So this works on things, of course, with lower hit points. That's the big thing.
Oh,
for
God damn, I
Phyllis.
didn't read it.
No worries. I'll get you to try something else. Would you like to do a different spell? It's better when things are at lower hit points. That's a big
Hmm.
thing.
Yeah,
And against lots
sorry.
of things. That's okay.
Can I? Oh, it's not undead, is it?
If you're not sure, you're not sure. You have to roll. I'll give you an Arcana check to check, or a religion check, either of those, so you can work it out.
Dang, I had a helm that I could have been wearing, but I was not wearing it.
Did it even work?
That's insane. Huge.
What did it roll twice?
This thing,
27.
you feel negative energy coming off this. You feel like it's completely beyond undead. It's like the worst kind of undead you've ever seen in your life.
Ew.
Yes, certainly undead. It's not good. This thing, whatever it is, should not exist.
Make it so.
Okay.
What undead would you like to ability would you like to use?
I'm just really quickly flicking through everything because I didn't expect something to jump out at me.
If you're not sure, go with a cantrip. Makes it easy, and go with Sacred Flame.
Yeah, that'll do.
Do it.
Love
Bam. It gets a saving throw, I believe. I can't remember which one.
Dex 21.
Dex 21. Thank you. That was fast.
I had the page open.
That is 19 to hit.
Okay. It rolled a 20
hang
on
on,
its
that's a
save.
damage.
It fails. It fails on a 20. You
What?
do 19.
Is that a
Amazing.
19
Oh,
radiant damage.
Jesus.
Okay. So that means it's there. And you've done that damage to it, 19, as it almost seems to be like this light gets sucked up by the darkness of this thing. And as it exits, you all see this thing kind of erupt into the space, almost like gas, and it just starts to grow and grow as it comes through. Do you have an action,
Really?
anything else like a bonus action, or do you want to move?
I will step back.
Fair.
Okay, someone's behind me.
I'm flying, don't forget. I'm not behind you, I'm above you.
Okay.
That's okay, because you're on the ground. You're actually
Yeah,
still
then I-
flying, I think, as well, Tobin, it appears. But
Oh,
you could
okay.
be on
Then I
lower
go
level.
up. I go up. Rather than go back, I go up.
All right, roll an intelligence save to try and do this accurately in the heat of battle. Intelligence check. Just a straight intelligence check, which means you get to add
Something plus
to
10.
you. Plus 10, yeah.
Did that work? That didn't work, did it?
Click on your intelligence. Here we go. Just do that.
Intelligence
good.
check I don't get.
You easily just move to whichever location. Do you want to move your character out of the way? You're out of its reach? No, you are not. You're actually within its reach because it filled the entire sarcophagus and you were within 5 feet. That means
Okay.
it reaches out at you with
Act of opportunity, I'll tell you.
this shadow reaches out to grab you. Make roll. It hits armor class of 25.
Ooh.
That hit.
You must make a Constitution saving throw as it hits you. As you feel a coldness clutch at your heart and your very soul. 13, unfortunately, is not high enough. You take 33 necrotic damage, and
Ouch.
your maximum hit points have now been reduced by 33.
Isn't he resistant to necrotic due to the armor?
You are. You're resistant to necrotic. You take half that
Yay.
automatically, which is 16.
That's lucky.
I also get plus 4 against necrotic saves.
Saving throws, yes. And this is a
Yay.
saving throw, so that means it will increase to
17.
17, which is not enough, unfortunately.
Hang on. I've got one other thing here.
Yes. What is the other thing?
The
Yes.
Scarab protection.
Yes.
And you're within 30 feet of Istrid, so +3 again.
Yeah, that'd be 20.
Yay.
It's still not enough, but the Scarab will do it. Because you know what the Scarab does? I can read it for
I
you.
can change a failed save into a successful one.
Done. You do that. That is
Yay.
awesome. And you cross off a charge, and you notice that there's a little fleck of gold that comes off the Scarab as that happens as well, as the charges get drained from it every time it happens, and it loses its luster because it's helped you stay
Did I take
alive.
half damage?
I think because you save. No. You take half damage, and you don't reduce your maximum hit points because you saved.
Yay.
That's huge.
Okay.
So that means you've taken 16 points of damage. That's it,
That's great.
which
Wait.
is huge.
Sorry, 1 sec. Wouldn't he take a quarter damage because he's saved it, which halves the damage, and then he's resistant, which halves it again?
No, the saving throw is simply for the effect of reducing maximum damage.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So he still takes 16 damage, which is because he's resistant. So that means everyone else won't if you don't have resistance. So
Right roll.
Tobin is built to recover from this, which is huge. As you you move out of the way. Where are you, Tobin? You still above it? Did you go straight up?
I went straight up and 10 feet that way. It's like at an angle.
Okay, cool. You're 30 feet. Is that right? 30 feet in the air?
Yes, 40 feet up.
All right. If you want to
I'll change it.
update your
40.
thing to 40, fantastic. And that
I
is
just have to
your
fix
go.
mine.
And as you do
Wow.
this, it's now
Dang.
its go. It
What?
erupts into the space with its amazing initiative that it rolled as this thing appears towering over all of you that you can see here. It
That's big.
fills the space around you. It is huge in size. It is at least 15 foot tall. It can reach up to 15 feet, which means Tobin is out of its reach at the moment.
Lucky.
But it is filling you with terror just seeing this. I need you also, because you started your turn, sorry, Tobin, at the beginning of your turn,
Yeah.
my apologies. I need you to make another death. It's a constitution save and it's a death effect.
Yeah.
So you get +4, or I think you get advantage. Oh, you get +4, definitely.
I get +4 and I get advantage if it's no. Hang on, I don't know. Anyway, what am I doing?
Just go for it. Roll a con saving throw.
Take.
Because you are very close to it, and you guys can feel your life energy just near it getting sucked away from you.
21 plus any bonuses that I might have.
That's what you
Hey.
needed.
Or do I get
That is
advantage?
what you needed. So that was excellent. It still happens,
Amazing.
which means you take. Oh, it doesn't roll it. Interestingly.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. At half of that, you take 11 necrotic damage. That's halved already.
Ouch.
So as you feel this aura around it suffusing life, taking life away from the very air around you, it then has its go. At the beginning of its turn, it sees the first two people in front of it here. The first one it
Ouch.
attacks is...
It's got
here.
multi-attack.
Yes, it does. It has, first of all, it goes for, actually, it does a single attack on each of you. First of all, on you, Sarah,
Yep.
AC of 20
Meets it, beats it. My AC is 20.
is 20. You take, oh my God. That's not, oh no, that was the crit. Thank God it's not a crit. You take
Ah.
33 points of damage, and I need you to make a constitution saving throw.
Cool. Con saving throw. That is a 16.
You need DC 21.
Okay, I'm going to redo that because I have a cloak which lets me redo that.
Which cloak?
Sorry, it's in
Oh,
my
it's an
minions.
artificer thing. All good.
It's an artificer thing.
Check that tick off, or whatever it is. If it's a use, go for it.
Yep, sorry. There's too many pages I have to go to, but I basically get to do it again.
Do it.
So, yeah.
And a reroll.
31.
Oh my god, what did you roll?
I got a 19 and I have a plus 12 for my fun
Jesus.
save. Scientist.
You
I
saved.
linked a lot of things.
That is awesome. You resist the energy being, your life force fully being drained from you, but you still take the necrotic damage from this, which is 33 points of damage.
33. Done.
But you don't lose your maximum hit points from that, which is it. It also attacks Gerardo, I believe. Is it who's nearby?
I'm all the way
No,
at
it's
the back.
Istrid. My apologies.
Yeah,
It is
what up?
Istrid.
My name's
AC
Istrid. What are you gonna
26.
do?
Istrid,
Yeah, okay.
AC 26.
You're straight.
Hits you.
Yeah, I was
It
gonna-
is a death
yeah.
attack. It is necrotic. Can you make a DC 21 saving throw against this necrotic attack?
What kind of saving throw?
Constitution.
Yeah, I can make that.
I love the
No,
confidence.
I
Sheer
can't,
just
apparently.
casual
I love that. I got
confidence
this.
as well.
Hold on, before we
Istrid?
resolve that,
Yes.
I would like to actually give my inspiration points to Istrid to reroll that.
Your inspiration
Yay.
points. Sorry, your inspiration points?
Yeah, I got an inspiration from Jared earlier, funnily enough. I
Oh,
can give
yeah.
him
because
inspiration to do the
channel
reroll.
points.
Oh,
Channel
okay.
points.
Fantastic.
Channel points.
I'll allow it.
I
That
will, I
sounds
will give
great.
the one you got
Hey.
free to
Reroll.
you.
It's a free
Enjoy
reroll,
that
guys.
as the GM chef, not as me with infinite channel points.
Uh-huh.
Have a reroll, mate. Give it a
See what I
go.
did
Fingers
there.
crossed.
See what I did
Yeah.
with them.
See what you did
Oh,
there.
no.
I feel that we're maybe taking advantage of
That was a
our.
bit better. There's
Take
a 15.
advantage of it
It's a
as
little
much
bit
as you
better,
can.
but not really.
It's sadly not enough, unfortunately. It's 15, unless there's anything else you get to add.
What's the save DC?
Is that including your +3 bonus, Istrid?
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
Okay, so that means you've got 18
That's
so
18.
far.
And what does he need?
He needs
Wait,
21.
what does he need?
21.
He won, you say.
It's a saving throw.
Oh, has he got the
Ah.
plus? He's got that spell thing happening. No, he hasn't drunk it yet. It's the thing that
Yeah,
Sarah
you
gave
haven't
him.
got
He
your
hasn't drunk
elixir.
it yet.
But I do
I've
have Flash
done
of
it, yeah.
Genius. I have Flash of Genius that I can give him for a saving throw,
Do you want to do
What
that?
about,
which is a +4.
Do you want to do that?
what about the +4 against necrotic and death?
This is necrotic and death. You get +4 against that.
Hey.
Done. You saved. Just
All right.
your maximum hit points are not reduced, but you still take
Yay!
23 points of damage. Mark them
Necrotic?
off as it has appeared. Necrotic damage. That's
So
correct.
that'll be 11.
11. And that's right. And at this
Sweet.
point, it flies up 10 feet into the air.
Where's it going? Come back here.
It just stays there, and as it moves up, Tobin, you feel it is now closer to you, so you feel like you're within its range of a reach. So that means
Did it move
you're all
outside of
within
my
10
melee
feet.
range?
I'm still
Opportunity.
30
I think it
feet up.
did. Yes, it did.
Can I
Hey.
please have an attack of opportunity?
You may.
Run, girl. And attack.
With a Vorpal longsword, you slash at it as it
26.
tries to move away. With a hit
Bam.
slashing into it there. Go for it. What damage do you do?
I'm let's just
If you
open
click
up
on
the
that
range, shall
thing,
we?
if you click on that button, it'll actually do it. So the colourful pink button you've got there, if you click on that, it'll roll the
Yeah.
damage.
Colourful pink button.
I've got a colourful thing. But don't you worry about it. All right. Where's my divine smite
What's on
bullshit?
my
Look at
cloak?
Oh, you're going to do that as well? Excellent.
You demand smite bullshit.
So you're doing
Oh,
that.
blind
Let me
smite.
get this sorted
Right,
out.
so maximum of 6d8 if I use... No, is it undead or fiend?
Ah, there we
It's
go.
undead.
Sweet. All right. So... All right. So the extra damage is
Oh, I
2d8
actually just
for the
realised.
first level. Maximum is 5d8, and it's 1d8. So it's 5d8 for 6... Yep. Okay, that's a lot of dice. Let's roll that
That's a
one.
lot of dice. I'm so glad we're not having to do actual maths.
Let's roll that one. Let's roll this one. And then there's a d8.
Roll the things.
And then
Oh
there's
my
just a D8
lord.
for doing stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Plus 2.
Level
So-
20.
So-
Let's go.
How much
All right.
damage did you just do?
Here's the breakdown.
Yes.
here's the breakdown. So base sword damage, slashing damage,
Uh-huh.
11. Their movement speed
Uh-huh.
is reduced by 10 because I have the slashing feet thing. The
Thing.
29
Yeah.
is...
Is that radiant?
That is extra radiant damage. And so is the 27. I think it just does extra radiant damage.
Sorry to interrupt everyone. Paul needs to head off for the evening, I believe.
Oh, okay. No
Paul,
worries.
Yes.
Yeah.
it has gone long, and I want to thank you for being here. I'll play Tobin as
you
best
so
as I
much.
can. But cheers, he's been fantastic, and I hope you're well, man.
Thanks, Pete. Thank
Been
you.
His
amazing.
next move was going to be Holy Aura.
Yeah,
All right.
I think that's
Aura?
probably good as
Awesome.
well. I'll give that a go.
Good
Ah.
work, Paul. Good night.
Thank you, Paul.
Love it.
We'll let you know
Thank you,
how
Paul.
it goes.
It's been
Take care,
fun.
mate. Hope you're okay.
We'll see you at Collecticon.
See you at Collecticon.
Yep.
See you soon, man.
Bye.
Thanks, man. Cool. So,
Let's
So-
go.
on that note, sorry, just checking as well, the damage from the long sword itself, what was that?
11.
11?
So if we
okay.
add the 11 to the 29, we get 40. That's the
Hang on,
divine-
let's just do, we'll do one at it. We'll do one each. The 11 was from the weapon, and was any of that radiant?
No.
Okay. Then you did
That's just
29.
magical damage. Yeah.
Which
Then I did
is-
29 radiant.
Okay. And then the extra
And-
is,
27.
what's that from?
That is because it's undead.
Lord, that's nuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
Now, here's the thing.
And then it's 1d8.
Oh, no.
Just because it's me.
Just
and
'cause.
So it's another 2
Oh, and the 1d8, is that radiant?
Oh, yeah.
See, I'm asking this for a reason.
Yeah.
She
Mm.
says.
Guessing it doesn't
That's
like
not
I love it
radiant
when the-
damage.
I love it when the DM says that.
Because your sword slashes into it. Mundane as it is, it still hits, of course, that you're hoping to hurt it. But the light, the radiant light of your Morning Lord, pierces through it, rips through the sky as you cry out for a divine smite of energy. And you see like a shard, tendrils of shadow just rip away from it. And you hear this ear-piercing screech as this creature is vulnerable to radiant damage, which means
Oh.
it takes
Mm.
double radiant damage, which means you just did 123 points of damage.
All in a day's work, I'm
It's still
sure.
up. So
This is what
Attack
paladins are
opportunity,
for. I knew there was a use for them somewhere.
Attack of opportunity, guys.
That wasn't even his
Alright,
turn.
Well, like, I mean,
Anyway.
because honestly, your actual attacks are not so hot.
No,
so maybe you
the
should
actual
just like
attacks.
hit things in the back as they run
It's
away.
just intuition. It's
So-
just intuition. It's like when you don't look for the fly and you catch it.
but
Yeah,
just,
you're thinking
just
about it too much.
wait for a sec. That was your first attack. So would you
Huh?
like to do your second attack now?
I don't believe
What's
you
an
get
attack
that
of
as-
opportunity?
It's an attack of opportunity.
attack of
so
opportunity.
it's one free attack with whatever's in my hand.
This is an attack. This is your go, isn't it? Oh no, that was the.
No, this was
That
an
was
attack of
my action,
opportunity.
my dude.
Good. I
that
was
was
just checking because it's still
insane.
because it
That's right,
moved
120
out of your
bucks on
range.
Hmm.
Remember that UC does not like radiant damage as it moved
I
away
like it.
from you. In fact, because of that, it's going to move even further. I think it doesn't like.
Yeah,
It doesn't
so
like you.
probably would want to do that. It is
So-
its movement speed is reduced by 10 feet though.
By 10? Okay, normally can move 40, so it's going to move down to 30 at this point here, which is what it does. So it is now 30 feet.
Hey, we can
into the
chase it,
air,
guys. We got this. Let's
Oh.
And it
go.
moves at an angle as well. So it goes to here, 30 feet up.
Oh,
away
didn't
from
actually go
here.
that far at all.
It's still within, it's now actually very close to Tobin's range. So I'm playing Tobin from here. I've got his character ready to go. But the
Amazing.
next person up, I think, hang on, is there anything else it can do? I'm sure you don't want it to.
Oh, it's me. Dang.
That's it, which means I believe it will be Sarah's go. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
All right. Well, I need to
Is it
do
the beginning of
stuff
your
to
turn?
it. It is the beginning of my turn.
Let me just check. Are you
Just-
within 30 feet? You are. You
I
need
am
to
30
make-
feet up from the ground.
Yeah,
so,
it's just
yes.
right. Yes, which means
And
it's
it's
near
super
you.
tall. So, yeah.
I need you to make a con saving throw.
I am happy to make a con saving throw. I've got a plus 12 on con.
Oh, nice.
I'm a-
Okay.
That'd be a 29.
Jesus. Okay, that's a save, which means your maximum. Well, no, sorry. That means you still take damage, but it's half. I think.
Okay.
No, you take no damage.
Hey,
You take no
amazing.
damage. Well done. As
And
you just like
see, this is what science does for you, kids.
Science.
Exposing yourself to small amounts
You
of
just have an
toxic
immune
substances your
system.
entire
you
life.
science the crap out of it. That's it.
I science this. Alrighty, cool. Oh, I can't do area of effect because all
Mhm.
my friends are nearby. What's the biggest stuff that I can do? I
Get
have
ready
no
to
idea.
go. Istrid, you'll be up next.
If I wanted to do a Arcana check on this, would that be a free action or would that take my action?
I like that you asked this. There's different rules for different games. I actually say it's a knowledge check based on what you've
Yeah.
experienced. That's an instantaneous thing. You either know or you don't. So roll an Arcana check now. Once you've done
Cool.
it, that's it. You can't do it until you get another level, and you may have learned more information about it. It's a straight check.
19. 19.
You know it's undead. That's what you know.
It's undead.
You
Okay.
have a very strong feeling this is not natural undead, not something that's come back to life because of magic. This is something that's actually been created possibly in a place of very great evil.
Okay. No, undead is, but I'm going to try and set it on fire.
Oh, lovely.
Oh.
Okay.
I think I'm going to set it on fire. Yeah, let's try and set it on fire. So I'm going to do
Oh,
Flaming
oh,
Sphere.
one other thing from your experience, Istrid, you know for sure from what he did, radiant damage, it is vulnerable to. You know that.
I got no radiant
I had a
spells,
feeling.
but I
I was
got
just checking.
fire.
That's it. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Radiant.
So I'm just going to do Flaming Sphere.
Go for it.
At Flaming Sphere at what level? 5th level, the highest level. I'm going to cast it at 5th level.
Mhm.
So that is a dex saving throw, please.
2
DC 18.
seconds. 2 seconds while I just check on something.
Yeah.
So where does it appear? What space?
So it's a 5-foot flaming diameter, 5-foot diameter flaming sphere.
Mhm.
Appears in an unoccupied space of my choice.
Mhm.
Basically, I'm going to stick it as close to this thing as I can. And any creature that ends its turn needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay,
So
I'm
it's a
going to make it
dexterity
a
saving throw.
save.
18 is the save.
Where does it appear? Would you like to control that little icon that I've put on here?
I would love to.
If I can allow you to.
I
Hang on, where is it here? 2 seconds. That
Otherwise, I
would
just
be-
want to stick it right in the center.
Try it now. Give it a move now. It's going to roll its saving throw. I believe it was Dex that you
Hey.
said.
It is a dex saving throw. Yes, please.
All right. It rolls a 20.
Oh, it saves. But I feel like as a save, half as much on a save. So it
That's
is going
good.
to take. It is going to take 7 points of flame damage.
No worries.
Unfortunately, that is not
Okay.
much.
You can see that as well. The size of
But
this thing seems
the
to have been
sphere
reduced.
remains.
Right. The sphere remains and it's
the-
sitting there.
Sphere remains and it sits there.
Okay. Anything else you do?
I don't think I've got any bonus actions that I can do.
You have a bonus
anyone
action you
been-
can use with the flame. You can move it up to 30 feet if you
I
want.
can move it up to 30 feet, but I like where it is right now.
Just checking.
And I've already cast a spell, so I can't do a healing word. No, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay. And are you going to move?
No.
No. Okay. So that's that. Let's
Actually,
check
am I
anything.
in melee? No, I'm not in melee with it, am I?
You are at the moment. You're 30 feet up, and so is it. And it's
it's
right. See the
flying
edge
as
of it?
well.
Can you see the edge of it?
Yeah.
It's right next to you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not going to move because I'm
Probably
not
not
going
good
to
idea
take
to
the
move.
opportunity. Yeah,
Probably good
I'm
idea.
done. That is me. I'm good.
And as you're doing this, Istrid, it's your turn. Get ready for Ardo.
How far away is he from me?
He's 30 feet in the air and another 5, so that's 35 feet away from you.
I would like to move
Oh, man, it's right next to me.
mentally towards him.
Roll intelligence check. You're going
Yeah,
straight direction, I can imagine. It's a DC 5, so
See how
it's
we
DC
do.
5, fingers crossed. As you
got
focus your energy to
Oh,
move.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. It doesn't
I have a
work.
-1. This
I'm-
is
Don't
not-
forget you've got the thing. Can you drink the thing?
I
Ability
There's
check.
an action to do that. No, it's a
Hold
move.
on.
That's a move.
Hold on.
That's a
That's me.
move. So you've done your move. You've still got an action and a
Can I have an
bonus.
action?
I'm
Drink
going to bend luck and see if I can increase that. You can get a 1d4 to add to that roll.
Does that
That
set off
costs
a
two
wild
silver
surge or
points.
something?
Don't know. Wild Surge was
Can you roll? I think
can
bend luck is a
luck.
different thing. It's not a spell. Go for it.
Yeah, when another creature you can see makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction, spend 2 sorcery points to roll 1d4 and apply the bonus.
Do it, dude. You need
Alright,
a
I'm
5.
gonna try and bonus you up.
Hey,
Yeah.
Oh.
Really made it.
You're kidding me.
Getting not out.
Okay.
Jesus.
You
But
literally
that's
like
what
this.
you needed, right? Oh my god! I'm not giving you flash of genius to move.
No. You've used
No.
your reaction this turn. It's not possible. You can't use it again.
Oh yeah, I'm
So
done.
that's
I'm
it.
done. Yeah.
So not
Right.
this case.
DM,
You've
swap the
used your move.
potion, action, bonus action.
Bonus. All potions are bonus actions.
Sick.
So
So you still have an action.
I can quaff this bitch.
So yeah, so the quaff
What does
plus
that
4
give me
for
now?
everything. 10
I
minutes.
drew
Get a
a
plus
little
4
potion
on all
instead
of
of actually
your
writing
attack.
it down.
Okay. You get +4 for the next 10 minutes on saves and attack, I believe.
Correct.
Saves and
Sweet.
attack. Cool. All right.
So,
Yeah, I would like to, as an action, I close my eyes, and when I open them, they are glowing pure white. I take in a deep breath, regain a few hit points, and I'm basically channeling an Elder Champion through
ooh.
my form. So
What's the
enemy
ability?
creatures within 10 feet have disadvantage on saving throws against my paladin spells and divinity options.
Mhm.
And I can cast all my spells as a bonus action.
Okay.
All my actions as a bonus action. So,
Okay.
that's action, bonus action, attempted movements. That's me.
Okay. What's the ability?
Elder
Divine
Champion.
Champion? Elder Champion. That sounds nuts. Okay. All of a
That
sudden,
sounds
the
very cool.
avatar,
Sounds really cool.
the avatar of Ystrad appears. It's Yastrid now, for sure, glowing.
Yastrid,
Radiant.
100%. I love this.
So at the start of each of my turns, I
Yastrid.
also gain 10 hit points.
10 hit points.
Hey.
Fantastic.
Oh, also
Add
you
that.
get another 4 hit points for drinking the potion. You get another 4.
Sweet.
Add that
All
now.
of mine. Every time you
Fantastic.
drink
Yeah,
it.
it's this almost sort of leonine humanoid avatar that sort of comes around me that has this huge mane and just this
Superimposes.
beacon of courage.
Excellent. Okay.
Love it.
As this appears, you see almost this massive thing recoil at the sight of you there. And that's your go. And before you can move, Gerardo, and make an action, there is a crack of thunder in the air as someone goes before you.
Oh.
Okay.
Trust.
And as that happens, an image of something appears. A being of eldritch might and ancient power, awfulness. It is a Githyanki, or at least it was once. She is desiccated beyond belief. Her eyes burn with radiant red coals as well here, and the remnants of what could be called hair drip down from her scalp as you see the crown of corruption that's almost like a claw across her face and in large points sticks up from her with these gleaming black crystals around it. She has literally stepped through a rift in the air out towards you all, and she sees you and she's like no, and cries out with this mighty voice, and she finishes. She has her go. At this point,
Ruh-roh.
I hope she's on our side.
So, what she does is okay. And as a bonus action, you notice that there is a gleaming sword, a great sword that is in front of her. That is actually, it was already in the air next to her as it comes through the gateway with her. And what it does, if I'm correct, yes, it flies across the air to attack someone who is nearby. Let me just check.
Nearby us, but
We're
not
going
us.
to go with it. We should be able to see that sword. I think I'm on the wrong level. Hang on, let's try that again. There. Can you see that?
Yes.
A sword has appeared. The closest person nearby that it can see actually,
Oh,
it's
I see.
looking at a Radiant Champion over there. I think it's going to go towards our Radiant Champion friend over here.
I
Yeah.
think that's
Kind
fair.
of asking
the
for
person
attacks.
with the sword. I mean, it'd be hilarious if it went to the scientist who's like,
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
all right,
He's glowing. He's glowing. He looks Leonardo.
Yeah.
Okay. He's going
he's
there.
looking.
And
He's got the thing going. Oh my god, so typical. Always goes to the one who they think it looks like suitable for. Whatever.
if you
Bring it.
want, we can change it.
Left or right,
AC
your
32. It
Yeah, okay.
slashes with preternatural speed, hitting twice and doing 19 damage and 23 damage.
To
That
Yistrid.
is the total of 42 damage to Istrid.
Hey, I don't like this sword.
Slashing across.
What? Slashing damage?
It is slashing and psychic damage as your mind
Nice.
is suddenly ripped, shredded from the attack of this thing.
I
Okay.
don't like this sword.
That is the
Yeah,
end of her turn. Okay, right. And she is 40 feet in the air, I believe. Yes, at the moment. So we move on to Gerardo. Gerardo, what do you do?
All right. How high is the sword at the moment? Is that on the ground next to?
It's the same height as whoever it just attacked. Hang on a minute. Let's just
You're
see.
on the ground, right?
On the ground.
Istrid's on the
Ground.
ground. Yes.
Cool. I'm going to do an intelligence check to try and travel to here. It's just a straight line diagonally up into the air.
Yep, that's a DC 5. Give it a go.
Intelligence. I rolled on a 5. It's okay. I made it.
Yeah.
Hi.
Well done.
Makes it,
You rolled
makes
under
it.
5 and still succeeded. That's good.
Wow.
He races across. Do you want to move yourself over towards wherever you would like to
Yep.
be? Up
So
to
I'm
what's your
about-
intelligence?
It is. I should know this. 12.
12. You can move up to 60 feet. So that's pretty good. You move to there in one straight line. That's
Yeah,
the end of your move.
Way up into the air, right? And I'm going to, on the assumption that the phylactery is in fact in that sarcophagus we spent all the time, trying to break open, I'm going to upcast a lightning bolt into it.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
You focus down into the little
Let's go.
hole that's been carved into here that from the construct smasher. You focus a lightning bolt into there. Roll the damage. You
So if
can't see
I,
it, but you're assuming it's going to go straight through the sarcophagus, and it's wide enough to get the whole thing. I think it's 10 feet wide, I believe, as well, isn't it?
6 feet, slot above third. 5 feet wide. So I'm directing it straight into the sarcophagus. It shouldn't hit anyone else.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from straight up, actually, you'll be able to do that. I'll give that.
Get it.
That's a load of dice right there.
Okay.
That's all directed straight down into the sarcophagus to try and just blast the ever-living hell out of the sarcophagus, out of the phylactery inside. Or what he assumes is the phylactery inside after all that effort.
All
You'd hope
right.
so.
So that is technically a deck save, but it's a inanimate object, so
Yeah. So in this case, of course, it's basically up to its hardness, which it has. The damage that it goes against this as well. It suddenly smashes into here. You don't know where it is. Tobin does as you fire it. I'm going to make it. He uses his his reaction to say, "Yes, it's in there, and it's made of adamantine, this big." That's all he gets to say.
okay. So
So-
since it's metal, would it take extra damage from the lightning?
You're not sure. You're not sure if it conducts the same way as steel or iron. So, but in any case, you've done 46 damage to this box. You can't see and you don't know what it's going to do. You can't tell if it's actually worked. Tobin isn't in the line of sight of it. Hopefully it's worked, but it's like basically part of the lid just goes breaks apart. So now you can clearly see into there. Tobin's still, he might be able to see. Actually, with his perception, he can. And he's just like, it's working. He says, it's still there. Keep going. Anything else you do?
Checking for bonus action. Stand by.
Okay.
Checking. Please stand by
Checking
while we
bonus
check for
action.
bonus actions. Oh my god, we harmonized.
We're losing it. That's it. So you do that.
Actually, I did roll max damage on a couple of those dice.
Oh,
I will use.
I need you to roll
sorry.
a d20.
Yes, I will do that too.
Oh yes.
Hopefully, I
Oh
can
my
direct
god,
some
we all
wild
end up
magic
on the
into
fire
goddamn
plane, and
box.
that's it.
Sweet. Oh,
Oh, that was nearly a nat 20. That was an 8.
nearly.
You've actually gone
that
up
is-
to 4 now, so we're just going to keep track of that for now. That's it.
Ooh.
Is it wrong that I kind of want wild magic to go off? It hasn't
You
gone
can
off.
choose
No,
it to go
that's the whole
off.
thing.
Remember, you can choose it to go off if you wish.
So good.
I mean,
You know what? What the hell? Wild magic surge.
let's
All right,
go.
this has happened. A wild
Let's
magic
go.
surge does happen,
go,
and of course it does. Here we go.
Roll it. I want to see this.
Do you want to roll the d100?
I will just check the extra thing I have. Whenever
Oh,
I
an
roll on the
extra
wild
thing.
magic surge table, I can roll twice and use either number. So I'll roll
Give it a go.
2d100.
Okay. Now
But
you
you're
don't
not
know
going to
the
know what they
results.
do.
Yeah,
I
was
know,
gonna
that's
say
what
it as well.
You just tell me the results.
2d100. I don't know what that roll happened there, so we're going to lose that. I'll just do 2 anyway. D100.
2?
You roll a
Roll
1
2
twice.
D100.
Here we go. So
Yeah.
I rolled
63?
63 and
Yep.
D100,
Ow.
63
Ah.
and A, 64.
Hmm.
Oh my
don't suppose it
goodness. Well,
matters,
at least
but I
it's
like-
easy to look up.
Even numbers, 64. Let's go for it.
Okay. As you cast
Go.
this spell, you suddenly feel that there is a
I'm going to end up in the fire
strange
plane.
aura that happens. You feel like pinpricks over your body start to come over you. Let me have a look. You're based there. You're about 30 feet up, aren't you? Is
Yep.
that right? Okay, which means you're near to Syrah, actually. She's right
Hey.
next to you. She's right
Oh,
next to you.
sup.
She's 30 feet up. He's down on the
Hello.
floor. Actually, he's about 30 feet away. Tobin's just across from you over here. Okay, good to know. Yeah, you feel this sensation of pinpricks all over your skins, all of you. You feel this. You have no idea what that means.
Cool.
So,
We have fleas.
Uh-oh. Oh my god. I thought I
Onwards
got
with
rid of
combat.
these.
All right.
So,
well,
I believe that might be your go.
that is my go.
Hmm.
Unless something has immediately happened, we are all good. Keep that mystery.
Okay, which
Hmm.
means I would like Tobin to get ready for his go. Before that happens, Flacky casts a cantrip. She throws a cantrip as a legendary action towards somebody, which I believe is going to be a ray of frost, I think.
Oh, that's harsh.
Let's do that. Let's give that a go. Who's the person who's causing grief?
Me.
I
Who
think it will
is
be.
causing grief?
I think it'll be Istrid again. It's like Istrid, you're kind of a
this is
target
right.
here.
It's
This is
Istrid.
really where it goes.
It's always just-
Did that cast? That's not a
Uh,
spell I
Must
cast.
have fizzled out.
That's very strange.
Oh no.
Oh no, her
What?
magic fizzled out. What a shame.
Oh no.
Sadly,
I could-
no. Hang on,
could
I've got
gather
it
still
here.
if you
Hang
like.
on. Let's grab it here. My apologies, and thank you guys for your patience. Let me grab
Would
that.
you like
for
a canna
Ladies and
spell,
gentlemen.
Jared?
I'm good.
Ah,
It's just a
Spells.
cantrip. I get 10 hit points back.
just a
Yeah,
cantrip. Oh
It's
my
from the Witch
gosh.
Queen, though.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's what she does. All right, then. Let me cast that spell.
I don't know if I want to at this stage.
Oh, Christ. I don't know.
Okay, so that means looking over at the people who are around here, she seems to focus on. Yeah, she looks at the person who looks like is casting spells, the one who just did that crazy stuff over there, Carando, which would be you. Indeed.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
canna spell is going to be the thing here.
I need you to roll an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
You got
Sure,
this.
why not? Intelligence is
not?
only +3. Row.
Are you within 30 feet of Istrid?
That's
Yes.
a 21, and I believe so.
I think that's a
So
good
it's
save.
24
Okay.
distance, but-
Yay.
That's fantastic. Okay. You suddenly feel your mind, like feeling a ripping feeling in your mind that you know this magic. It's a mind sliver that's trying to affect you. You know it very well. So you
Ah.
actually, you're like, oops, no, not for me. And you shut it off.
I know this. This is not for me.
You avoid it. You take no damage and you don't have the penalty to saving throws, which is good too. That's her.
Very
That's
good.
her legendary action. That's there, which means it's Tobin's go. Tobin was going to do that big old spell, I
Well,
believe.
he did have a
Big
well-crafted
old
insult.
spell.
Hold on. Frankly,
Send it to you.
standing within 30 feet of you, frankly, means I'd rather have the job of wiping a red dragon's ass.
Excellent.
Nice.
He's definitely close enough to Keith to say it to her, so he does. That's his bonus action. Now, I believe that if he does the holy, was it holy word or holy aura he was going to focus on?
Checking, standby.
I've got a feeling he's going to do holy aura.
I think he said holy aura,
He said
yeah.
that. Yeah, he said that.
I'm going to go with that because it's an amazing spell that is just affecting right now. Can you guys see what it does? I don't think it's saying
Cannot see
there.
what it does.
No,
No, it doesn't say the
description.
info. That's a
Google
bit
is
of
a
a
thing
bugger.
there.
No worries, I've got it right in front of
it's
me
all good.
here, so I'll be able to do it. The most important thing is that I'm saying is he has an aura of
Yay!
30 feet that it works in.
Ooh.
Um,
Who doesn't like an aura?
Boom. That means every person he chooses within that aura has a light 5 feet radiating from them and has advantage on all saving throws, and other creatures have a disadvantage on attack rolls against them until the spell ends.
Yeah, baby.
In addition, when a fiend or undead strikes the affected creature, it flashes with brilliant light, and they need to roll a saving throw for con, DC 21, or be blinded for the next round.
Oh,
Until the spell ends,
lovely.
my apologies. He's concentrating on this for a minute. This radiating light hits out from him there. That is going on at the
Beautiful.
moment. He's very happy with that, which means all of you guys have advantage on saves, and they have a disadvantage on attacks
Hey.
against you. That is him. He's going to stay nearby to you all.
Good.
He's got 30-foot range, so what he might do, actually, he's going to stay there. That's all he goes. That's all his
Okay.
go.
Okay.
And he just calls out, he says, "Have at them, Vlakith, your time has come." And that's his go.
Mm.
As he
Nice.
says that, next go is the Nightwalker.
Ah.
And on that note, it's going to look at him in particular, do a strike
no.
against him, and then it looks down at Istrid and points
Why
its
does everybody
finger.
beat these guys up?
It points at Istrid with its finger. First of all, against our cleric here, attack of 28. That means Tobin needs to roll a Constitution save, I believe. Did that roll the saving throw? Where are we? Not high. 26 was his first save. Actually, that was the one he needed.
No.
And that's
There
a
you go.
save, which means he's not reduced by that much damage. He
Mm.
still takes
Um,
28 necrotic.
And the aura flashes, the Nightwalker must make the save.
It
Con
does
save.
need to make the con
Yay.
save. As soon as it happens, as a light appears in front of its eyes, it saves. So that doesn't happen. It did have disadvantage. Sorry, my apologies. Disadvantage on attack rolls because of the aura. It misses. He doesn't hit. That's its first attack.
Yeah.
Then the finger of doom points over at you,
Ah.
Istrid, and you need to make a saving throw
Why
at
are you
advantage.
picking on these guys?
Why? Why? I wonder.
Why?
The radiant heroes? No, they're just harmless, you know.
Alright.
Peace
Right.
and love and the
Istrid?
light of the gods.
Con save. Sorry, with save, Istrid.
Are you on 2 of those? Advantage?
Just one. Just the one. Oh, and it's an advantage. Thank God,
Makes it
because you
better.
saved. You saved against the finger of doom, which means
Wow.
you managed to actually just simply stare it down. It's like, no.
Nice.
And you are now immune to the effect for 24 hours. It will not affect again.
Beautiful.
No, I won't smell
Um,
my fingers.
And I just realized, Tobin, because he's within the range of this, and actually each of you, because you're starting within 30 feet, I'll just simply do it for the end of the round, and we'll just do it now. Everybody roll a saving throw versus con right now.
25.
Okay. History gets 26. You get 29, actually.
No,
Yeah.
wisdom
17, but
save.
I'm going to use a luck point to
You also
reroll
get
that.
+3. Oh, okay. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, no,
Remember,
that's
you're at
plus
advantage.
3.
You're at advantage. Roll again. At advantage. Roll again.
Oh, yeah, of course, sorry. I've lost my screen. Where did it go?
Oh no, the screen is gone.
It's back.
Nice.
And
19
22.
+3 is what you need. So 21
20.
actually is it.
Yep, 26.
Nice.
All of you
These
managed
are
to save against the
high.
annihilating aura, and you do not take the damage, guys. Being high level does count. Thank God. With all
Being
these
high level
abilities.
is great.
It's not happy about this, but it simply moves forward a step. Oh, actually, no. That was its attack, and then nothing else seems to happen as all of a
Hang on,
sudden
this thing has a flaming
Vlaakith,
sphere in the minute.
it seems to suddenly head towards Vlaakith and seems to get sucked into her. And
Does
it
it take an attack
disappears.
of opportunity from Thera, though?
You can if you wish.
It also
Oh
needs
no,
to
it's a
at the
magical
e-
effect. It's like a teleportation.
But also at
Okay.
the end of its turn, if it's still got the flaming sphere, it needs to do another dex save and take more damage.
Before the end of its turn. But thank you
Okay.
for the update, which is good to know.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, it seems to get sucked into her, and you're not sure what that means. As she
One
suddenly,
less
like, this dark radiance suddenly comes around her as she gets ready for her attack. That was Tobin's go. That was its go. Syrah, your turn. Yistrid, get ready for your go. What do you do, Syrah?
Does the phylactery, which we're assuming is the coffin thing, still look intact?
You can't see it at the moment. It still seems to be invisible to you. You can see the coffin. You just can't see it.
I just can't
Tobin's
see
saying,
anything
it's
in there.
there. Tobin's going, it's there. That's all he can do. So you can't see it.
Oh, so here's the thing. Do I try and destroy something I can't see, not even knowing if I can do damage to it, or do I attack the thingy? I still got my flaming sphere, which I can move as a bonus action.
You
So
can.
let's do both. So for my action, I'm going to try and blow up the thing.
Mhm.
And the only thing I really have to do that's catapult.
Okay.
So let's do that again.
Right.
So let's do
miss.
catapult.
With the
Stone,
stone. Yep.
smear the little
Yep.
thing on it, throw down. We're doing it at 5th level again.
Okay.
So, oh my
Roll the
goodness, what again?
damage.
Roll the damage.
damage.
Roll the catapult. There we go. Cast that. All right. I mean, it's a.
Are you
that's not
sending
bad.
this-
That is.
Go for it.
I was going to say. So I'm throwing the stone at what I assume is the phylactery. That is 35 of bludgeoning.
So is it an attack roll? So roll at disadvantage.
It's a dex saving throw.
It's a save. It doesn't really get a save. So you're doing it on a square. Let's say
I'm
you're
doing it
doing
on a
it at the
square.
center of the
Yeah,
sarcophagus.
doing it at the center of the
Yeah,
sarcophagus.
fair. Okay. How much damage?
35.
35. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Part of sarcophagus goes crackles, cracks, and obsidian pieces fall around it as well here. Well, you hit the
Yeah.
sarcophagus. You may have hit it. You're not sure.
Who knows what's going on? And then I'm going to move my flaming sphere.
Tobin knows what's
because I
going
can
on. Can you see it?
move that.
Tobin goes, yes, you've damaged it. Yes, it's still there. God,
And for
adamantine.
my-
Why?
Why? And for my bonus action, I'm just going to move my flaming sphere on top of that other thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the effect of that is I ram it into a creature. So it must make a saving throw against the sphere's damage.
okay.
So that is a Dex 18 saving throw, please.
Oh, God. Yes, she saves.
She saves. So she takes half damage.
Okay. How much is that?
Let me roll.
No worries.
Half
so
of
you know,
19,
she rolled a
18,
six.
9.
Okay.
Oh.
Takes
So
a
half
nine.
of 19 is what, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And that is fire damage? Fire damage. Fire.
Fire damage.
I like-
19. Okay, cool.
Okay, so that is my action, my bonus action. Damn, I probably should have healed someone, but I'm good.
Is that
I
your
want to move
go?
behind. You know what? I'm flying. I'm going to move behind the others.
Okay.
Hey, I'm the glass cannon here.
That is me. I'm done.
Okay, that means we're moving to just before Istrid gets to have his go. She has a legendary action. No, she has a lair action, in fact, that she does.
Lair.
First one. She targets a creature she can see within 30 feet. And that will be... Who will it be?
Roll a d3.
True.
Well, who's glowing?
She
Honestly,
looks at Gerardo here. Targets
Hey!
him. So that he actually now, all of a sudden, what happens is, if I can find that here on her character sheet. Okay. She suddenly has this power of this crackling cord of dark energy wraps around Gerardo, and it is now
Uh-oh.
connecting between the two of them. It's vaguely transparent, but it's still standing there. You need to make a con DC. No, there's no save. It just it's wrapped around you.
Am I able to
Oh, no.
counterspell that?
It's not a spell.
Okay.
oh no.
And so you now have that, and I'll note it down. I think she needs to move to get closer to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you're within range. That's it. But she does move out of the way of the sphere. Sorry, I just had to move it out of the way because it was on top of her. She moves across to here, let's say. That seems good. Actually, no. She'll move over here. That's where she is. That happens, and that tether appears. My apologies, I can't move her yet. This is a legendary lair action. That's it. It's now Syrah's go. Go for it.
Syrah just
Oh,
had
she just had a go? Sorry. Now it's
Yeah.
Istrid's go. Istrid, your turn.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Istrid is going to face off with this animated blade of painful in my bum. But he is going to keep his eyes locked on that until he gets within 10 feet of Uber Witch. We're going to do a Channel Divinity. I would like to use Nature's Wrath. So as an action within 10 feet, spectral vines of radiant light are going to grab up and around. So it's strength or dex, DC 17, dealer's choice.
Dex is a dex save.
Dex or strength, your choice.
She's going to go with dex. 33, natural 20.
God, fucking shit. Fucking
That is... Oh, okay. All right.
all right.
There's that.
All right. Well, in that case, I will then...
What can you do?
Well, I can do... I mean, I can Ice Storm. So I think I might...
Oh, hang on. You've done a spell? Was that a spell that you did?
Nope. Channel Divinity.
Oh, it was a Channel Divinity. So you
It's
can,
just an
yes.
action.
Do you want to do that?
Yep. So that was
Is
my
that a
action.
bonus action?
No, that was an action, but Ice Storm is now bonus action because I am divine.
Oh, Avatar.
Eldritch
Okay,
Power.
yeah. Okay. Do it.
Ice Storm.
And the Fire
Yeah.
Nation attacked.
I mean, she's in the thing. Dex saving throw, please. 2d8 and 46 cold.
Yes, okay. So let's just check that. Dexterity save, sorry?
Yes, please.
Sorry, that's not a saving throw, that's a check. I'll re-roll. My apologies. Natural 1. Natural 1.
Nice.
That's all we're
Excellent.
talking about.
What's the damage?
Damage is... That is bludgeoning. Six
Okay.
bludgeoning, 12 cold. And then I'm casting it at... I'm casting it at 5th level, so I get to add another d8. That's another 1 damage. That's some really
Okay.
shocking damage right there. Holy
Well,
moly.
possibly good because I need you, Gerardo, to make a Constitution saving throw.
I will do that. Also,
As
does she
the-
get smashed out of the air with a failure that bad?
It's pretty bad. I'll make it she's
on.
knocked back, that's for sure, I think.
Yeah.
Let's just move that.
That is a 17 plus 3, which is 20. Yep, so that's a 20.
And you
30.
save, which is good because then you don't take that damage as well because you are tied to her. Yeah, it doesn't actually go to us. Okay, so you managed to save against that. Nice. So she takes 17. No,
Yep.
19
Not
damage.
amazing. Not amazing.
No worries. A nice one. It's something because your other spell, she made a
Yeah.
natural 20 save, so that sucked. So that means you've got something on
Yeah.
her. And are you moving anymore? I think that's as far as you go.
That's as far as I'd like to move. Thank you.
No worries. At the end of your go, she has her turn. What she does at this point. Okay. She then has done that. So she heads over towards bonus action. The sword is going to attack Istrid, but she has no problem with this, and she just comes straight up to flank to give it a little bit of an edge. And as she does this, she reaches out towards you and tries to grab you with a paralyzing touch, which I believe you might have a bit of a bonus against.
I was just going to roll whatever you asked me to and then say I'm immune anyway.
Yeah, it's 19 at disadvantage. AC 19. Does it even hit?
No.
That doesn't hit you, does
No.
it?
There's
Doesn't hit
that.
me.
21 at the moment.
Hey.
Okay, that's
Yay.
her action, but she also, as a bonus action, her sword then attacks you twice. Let's have a look at that. AC 20. 17 at disadvantage.
Miss. That's going to miss.
Oh. Yay.
Technically, I'm wondering if. Okay, yeah, 26 that's a hit. You take 25 points of damage.
That's no good.
And she says, "End now or die." That's the end of her go. Next is Gerardo.
Just want to check a quick point. Being as I used my wish to do a full long rest, do I then get that 9th level spell slot back?
That's a good question.
I mean,
I wanted to ask because if the answer is no, that's fine, considering I used a wish to pull it off. But
Oh, I need you to roll a d100 right now.
absolutely, I will do that.
This will help me answer the question as well.
Oh, shit.
Is a 77.
Good.
ooh.
So
I
you
like
can,
that
if you go
number.
above and beyond the limitations of the spell, lose the ability to cast the spell or lose all spell casting ability forever. So there is that. You didn't roll that, so you're good. In this case, you use the spell up, but you've had a long rest. You got a 9th level spell.
I'm doing that.
Of course.
Hard not to.
It's also the contract, but we're going to come to that later. Anyway, see, you've got.
You know, you've already. How
It was
many times
worth it.
can you sell your soul? Like,
That's it.
what have you got to lose?
Also, has the wild magic done anything from this round?
Not that you noticed.
Okay, cool. In that case, I'm probably not going to use wish again because that doesn't seem like a great idea. Just saying. Although I can't sell my soul twice, as some have rightly pointed out. At this stage, I'm just going to go ahead and do Old Reliable, and I'm going to throw another lightning bolt into the phylactery.
Okay, cool. Give it a go.
Okay, and I think I'm going to use... where is it? I had a thing. Spell Bombardment. Once per turn, when you roll damage for a spell and roll the highest number possible on any dice, choose one of those dice, roll it again, and add that roll to the damage. So I add an extra d6 to it.
Do that. That sounds good.
That is a total of 42 damage lightning straight into the phylactery / sarcophagus.
2.
Nice.
Tobin says, "Yes!" As it blasts into it here, you hear her screech. "No!" As suddenly bits of adamantine start flying through the air from the center of the sarcophagus as it's smashed around, and you suddenly hear sounds of voices and screams and going throughout the entire room as you have destroyed her phylactery.
Yeah.
What do? Do you have an bonus or anything else you want to do?
I don't think so for now. Let me just confirm. I mean, I could trigger another wild magic, but that seems a little silly at this point.
I mean,
Sure.
Shoot while you're ahead.
if we all turn into pot plants, I am
Ahead.
100%
We're
holding
ahead.
you
Save
responsible.
it for the.
That's
Save
fair.
it for the championship.
I'm gonna finish there. That is my action. Phylactery cooked.
Okay.
I used the last
Nice.
of my turn to make very strange and obscure magic / obscene gestures towards the queen.
Smells like fireworks.
It's smelling delicious, don't you think?
I mean, I'm not going to say Sarah doesn't want to taste it.
Lick it, lick it.
So wrong. All right. Is that your turn?
That is me done.
Okay.
Nice. That is a great turn.
Okay. Then I believe at the end of your go, we come to the top of the round. But before Tobin can go, she does get a last legendary action she can do.
That's fair.
Legendary.
She
Who's
thinks
targeting
it's-
on this one, I wonder.
Good question. I think it's going to be that psychic blast again that she had from before.
Oh,
Mine's
no.
She's going to target you again.
That's fair. I am
That
currently.
Seems unfair.
Make an intelligence saving throw, please. You get advantage
sure.
on this.
Okay, intelligence save and advantage. That's a nat 20.
Yay!
Oh my god, Saves against this. She's not looking happy about this as Tobin has his go.
Nice.
He comes across. Tobin has to keep concentrating on his holy aura, so he's going to try something else for the moment. He doesn't know how hurt she is, so he's not going to use that. He doesn't have many damaging things as well that he can use other than his spiritual weapon. So he brings that back out and a coffee cup appears
Nice.
in the
The
air.
coffee cup. The
The
holy
coffee cup of
coffee cup.
doom.
I think
and-
History could use some healing.
What's that?
I
I
got-
think History could use some healing.
I
I think he will.
got
He'll
some
come over and do
healing.
some healing. I think he'll do that.
History.
History.
Right.
He
about
comes over to you.
How bad you doing?
Doink, there goes the coffee cup, it appears, to heal. And then I think he needs to come over to you to provide that. Actually, is anyone else hurt?
I got
That's
healing as
negative.
well. So
Okay, no worries. I think heal is a touch action. Range is 60 feet. No.
no, heal is just heal just
Says-
happens.
He just says, Gillian, guide my friend of Lathander here, the Morning Lord. And he gives you the base level 1, 70 hit points. Bam, you get back straight away.
That is a
everything,
nice
baby.
heal.
That's what I'm
That's-
talking about. That's just lovely.
Yeah. Hey, and you know what? If you die, I've got raised dead, so you're
Yep.
fine.
I was never
and he
worried.
just-
Can you see this?
he just
calm
nods.
complexion?
And he actually moves. And he moves over to near where Istrid is. Is the sword on Istrid at the moment?
In front of.
Okay. He actually moves here. Where is Istrid? Oh, there. I can see. Okay, cool. No,
Between
he'll
the
flank.
sword and the witch.
He'll flank it. And he goes over to here. And that's his go. Next
Yeah.
is at the end of his turn, that's when she gets it. No, she can't. She hasn't got any more legend abilities.
No.
It's your turn. Syrah, I believe.
Sure. All right. So for my bonus action, I'm going to ram this into her. Where is she?
It's right here
Above
with
me.
all those things in front of her.
That's a lot of effects.
I'm just
and
There's a
gonna-
lot of
numbers.
effects that are going on right here. That's it.
So I'm just going to ram the flaming sphere into her.
Okay.
So that is a dex. That's my bonus action. That's a dex 18 save, please.
Okay, let's do that. I've got to do the coffee cup as well. I'll do that because that was from last
Yeah.
round. Dex saving throw. She has a good save against that. Natural 20. My God.
Well,
Okay.
that's half. That's half damage, I believe.
How much is that?
Let me check. Let me just confirm it is actually half damage, half as much damage. Yeah, so that is. That wasn't great. Half of 7.
Half of
that's-
7.
3.
Takes 4 damage. Oh my God. When Tobin did his bonus action from last round, which I didn't get to do, natural 20 on his attack, I believe. So he had that,
Hey.
which is fantastic.
That is
See,
amazing.
That is,
So
in
that
fact, a
means-
double nat 20.
I know, which is nuts. I
That
don't know
is
how one of them's higher than
crazy.
the other. That doesn't make sense.
It really
All right,
doesn't.
now let's see,
Fine,
where am
baby.
I? So we currently have a sword. So that's my bonus action, is moving the thing. Sorry, I normally am much better at like figuring out what I'm going to do first, but I don't know where everybody is. Oh, we're just going to
Everyone's
do
kind
a
of in front of
ranged
you. One
attack.
person's right next to you, and everyone else is in a row. It goes Tobin, Sword, Istrid, and then Blackith.
You know what? I kind of want to blow up. No, I'm not going to be able to do much. Let's just step up to this person and grab her.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Like as
In
a
the middle?
grapple?
No, as a shocking grasp.
That is actually the sword. Do you want to be near her?
Oh, okay.
She's
yeah,
up
where's
here.
I?
Head up
Okay,
here
I'm
next to
gonna
where
go
your
there.
flaming
Okay.
sphere is.
Yep. I got
Go
that
for it.
movement.
Roll.
I'm gonna grab her to plus 12 to hit. That is a 28.
Okay, that's a hit.
And shocking grasp. So that is a 28 of damage. Lightning
Ow,
damage?
that is
Lightning damage.
nuts.
It is a 28
takes
lightning damage.
That. She takes
And just
that.
like Cyril, like just puts a, you know,
Hang
like
on.
when someone's really condescending
As you
and puts
do
a
that-
hand on your shoulder.
As you do that, she's had enough of this, and she just goes counterspell, and
Hey.
it stops it immediately.
Can I counterspell her counterspell?
No, because you can't use your reaction. Oh, well, you could potentially use a reaction in someone else's go. Have you had a reaction so far? I don't
have
think
not.
you have. I'll
You
allow
could
it.
counterspell the counterspell.
Oh, it's
Counterspell
equal
her
level.
counterspell.
Can you counterspell at the same level? It's the same thing, isn't it? I think it is.
Checking.
Yep, that works.
Yep, so I've got to counterspell her
These are the-
counterspell.
She's annoyed by
counterspell the
that, that's for
counterspell.
sure.
It's just like, and it's like sort of a brief moment because Cyril's an alchemist. So it's just like chemical kind of thing. It's just like rubs really, really quickly, this goop on a hand. It's just like, you know, when kids get like slimed, it's just like,
Yeah.
what?
It has ended that as well, so it still happens, and
It's
so
just
she
like,
takes the
oh,
damage.
oh.
God, how much was it again? Damage?
28.
28. Yeah, it was
You
nearly
sure?
30, wasn't it? So that's okay. God, okay.
And I have my little friend Spider who runs down my arm.
Roll the attack.
The kill struck. Get the kill.
Get ready, Istrid, for your turn.
Who would it be? That would be D30, not D20. D20 plus 4. No, 4. I can't type, guys. Help me. Oh, why does that do -2?
I
Wow.
don't know. But in any
Wait,
case,
no,
D20,
that's
you roll a
completely
D2.
correct. I wrote a
You roll a
D2.
D2.
Let me. I'm sorry.
I think that's a crit.
Plus
If you roll a 2
4.
on a D2, that's a crit.
Sure.
That's a
Hey,
17.
crits are easier on D2s. It's
It's so much
really
easier on the
good.
D2. Yeah.
17 is a
17.
miss. Unfortunately,
Fine.
it's a miss.
So, like, runs down the arm, goes, oh, forget it, and comes back again.
Yeah. Okay.
That is me and my little spider. We're done.
Okay. So you're there, and we'll get straight to Istrid's go. Istrid, what do you do? He's looking very cool,
Goddamn.
quiet,
Goddamn.
calmed. You know what affected her before? Well, you know what affected something else before. Yeah.
Oh well, let's crack out a, where is it? Staggering, searing, one of these good ones.
Sura is
Staggering.
not built for this kind of battle.
Hmm.
No. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, if I cast using my last 5th level, oh no. Yeah, if I use my last 5th level, I'm going to cast Spirit Shroud and summon not only my avatar, but avatars of brothers in battle fallen
Ooh.
alongside me over the years. Tobin would recognize some of
Ah.
these companions from our historical campaigns back in the day. But I'm going to cast
Ooh.
Spirit Shroud at 5th. That is going to take it to a bunch of D8. Okay, so that's what, 2D8? 3D8.
I think so.
Alright. Alright, so we're going to do that.
Spirit
And
Shroud.
then swing sword as action.
And Spirit Shroud, does it give you a bonus
This is
as
on
well?
her, by the way. You want now?
The Spirit Shroud gives you what? It does extra damage
Just does extra damage.
while you're in there, and I take it radiant.
Cold, I think.
You can choose the
You can
Spirit
choose.
Shroud.
You can choose.
Oh yeah, you can.
That's cool.
I'm reading
Yeah,
the spell
yeah,
now.
very radiant.
Okay.
In addition, any creature of your choice that you can see starts the turn with 10 feet less of its speed if it's within 10 foot,
Mhm.
and any creature that takes that damage can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn.
Mhm.
Yep. Sweet.
Would you like to take the 32 because you get advantage on the attack? So that's a hit.
We'll hit
And
that one. And
let's
then
roll
we'll
that
roll
damage.
for damage. So that is base damage. Base damage is 15.
hmm
And then smite
Hmm.
is... Oh god, it's all over the place. That one...
This radiant light off his sword again smashes into her and gleams throughout the room.
Hmm.
Radiant
So
damage.
Spirit Shroud, we're going to do another 2d8 radiant.
Okay.
We're going to do...
Yay.
That's 14. That goes to 28.
and
'Cause
then
it's
we're gonna
radiant, so it does damage.
Just one more d8
Whee!
of radiant, so it's another 2
Four damage.
4. That's that attack. I believe that's
Okay.
everything in that attack.
It
That's
blasts into
one
her.
attack.
Radiant light cracks through her body as well. And it's like desiccated skin, so it just rips past as well. You manage to get past the defenses, and she looks actually quite hurt. And she looks, she rears back in desperation after your attack.
Mhm.
So anything else that you can do?
With that attack, Slasher Feet reduces
Very
her speed by
nice.
10.
Cool.
Spirit Shroud
Mhm.
reduces her feet by technically another 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then I technically have another attack. So we're just going to keep doing that.
Oh, my God.
Hey.
All right, let's have a look
So
at that.
we'll
Oh, well, that's a hit.
roll that bad boy. It's 29. And we're just
Istrid
gonna-
is
Oh,
carving through.
wow.
His avatar is carving through. Can you work out the damage as you do this? And guys, get ready for your attack here. We're getting
Mhm.
close to the end of the game here, guys, as well, I feel. And so I
Hey.
just wanted to make sure, because it has been late, so we want to wrap up very soon.
Level 20 games, people.
What's
Longer
your
than you think.
initial damage there, Istrid? What was the base?
Initial damage is base is 11.
Okay, and then?
The additional is... That can't be right. Wow. Only 5. And then one more D8.
Okay.
That's pretty shocking.
That's only
That's pretty
2 dice were
shocking.
rolled there. 2d8. Yeah, it wasn't great, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's 10.
That doesn't seem
And then
like the
another
right amount
8.
of damage. Isn't it supposed to be 1d8?
I think it's that level.
And then
That's at
it's,
second level.
it's for every 2 slots above third, so it is only 1 extra. Okay, because it's every turn. Unlike the other smites, this is every time
Yeah.
I hit with
Mm.
damage.
So you
it
always
just keeps
get-
adding.
Okay.
That's why.
You've done incredible
So,
damage
yeah.
to her, and you see that she actually pulls away and she's concerned, particularly keeps looking back at the sarcophagus like this. Is that the end of your turn?
I just want to also make sure that I've applied that slashing correctly, because I don't want to say that she loses another 10 feet, but once per turn. Okay, that applies once per turn, and then the spell should only do once per turn as well. I'll just make sure.
Okay.
Any creature that takes this damage can't regain hit points. Where did I read
Ah,
that? Where
Yeah,
did I
that's
read
in the
movement thing?
shroud
that's in the
spell.
shroud. That's in the shroud. Yep. That's
Okay.
cool.
That's
I
cool.
think that's it.
Isn't there a movement thing?
She's
Ah,
reduced by
that's it.
10.
That's it.
So that's it. In any event, I think it's to the beginning of the next
Actually
turn.
looking.
Oh, it's
She's
just a
looking very
creature I
bad.
choose within 10 feet of me gets reduced by 10. Okay, cool.
And at this point,
Mm.
I need everybody to make another saving throw. It's at advantage, con, because you're nearby to something with such. It seems to have sucked in the power of that great undead evil thing that you had.
20 at
18
advantage.
is not enough,
18
actually,
plus
Istrid,
3
unless you get your
21.
plus 3 is 21 is what you needed. God damn it. And you got a natural 20 as well.
I got a 27.
Okay. This is what
Nice,
you
nice, nice,
need.
nice,
So you
nice.
managed to get in. As you save against her aura, she sends her sword to slash at Istrid from behind again.
Hey.
And as she does, it gets 2 attacks. This is for a bonus action. Is that right?
Is
Yeah.
it do what now?
It's attacking you. It's at a disadvantage. It hits armor class of 18.
Miss.
The aura
Smack
is
just
causing
gave,
all
yeah,
cause of. Hey!
Yeah, I have
The aura is causing
inspiration.
all manner of pain for her, and you guys have been ripping into this. The next attack does hit you, though, on 22, if you allow it. And that is for 24 damage that you take. As then as her action, she just rips her hands through the air very quickly next to her, and suddenly looks like she's casting a spell, and suddenly the air around seems to warp and rip open, and it looks like another rift is opening right next to her that she's about to step through.
Hey.
Does anyone do anything?
Oh, I really want to grab her and bite her. I don't know if I can have a reaction.
If I can have a full action, I would like to cast a spell, but
You have a reaction.
I don't have a reaction.
can I counterspell her portal?
You can try. It's a higher level, so it'll be an opposed check. Do you
I
want
might
to give it a go?
I might upcast counterspell to 8th level.
Woo.
Okay, I believe.
Oh.
What kind
I'm
of
not
spell?
mucking around with that.
Can't let her
Okay.
get away.
I'm giving you flash of genius for that.
You're going nowhere.
Okay. You swiftly cast that as well. You get ready to roll your dice, but you don't need to. It fizzles in front of her because it was high enough a level, and she's like,
Oh.
as she then moves away from you. She is done with this because she's going to use her move to get out of here. Now, you slowed her movement by 10 feet, I believe. Is that right?
20 total.
Hey, that's me.
20 total. I had to move that thing out of the way. Her total move is not great. She can't move very far as well, and she just backs away. I don't want to move the cup. If she does, you're going to get an attack on her.
Opportunity of all of us.
She's not going to do it. No, there's no point. She just stays there. Then basically, that's all she can do. And you see that there is like desperation now in her eyes. Nothing has ever come close to this in her life or unlife. Perado, it's your turn,
Okay.
and you get your reaction back.
Hey.
So she's looking pretty awful at the moment, you would say?
I think she is. Yes.
More awful than usual. Okay. I'm going to just
I
go
mean,
ahead
it's a
and...
vibe.
I'm not going to use Wish. I'm not. I would like to, but I think I might just do a little old spell and casually point my finger like a gun at her and power word kill.
Yeah, do it.
Wow.
If she has less than 100 hit points, she dies.
Yep.
Wow.
Whoa.
There's no saving throw
Happens.
because she's had legendary resistance and she's resisted some things, but most of yours hasn't had it. That's it.
The question is, does she have less than 100 hit points left?
That is a good question.
She doesn't.
Arada.
Have to. She should, theoretically.
How would you like to do this?
Oh, fuck
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
Very
Lord.
casual, to be honest. He's lost the affable, nice Mr. Nice Guy sorcerer. This is just a cold-blooded execution. Finger out, yells out the power word, and blasts her head clean off.
Okay. As it hits her, she cries out to anything around, even calling out the name Gith at that point. Nothing seems to save her. As I think she does get, is it her go? Yeah, she does get a reaction because it's her go. She does.
Oh no, we're gonna die.
I've got a reaction.
You're all gonna die.
No, you don't in this round. It's your round.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but there is someone who can. She needs to roll. I think it's plus. Where are we here? Plus 14.
Just hit me.
Oh, she's obviously going for me.
I don't know.
It's
kinda
trying to
deserve it.
counter that spell, which is higher, so she has to roll this. And that means it's a DC 19, I believe. No, what? Lee, it's 19.
Correct.
She succeeds.
God damn. That's hope.
And she casts out of the way and knocks that out of the way at this point.
Jesus.
He gets to
Christ.
save.
And at this point, Tobin, because of the God of Knowledge, he has counterspell. And he has a reaction. And he can bring it forth. And he gives it a go. I'm going to ask, would anyone like to roll for him, or are you happy for me to roll for him?
Oh, it's
I think you
Trentino
got
roll
this,
for
Ian.
his boy.
Yeah, you got this.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, go on.
I think he's got plus 15.
Come on, Tobin.
It's even better than mine.
Do
Do
it.
it, do 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 it.
Hey!
God.
And at the last moment, he cries out, no. And it just fizzles her counterspell so that your finger of death hits her and her skin suddenly just becomes sallow and dust starts to fall off her as she cries out and bits fall away as her hair falls off. The crown collapses off her head as it crushes in like an implosion, and all of the pieces of her body start crinkling into dust right in front of you. And this almighty scream, and you actually see these spirit beings flaring and freeing from her at this point in all directions. And then there's a silence, and there's a huge rocking of the palace that you're in, and there's a great sense of earthquakes as well that are happening in this place here. But you know that this is done. She has been destroyed. The phylactery is down. What do you do?
Oh, God.
I'm just going to take a moment to smash the crown in case it is somehow still in one piece.
And as you get ready for this, Tobin comes across and says,
Oh, please.
allow me.
Yes. Oh, yes,
And
please.
the Ace of Smiting just goes crash.
Hey!
And with the two of you crashing into this, that's also clunch, and basically this adamantine thing gets smashed apart and is also crushed into dust, or into pieces on the ground at least. Eventually the earthquakes settle. A certain peace happens, and you get a message that comes to you. It would be you, Sarah.
Yeah.
One of the last of the messages from your friend. And she says, still great resistance, but we have advantage and are at the fortress. The city is in the chaos, but an order is desperately needed. But we felt a change. Has something changed? Praise the light. Hope that you've succeeded.
Syrah 100% sends back. She's dead. We have won the day. We simply need to clean up the remains.
That ends. The avatar that is Yastrid, is still there,
Yes!
glowing brightly in here, and you feel this place become lighter in some sense, even barely, as you just are exhausted from this. And Tobin says to you, if we need to get out of here, I can bring on my plane shift if you need it.
As quick
Is this
as
the
we
time
can,
for
old
that?
friend. As quick as we can.
Having one last look around you here, you all form a circle, holding hands here, and sending a prayer off for Wilder that she goes well with the Chassal coup in the rebellion against the old guard. As he finishes his spell, a sense of lightness comes across you. The gleaming silver dissipates around as you find yourself back at the Radiant Citadel again, successful. And that's where we end our adventure for today.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Thank you guys for as long as that went as well.
Amazing, Ian. That
Amazing amount
was
of
so
fun.
good.
Thank you so much, Ian.
Thank you
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Give
That
a
was
round of
so
applause
good.
in the chat for Ian.
Yay! That
Thank
was
you.
incredible.
It was a lot of fun to put
So
together.
good.
And guys, you guys had, I hope you had a lot of fun playing it as well, because it looked like some crazy stuff happened.
So
as well.
good. Man, Ian, there is so much more that I'm going to go back and redo.
There's so many things.
We can look at that
Like
map
we
again.
skipped, like there is so much that I know you have put into that we need to do. But
Yeah.
also, I appreciate the emotional energy that went into
But a
that.
fraction of
So
his
thank
power.
you. And it's not a
Guys,
fraction.
so much
This was
fun.
good.
Well, this is
Yeah.
it. Guys, if you're keen, thank you for anyone who stuck around to this very late hour for this as well. It's been huge.
This is about marathon stream for the Social Pillar.
God.
Thank you so much to our chat for hanging
Yes.
around. This has been fantastic.
But I think that's enough for tonight.
I think so. I think so. This has been amazing. So I'm just looking at the stream timer. We've been going for about 7.5 hours.
Okay, we've got to
Amazing.
done. Thank you, guys. We
Thank
should
you
wrap.
so much.